This is Audible.
Drama Luau, a Nicky and Noah mystery, Nicky and Noah Mysteries, book number 4. Written by Joe Cosentino. Narrated by Griswold Adams. Chapter 1. The olive-skinned, barefooted, muscular men wore loincloths, coconut necklaces, shell bracelets and anklets, and flower head garlands. With the powerful emerald mountain behind them, the dancers aerobically executed hand signs, knee sways, and foot stomps toward the turquoise sea as their deep, full voices chanted to the goddess of the ocean. The lead dancer and the dance captain moved front and center, executing their tree-in-the-breeze hand gestures. The dancer-helper made gestures to the ocean waves behind them. "Stop!" The ukulele, steel guitar, and bass accompaniment ended. The dancers slouched and looked toward the rows of tables and chairs facing them. "Kimu, stand further upstage." "Nicky, they don't know what upstage and downstage mean." "Thanks, Noah. Kimu, stand behind the other dancers, so Cal and Ak are the focus of the dance." That was me, Nicky Abundanza, associate professor of directing at Tree Meadow College, an Edwardian-style private college in the quaint state of Vermont. My husband and the love of my life, assistant professor of acting at Tree Meadow, Noah Oliver, is by my side, right where I like him. Why am I directing a luau show at the Maui Mist Resort in Hawaii? Our honeymoon in Maui was a gift from our parents. But when the customers of my parents' bakery in Kansas became glucose intolerant, and the clientele of Noah's parents' dairy farm in Wisconsin found themselves lactose intolerant, Noah and I were left tolerating the bill. So my department head and his husband hit the internet and found this luau show directing job, which came with free airfare, hotel, and food for 2. Enticed by the gorgeous tropical location and the gorgeous luau dancers, Martin Anderson, professor of theater management at Tree Meadow College, and Reuben Markinson, director of one of the top gay rights organizations in the country, decided to tag along and keep us out of trouble. Since Martin and Reuben are our best friends, that was more than fine with Noah and me. Since you can't see us, I am 36, tall with dark hair, green eyes, a Roman nose, cleft chin, and long sideburns. Thanks to the gym at Tree Meadow College, named after Tree and Meadow, the gay couple who founded it, I am pretty muscular. One minor thing, actually it's pretty major, I have a 9 1/4 by 2-inch penis, which causes Noah to tell everyone we are going clubbing when we have sex. Noah is handsome with very wavy blonde hair, crystal blue eyes, porcelain skin, and hotter and sweeter buns than any found in my dad's bakery. Martin is short, thin, and bald. As an incredible gossip, he resembles an alien looking for a good piece of news to bring back to his home planet. Reuben is tall, thin, distinguished-looking, with salt and pepper hair and 2 large eyes watching over Martin. Though Reuben would never admit it, like his husband, Reuben revels in the dish, too. I said to the dancers, "The opening number will be fine. Let's move on." Whereas the first dance was an introduction to the dancers, the second number, in honor of the creation gods, Kane and Lono, is a sensual dance, where the muscular dancers get to flex, grunt, and gyrate. Sitting next to me at the front table opposite the stage, Noah rested a hand on my knee. Did my character work with the dancers pay off? I nodded. They all seemed like characters to me. Noah squeezed my hand as the 5 dancers came on stage, now wearing grass skirts. Cal, short for Kalani, at 25 is tall, strikingly handsome, muscular, the leader of the pack, and he knows it. Ak, or Akuma, at 35 was once the stallion of the troupe, but a receded hairline and wrinkles has transformed Ak to dance captain. As leaders, Kal and Ak take focus in the dance numbers, either dancing downstage center or up center on the platform in the shape of a volcano. pretty ironic since Cal and Ak are ex-lovers and ex-friends. Current lovers Keanu, the dance helper, at medium height with a growing paunch, and Ahe, young, small, and cute as a button, took their places mid-stage and looked at each other adoringly. Finally, Kimu, at medium height with a bulldog face and protruding belly, stood farthest upstage. The only straight member of the troupe, Kimu, said, "Are you girls ready to dance?" Keanu left his lover, Ahe, and approached Kimu. "What a surprise, Kimu! Liquor on your breath." Leader Kal added, "Yeah, Kimu, during the last summer you were wavering more than the palm trees near the stage fan." Kimu answered, "Hey, Kal, is it true that you gave Keanu a petit lait?" These guys are worse than the divas I work with in the theater. Can we please start the number? The lighting designer shifted lights from yellows and oranges to blues and reds as the dancers grunted, groaned, and thrusted through the next number with their thigh muscles bulging between the layers of grass. The rest of the numbers came off fine, despite the dagger eyes between straight dancer Kimu and the others, and Kimu sneaking sips from a flask hidden in his grass skirt. "Please take your places for the closing number," I said. Noah crossed his fingers, which I couldn't help kissing. The finale is a spectacle where the dancers wave, twirl, and throw clubs of fire as they dance in red G-strings in front of the fake erupting volcano on stage. Okay, G-strings are not part of Hawaiian history, but Walter Barrett, the 60-year-old overweight, straight, widowed manager of the Maui Mist Resort, hoped it would bring in the straight women and gay men. So with the hula dancers' pecs and buns on display like ripe melons, the men waved their wands of fire in homage to the goddess of fire, Pele. The dancers enjoyed performing the number, since each of them got a few moments center stage for a solo routine. Leader Kal was flawless, strength and technique personified. Dance Captain Ak was a bit over the hill but still impressive with his wild leaps. Sweet little Ahe had a bit of trouble keeping up his flame, but his lover Keanu helped him. Finally, straight dancer Kimu staggered to the center, threw his pole in the air, dotted in place, and landed flat on his back with the fire pole inches away from his naked torso. "Is Kimu all right?" I called up to the stage. Noah was already there, leaning over Kimu. "He's fine, Nicky." Leader Cow giggled. "I hope the people sitting in the front tables don't mind looking at a beached whale on the stage floor." "Kiss my ass, faggot," Kimu said, rising on shaky but still strong tree trunk legs. "I'll pass, Kimu." Kimu laughed. "I'll bet that's the first time you've ever said that to a man, Cal." Sensing another volcanic eruption between the performers on stage, I quickly gave the dancers and lighting technician my notes, including a note to Kimu to stay off the teriyaki sauce, thanked everyone for a good, if nerve-rattling, dress rehearsal. Then I told everyone to get some rest and pulled Noah off the stage before he began reciting Hamlet's soliloquy, accent on the ham. Walking away from the outdoor stage, Noah and I headed on the path lined with huge, exotic, multicolored flowers over the tiny bridge and past the waterfall toward the resort's private beach. A typical 2-minute Hawaiian rain shower was followed by a rainbow, the gods' gay genius. In our Hawaiian shirts and white shorts, the brief rain shower felt cool and quenching. When we reached the white sandy beach, we stood at the water's edge, enveloped in the mist off the foamy water tickling the rocks. I put my arm around Noah's delectable shoulders and looked out at the cerulean sky meeting the turquoise sea. "Are you enjoying our honeymoon in Maui?" Noah rested his head on my shoulder. "Anywhere with you is a honeymoon for me." I know this week of rehearsals has been grueling, but after the Luau show opens tomorrow night, we'll have the last week all to ourselves. "There you are!" Martin, can't you see the honeymooners want a little time for themselves? My department head and best friend, Martin, and his spouse, Reuben, stood next to us. Since the sun hadn't gone down, they were clad in neck-to-toe white terry cloth robes with huge cherry-colored beach hats on their heads, giving them the appearance of human ice cream cones. "You don't want to be alone, do you guys?" Martin asked with a hand on his hip. Reuben raised his eyes to the Hawaiian heavens. "We always love seeing you." Noah's warm heart was always on display. Another reason he's the only man for me. Martin asked Noah, "Do you think I put enough suntan lotion on? I don't want to get a burn." Reuben groaned. "In our get-ups, we wouldn't get burned if the conservatives in Congress had their way and the Earth's ozone completely disappeared." Martin shooed away his husband and then turned to me like a camel finding the Pacific Ocean. "So?" "So what?" I asked. "How was the dress rehearsal?" Martin licked his lips like a cat on a fishing boat. I knew Martin's real interest. "I'll tell you all the dirt on the dancers at dinner." Martin grinned like a drug addict facing a generous dealer. "Thanks, Nicky. It will give me something to live for." "At Martin's age, he needs all the help he can get," Reuben said with a kiss to Martin's sagging cheek. I couldn't resist. "How old are you, Martin?" Reuben spoke up before Martin could answer. "Do you know when the island of Maui was formed by lava and sea? Martin was born about that time." "You are 2 years older than me, Reuben," Martin said. "Which he never lets me forget," Reuben said with a sigh. Martin playfully slapped his husband's backside, and we all walked back to the hotel. The enormous structure housed 4 restaurants, a spa, a library, a media room, 3 sitting rooms, 4 ballrooms, and 300 guest rooms and suites, many with balconies facing the sea and surrounding mountains. We entered the vast reception area with white marble floors and walls. Standing under the gigantic crystal chandelier, we made plans to meet Martin and Reuben at the Maui Mist Mahi Mahi, try saying that 3 times fast, restaurant. As Noah and I headed for the elevator banks, Walter Barrett's obese body blocked our path. Scratching at the comb-over on his head, the hotel manager waved his unlit cigar at us. "Is the show ready for opening, Abundanza?" "Ready," Noah echoed. "And terrific." "Good." The lines on Walter's forehead looked like an overzealous connect-the-dots game. "We're sold out for the Luau opening tomorrow night." I smiled, leaning away from his sour breath. "Your guest won't be disappointed." Walter grimaced. "The other dancers told me Kimu was staggering around the stage like a hit bowling pin." I thought they were dancers, not gossip columnists. As usual, Noah smoothed the rough waters. "Thank you for your concern, Walter, but Kimu will be fine." Noah flashed his pearly whites. "Will you be at the opening, Walter?" "Sure." He rubbed the spider veins on his bulbous nose. "The Luau show is part of the island's history." I'm sure ancient Hawaiians dressed in G-strings and danced for hundreds of people who had just stuffed themselves with an elaborate feast. Before I could respond, Noah took my arm. "Great. We'll see you tomorrow night, Walter." When we arrived in our honeymoon suite, loaded with white wicker and flower-patterned fabric coverings, Noah and I shared a kiss that started in the living room on the heart-shaped love seat, moved to Lanai over the ocean, and ended in the bedroom on the canopied 4-poster. "Nicky will be late for dinner." It's our honeymoon. All right, gentle readers. For those of you who like your books chaste, skip to the next section. For you readers who enjoy a healthy dose of erotica, you're probably better off taking a break and watching an adult film. For my friends who like a bit of sweet romance in their stories, read on. I slipped off Noah's shirt, then my own. His hand squeezed my pecs. But what about Martin and Reuben? I slipped off our shorts, then cupped Noah's bubble butt. Let them have their own fun. Noah didn't need more convincing. He wrapped his arms around my back, and our bodies pressed together as if one. You're my everything, Noah." He squeezed my back muscles and kissed the cleft in my chin. "Everything is you and me, Nicky." After more kissing and fondling, I buried my nose into the pale, soft crease at Noah's neck. Then, licking happily, I made my way to Noah's nipples, abs, navel, blonde bush, and smooth prize. He coiled around with his face at my knees, sucking me like a giant lollipop. Moving onto our knees with Noah's back resting against my chest, I entered him slowly, kissing his soft neck and shoulders and whispering of my love for only him. Then I enveloped him with my arms and offered my thrust of love. Finally reaching for Noah's prize, our bodies moved like a symphony, ending in both of us screaming our orgasms and collapsing into each other's arms onto the bed. With his head resting onto my chest, I buried my nose into Noah's gorgeous blonde locks and became filled with the scent of strawberries. Noah looked up and kissed my nose. "Hi, hubby." I kissed his ruby-red lips. "You're my spouse forever." It felt so amazing to say that. After more kissing, I looked over at the clock. "Let's get dressed for dinner." "Can't we just stay like this?" "Do you want Martin climbing from his lanai onto ours and peeking in on us?" Good point." A few minutes later, Noah and I joined Martin and Reuben at a window banquette overlooking the silver waves crashing against the jagged rocks surrounded by palm trees waving at us. In our Hawaiian shirts, white slacks, and pastel-colored blazers, we fit in perfectly at the nautical-themed restaurant. Gazing at the lanterns, buoys, anchors, and shark heads on the walls and ceilings, I heard my stomach growl. Martin checked his watch, then giggled. "What kept you two?" Noah blushed into his water glass. I ad-libbed. "We were discussing today's dress rehearsal." "Yes, I'm sure you and Noah did a great deal of discussing." Reuben patted his husband's knee. "Down, boy." Martin ignored him. "All right, keep silent about your honeymoon antics if you insist, but do tell all about those hunky hula dancers. They seem so—" I assisted with, "talented?" Noah joined in, "charismatic?" Reuben tried too, "strong?" "Butch." Martin dug into his dinner roll. "I connect with that in a man." Reuben nearly fell off his chair. "How so?" "In my day, I was very much like them." "I was around in your day, Martin, and you were about as butch as this silk napkin." Noticing Martin's eyebrow raised for battle, I changed the subject. "I feel really good about the show." I squeezed Noah's shoulder. "All of our work paid off." "I don't care about silk napkins or rehearsals." Martin raised his dark eyes to the fish netting above. "Tell me about which tribal dancer is hot under the tiki lamp for the other." Thinking back over the last week, I fed Martin information like sardines to a shark. The charismatic lead dancer, Cal, had an unpleasant breakup with Ak, the aging dance captain, when Ak was lead dancer and Cal was dancer helper. Ak isn't happy about losing his lead dancer spot to the younger and more attractive Cal, and the only straight dancer, Kimu, drinks until he can't walk straight. No pun intended. A young, attractive Hawaiian woman wearing a flowered shirt and black slacks approached our table with her short, dark hair bouncing after her. "Hello, I'm Akela. I'll be your server this evening. May I start you off with a drink?" Reuben replied, "I'd like a—" Martin sighed at the interruption to my gossip report. "We'll all have virgin pina coladas," he added dryly, "since we're all virgins." Akela wrote on her pad, then checked her notes. "The special today is—" "We'll all have it. Go on, Nicky," Martin said. Reuben asked his husband, "Don't you want to know what the dinner special is?" Martin groaned. "The restaurant is called Mahi Mahi. The special must be fish." "But which one?" "What's the difference, Reuben?" They all smell, cost a fortune, and are loaded with mercury. Akela checked her notes. Tonight's special is angelfish. It's a sign from above. We'll all have it, Martin said. Undaunted, Akela continued. It's breaded in macadamia nut butter and smothered in a honey mustard glaze with green beans and hearts of palm. No nuts for Noah. Try saying that 3 times fast. My husband is allergic to all nuts. Except mine. Akela wrote on her pad. 4 virgin pina coladas and 4 specials, 1 with no nuts. Once she had gone, Martin rubbed his hands together like a card shark. Go on, Nicky. A handsome young man dressed the same as Akela approached our table. Excuse me, I'm one of the servers here. Martin shooed him away. Akela already took our order. The waiter stared at me. Aren't you the director of the Luau show? I puffed up my chest and offered my best profile. That's me, Nicky Abundanza. I've been working with the dancers on staging, costumes, and special effects. Noah wanted his curtain call, too. And I'm his husband and the Luau show acting coach, Noah Oliver. The dancers and I have been working on characterization, emotion through dance, and stage presence. How fascinating! He appeared ready to dance on his order pad. I'm Mark Iona. I auditioned to be one of the dancers, but Walter, clearly not a patron of the arts, felt I wasn't ready yet. I've been watching the other dancers at your rehearsals, and I've been practicing. Can I audition for you sometime? Martin glared at him. We're only here for this one show. You can audition for Walter or American Idol for all we care. He focused back on me like an alcoholic in a brewing factory. Go on with your story, Nicky. Will you be at the opening night luau tomorrow night? Mark asked me, clearly not picking up on Martin's hint. I nodded proudly. The 4 of us will be at the front table. Mark's dimples appeared. Great! Akela and I will be waiting on the front section. Suddenly interested, Martin asked, Are you and Akela an item? Mark laughed. We're good friends. Akela and I fish in different streams. He winked at us. If you gentlemen know what I mean. Got it. Having gotten the scoop on the personal lives of the waitstaff, Martin rose, put his arm around the boy, and ushered him away. We'll look forward to seeing you at the luau. Tell Akela to take her time bringing our dinners. We're in no rush. Is there anything I can get for you? Mark asked. Martin made the hang loose sign with his fingers. We'll call you if we need you. He returned to the table like a gambler at the roulette wheel. What else, Nicky? I continued my report on the hula dancers like a nurse administering methadone to an addict. Keanu, the dancer helper, cheated on his lover, sweet little Ahe, with lead dancer Cal, whose star spot Keanu covets. Mark placed the drinks in front of us. 4 virgin pina coladas. He bent his knees in preparation. May I show you the dance to the virgin goddess of... Sorry, Akela was at Mark's side. He beat me to the drinks. Mark said to Akela, I'll take care of these gentlemen. This is my table, and I'm your best friend, and I need to do this for my career. Your career? Akela asked with her hand on her hip. How many times have I told you how much I want to be a hula dancer? Mark asked Akela. Well, I want to be a police officer, but I don't take tables away from you when a police officer comes in. You would if the police chief dined here, Akela replied. No, I wouldn't. Having finished all the bread, Martin raised the empty basket. Aloha! Akela took the basket. My apologies. She glared at Mark and left. Mark smiled victoriously. Now for my dance to the goddess. We don't need another hula dancer, Mark, I said. But if anything changes, I'll let you know. But can't I just... Akela came back with the bread. Putting her arm around Mark, she said, Sorry for the unexpected floor show, gentlemen. Since you didn't order ham, I'll take him away from your table. When they were gone, Martin raised his glass. To Nicky and Noah's next opening. After we clicked glasses and drank, I took a quick bow. Yes, the event will be worthy of an opening night on Broadway. Martin replied. "And murder-free, unlike your opening for the murder mystery play at the college." "And your bodybuilding competition show there," Reuben added. "Or our mystery dinner theater show on the Alaskan cruise," Noah said. Martin sighed. "Nicky, with all the murders of students at Tree Meadow, it's a wonder any student will come to the college. When the students cheer at graduation, it's because they've gotten through their 4 years alive. And given the murders of professors, if I can get anyone to interview, I have to sweeten the deal with automatic tenure and promotion for our faculty members surviving after the first year." "That's not my fault. I solved those cases," Nicky said. "With my help," Noah gently reminded me. "And you and Noah did so beautifully, by using the craft of the theater." Martin couldn't hide his pride as our department head and mentor. "Murder and mayhem follow you two like an anti-gay politician in the darkened backroom of a gay bar. But here in paradise, we are all protected by the Hawaiian gods." "Right. Noah and I are on our honeymoon in Maui. Nothing sinister can happen here." "Green turtle soup for everyone?" Mark served the first course. "I'm sure your show will be terrific, Nicky, but I think I'm a better dancer than Kimu." Martin asked me, "Is Kimu the straight one who drinks like a fish?" I nodded. Martin replied, "Straight men shouldn't be allowed to dance. Let them play football." Akela arrived. "Sorry, guys. Hula Harry got away from me again." Mark smiled gingerly. "I'll be back shortly with your garden salads," she said. "And I'll help." Mark danced off with a chorus boy's smile plastered on his young face. Akela followed, shaking her head after him. After the delicious, if not entertaining dinner, I downed a handful of vitamins. I need to keep up my strength on my honeymoon so I can keep up something else. Chef Keahilani stopped at our table and asked us how we liked our dinners. We introduced ourselves and our connection with tomorrow night's extravaganza. Then we complimented the chef on the extraordinary meal and applauded and shouted, "Bravo!" to the chef's delight. Noah and I walked Martin and Reuben back to their room before Reuben's 9 o'clock bedtime. Once in our honeymoon suite, Noah and I made love before falling asleep in each other's arms, with a repeat performance upon waking the next morning. It's our honeymoon. Following a room service breakfast on our lanai, kiwi and strawberry French toast, I downed my vitamins. We changed into sweat clothes and worked out on the hotel gym. Then Noah and I put on our swimsuits and went outside, where we sat in a giant pool that encircled the entire hotel. A current moved us magically as we waved to the other guests drinking at the outdoor mini-bars as if the Queen of England to her subjects. We got off at the lunch grill. Meeting up with Martin and Reuben, we enjoyed thick salmon and pineapple sandwiches with avocado dressing on 8-grain bread. That led Noah and I to a nap in our room, a dip in our suite's hot tub, and a shared shower. Noah rubbed the coconut-scented soap onto the palms of his hands and gently massaged the white foam into the skin on my neck, back, buttocks, thighs, and calves. Then he turned me to face him and did the same to my face, after smothering it with kisses, pecs, abs, and navel. I did the same for Noah, spending extra time on his porcelain-like skin. Then, kneeling in front of me, he massaged my legs and tickled my toes with his tongue. Saving the prize for last, Noah went to work like a puppy with a new chewy treat. After my creamy cascade disappeared down the drain, I poured some strawberry-scented shampoo into my hand, lifted Noah to his feet, and rubbed the luxurious lather into his soft, shiny blonde locks. After he rinsed it off, I entered my mark. With his arms wrapped around my neck, we kissed as we found our rhythm, first quite slowly but quickly building to a fever pitch. By the time I reached for Noah's smooth, beautiful shaft, we both cried out our orgasms amid vows of love and devotion forever. Once we were dressed in our dark suits, we gave each other a good luck kiss and then headed out of the hotel and down the flame-lit path between the palm trees and past the tables to the luau stage. Entering through the side door, we walked into the dressing room where the dancers were in their opening costumes, each vying for a space at the mirror on the wall. Standing at the center of the mirror, putting on his tribal makeup, was lead dancer Cal. He checked out his handsome face, then flexed his wide pectorals, clearly pleased with what he saw. Keanu left his lover, little Ahe, and stood at Cal's side. "You look great, Cal," Keanu said with a smile. "Is the dancer helper still vying for the lead dancer spot? Is that a tear in Ahe's eye?" Ahe, the youngest and smallest dancer, tried, but he couldn't get a place at the mirror. Seeing this, Keanu moved aside and gave his lover his own spot. Ahe blew Keanu a kiss. Keanu caught it and placed it over his bare chest. On the other side of handsome Cal, Dance Captain Ock arranged his head lay and said with a sneer, "No need to tell Cal he looks good, Keanu. He already knows that." Cal didn't budge from the center spot. "You thought I looked pretty good a few years back, Ock," he grinned. "When you looked good, too." "You mean when you seduced me into moving from lead dancer to dance captain so you could get the lead dancer spot, Cal?" Cal laughed. "Rewriting ancient history, Ock? As I recall, it was Walter who made the change." He patted Ock's receded hairline. "I can see why." "Move over, ladies." Kimu pushed them away, and the straight dancer took the center mirror spot. Cal looked at Kimu in the mirror. "Who let a pit bull into the dressing room?" Kimu laughed. "At least this pit bull isn't a poodle who's gotten it on with every mutt here, except for me." Cal's face turned ashen. He clenched his fist, and it connected with Kimu's large jaw. Kimu just had a Hawaiian punch. Keanu left little Ahe and held Cal back. Dance Captain Ock pushed Kimu away and said, "You'll never learn, will you, Kimu?" Holding his jaw and glaring at Cal, Kimu shouted, "I'll take care of you after the show, homo!" "Try it, Kimu," Cal shouted. Dancer helper Keanu put his arm around Cal. "Are you all right?" Cal shook him off. "I'm fine." Little Ahe took his boyfriend's hand. "That was wonderful how you broke things up, Keanu." "Your boyfriend didn't break up anything, Ahe," Kimu smirked at Keanu, "except Cal's coconuts when Keanu begged Cal for the lead dancer spot." Keanu moved toward Kimu. Dance Captain Ock beat Keanu to it. "Why are you such a big dick, Kimu?" Kimu smiled. "That's what your sister kept asking me, Ock, every time we made love." Before round 2 could commence, I stepped forward. "Guys, calm down. This is opening night of the show. You're going to have a packed audience here to see you, the amazing hula dancers of the Maui Mist Resort Luau show. Are you going to stay here and fight with one another? Mar your faces? Let your audience down? Let Noah and me down? Let yourselves down? Or go out there and do the best luau show on the island?" The dancers separated, straightened their loincloths, fixed their accessories, and stretched out their muscles. Noah took over like a coach in the locker room before a game. "Nicky and I will be at the front table cheering you on. Forget your disagreements with one another. Think about all of our hard work this week leading to tonight. Remember your onstage places, moves, and characters. You were tribal warriors dancing under the moonlight to honor the gods and goddesses of the mountains, sea, and fire. Make them proud, and make us proud." As the dancers filed out of the dressing room, Noah and I shared a worried look. Then we hurried back to the walking path between the hotel and the luau area. We soon met up with Martin and Reuben, both wearing powder blue, Martin in a dress shirt, sweater vest, slacks, and bow tie, and Reuben in a leisure suit. With patrons filling in around us, I held my breath as my stomach appropriately did the hula. Noah whispered in my ear, "Have a good show, Nicky." I squeezed his hand as the bamboo barge carrying the hula dancers made its way down the canal opposite us. Each dancer looked amazing in his painted face, ornate flower headdress, wrist and leg lays, and captivating loincloth. Lead dancer Cal stood center, proudly showing off his handsome face and toned body. Just behind him was Ak, the aging but still striking dance captain. Around them like guardsmen were dancer helper Keanu, his lover sweet little Ahe, and bulldog-faced Kimu. Since the sun had set, the light from the tiki lamps on the walking path entwined with the moon's glow to cast a romantic spotlight on the dancers as they waved their branch scepters to the anticipatory crowd. Once the barge reached the end of the canal, the dancers hurried off with Cal in the lead. They ran to a treeless section of the woods nearby, motioning for all of us to join them. The dancers moved into formation and chanted to the goddess of fire. Then they removed the blanket on the ground, revealing the steamy pit. Next, they raised the large, speared, cooked pig inside its sack from the ground. Finally, they carried it to a large wooden table, bowed, and ran back to the dressing room. Noah whispered in my ear, "First act went well. No casualties." When we arrived at the Luau buffet table, Martin's eyes bulged out of his head. "Remember your acid reflux, honey?" Martin shooed away his husband. "Yes, I've lived with acid for years." "Especially on your tongue," Reuben replied. I followed the salivating Martin to the elaborate luau buffet table filled with sliced roasted pig, teriyaki beef, shoyu chicken, huli chicken, baked mahi-mahi, pork, chicken in taro and tea leaves, bean noodles, taro roots, fish, lomi salmon, beef jerky, squid luau, baked sweet potato, taro rolls, exotic green salad, pineapple, papaya, mango, lychee, coconuts, bananas, and melons. As he sliced the pork, Chef Kia Hilani asked me, "You like?" "I love," I replied, garnering a wink from the chef. As the band played their ukulele, steel guitar, and bass, I filled my plate to overflowing with the sweet-smelling delicacies, picked up a coconut half filled with tropical juices, and headed for our table up front. Sitting next to me, Noah asked, "Are you going to eat all that, Nicky?" Martin said, "If Nicky doesn't, I will." He and Reuben sat across from us with equally filled plates. As I readied the vitamins in my pocket, Mark, the young waiter from the evening before, stood at the side of our table as if I was the only diner in the luau. "Hello, Nicky. Good luck on your opening night." "Thank you, Mark." He waved his arms toward the ocean and swayed his knees. "I've been working on the dance routines like an unofficial understudy." "Very unofficial," Martin said, followed by Reuben's elbow in his husband's side. Mark asked me, "Would you like a drink?" I pointed to my juice. We couldn't help hearing the high-pitched, strident voice of a woman at the next table. She had bleached blonde hair, caked on makeup, and jewelry draped on her arms like tinsel on a Christmas tree. Her silver lame gown clung to her body like a leotard left too long in the clothes dryer. "I'd like a vodka tonic," the woman said as if a queen addressing her handmaiden. At her side, Akela, our waitress from last night, smiled pleasantly. "I'm sorry, Senator. The only alcoholic drinks we serve for the luau are champagne punch, wine, and beer. May I get you something?" The woman looked like a dragon facing a broken fire extinguisher. "Yes, as I said, I'd like a vodka tonic." A tall, handsome Hawaiian man in an expensive-looking blue suit stood next to Akela. He said softly, "I am Mano Kapena, the owner of this hotel. As you know, this is my wife, Senator Joanna Kapena. I suggest you get the senator her drink if you'd like to keep your job." I rose and stood on the other side of Akela. Akela made the luau drink policy quite clear to Senator Kapena. Mano looked like a pit bull facing a cricket. "And you are?" I extended a hand. "Nicky Abundanza, director of the Luau show. Finding Noah at my side, I added, "And this is my husband, Noah Oliver, acting coach of the Luau show." I gestured toward Martin and Reuben at our table. "My department head at our college in Vermont and best friend Martin Anderson and his spouse, Reuben Markinson." "Ah!" Joanna recoiled as if having seen a poisonous snake. "Are you ill, Senator?" I asked. Mono looked down his wide nose at me. "Was that really necessary?" "Was what necessary? Mentioning college? Vermont?" I asked. Mono walked me away from the table and said softly, "Flaunting your lifestyle?" Noah was again at my side. "How exactly did my husband flaunt our lifestyle, Mr. Capena?" "By introducing you as his husband, for one," Mono whispered. Noah replied, "But you introduced Senator Capena as your wife." Mono explained, "Homosexuality is forbidden in our religion." Noah's blue eyes turned to steel. "Bigotry is forbidden in our religion." "Jesus wrote the King James Bible, not me," Mono said. "I guess Jesus time-traveled." Joanna Capena rose from her seat and joined us. "And God created Eve from Adam's rib, not Steve." Martin leapt to his feet. "Adam and Steve were already at the barbecue." Reuben pulled Martin down to his seat. "Mr. Abundanza, you've insulted our religion and our holy book," Joanna said. I guess she missed the Bible verse against a woman wearing jewelry and makeup, not to mention holding a leadership position over a man. "People once used the Bible to support laws against interracial marriage." "That doesn't affect us. Eve was white and Adam was Hawaiian." Joanna looked like a cartoon villainess. Mono said, "What you do in private is your own business. Please don't inflict yourself on our guests." Did Mono just check out Mark the waiter?
"Is there a problem here?"
Walter, the hotel manager, joined our little battle station. Mono said, "These two gentlemen insulted my wife." I explained, "Noah and I are against their religion." Walter rubbed his jowls.
"Mono, Joanna, I'm sure Nicky and Noah apologize for disturbing you."
Noah gritted his teeth. "If they apologize for disturbing us." Walter put an arm around each Capena.
"Let's all lower our voices. With the opening of the Luau show tonight, Nicky and Noah are finished working for me. The show is terrific, as you'll see shortly. It's bringing in a great deal of income to the hotel."
Joanna sneered at our table as if we were a nuclear waste dump. "It's against our religion to serve homosexuals." "In the stories, Jesus served everyone." I couldn't resist. Joanna murmured, "He never fed anyone light in the sandals." Walter interceded,
"Let's everyone sit, relax, and enjoy the show."
Joanna pointed at Akela, who was ashen. "I could if this waitress would take my drink order." Since Akela looked terrified, Mark came over to Walter. "Mrs. Capena requested a vodka tonic."
"I'll bring one out from the hotel bar."
Walter groveled at the Capena's feet. Joanna softened a bit. "While you're there, bring me some of those delish scallop appetizers." I guess she didn't read the part of the Bible forbidding the eating of shellfish either.
"I most certainly will,"
Walter smiled at the Capenas.
"Will you be using the ballroom later tonight?"
"Of course," Mono replied.
"Fine."
Walter bowed to the Capenas and disappeared. The four of us went back to our tables. Rivaling our heated argument with the Capenas, the fake volcano on stage erupted, thanks to the theatrical effects of red lights and smoke. The dancers entered the stage to welcoming applause and executed their opening number. I held Noah's hand as the men gestured toward the palm trees, ocean, and mountains behind them. As the dance built in intensity, they stomped, grunted, and made faces in honor of the goddess of the ocean. Though lead dancer Cal was positioned front and center for most of the dance, Each dancer filled the stage with dramatic character. Thanks, Noah, and strong presence. The conclusion of the opening number was met with appreciative applause from the audience. After a brief musical interlude, the dancers returned to the stage in their grass skirts and performed the next few numbers. Cal maintained his magnetic charisma. Though older and drooping a bit in the middle, Dance Captain Ock and bulldog-faced Kimu held their own, as did cute little Ahe. Not surprisingly, Ahe's lover Keanu commanded the audience's attention with his obvious desire to move from dancer-helper to lead dancer. With each successfully completed routine, Noah and I breathed out a sigh of relief. Pulling off their skirts and wearing only G-strings, the dancers performed their homage to the creation god. I noticed that both of the Capenas seemed to be quite interested in that number. Finally, the stage lights dimmed, and the cast lit their fire clubs. Waving them enthusiastically to honor the fire goddess, each dancer performed his routine beautifully. As I had instructed, a technician turned on the fan near the stage to highlight the flames that danced along as the men carried them. I thanked the theater gods when Kimu, no doubt having taken a swig in the dressing room, doddered a bit but managed to stay on his feet until the end of the fire finale. "Nicky, look!" I followed Noah's index finger pointing to a tiki lamp on stage as it came crashing down on Kimu's head. Kimu saw the light. The music stopped as the audience shrieked. Noah and I raced up onto the stage. Checking Kimu's pulse, Noah said, "Nicky, he's dead." The stage became a blur of activity, with dancers, technicians, Walter, the Capenas, waitstaff, and band members racing around like bear cubs without their mother. Feeling like the star of a 1940s thriller, I stood at the apron of the stage. "Is there a doctor in the house?" Before anyone could answer, Noah tapped my shoulder. "Nicky, Kimu's gone." I continued scanning the audience for a doctor or a nurse. "Maybe there's still a chance to save him." "No, Nicky, he's really gone," Noah said. I looked behind me at the place on stage where Kimu had fallen. It was empty. Chapter 2. 15 minutes later, we were seated back at our table. A male detective, about 30, medium height with a broad V-shaped back and velvet black hair, stood in front of the taped-off stage. A female detective, probably late 20s, with long dark hair, beautiful eyes, and wearing a wrap-around burgundy dress that showed off her amazing figure, stood next to him. Having already let anyone go who had not come up on stage during the pandemonium, the two detectives quickly interviewed and released the musicians, waitstaff, 4 dancers, the Capenas, who owned the hotel, and Walter Barrett, the manager. Then they pulled up chairs to our table. "I'm Detective Kakeo Kama," the gorgeous Hawaiian woman added as she shook our hands. "This shouldn't take long, gentlemen." "And I'm Detective John Nohea." His dimples were on display. Did his knee just rub against mine? He took off his suit jacket, unfastened the button behind his tie, and rolled up his white shirt sleeves, revealing thick forearms and biceps rivaling the mountain in the distance. "Professor Abundanza, it's a pleasure." His smooth, strong hand gripped mine, and the tiny black hair brushed against my skin. Noticing Noah's spine stiffen, I asked, "Have we met before, Detective?" "Please, call me John. We haven't met, but your reputation precedes you." "Uh-oh." Noah cleared his throat. "What do you know about my husband, Detective?" John smiled. "I read an article in a criminal justice journal about the 3 crimes Professor Abundanza solved, 2 at Tree Meadow College and 1 on board a cruise ship to Alaska." I returned the smile. "Please, call me Nicky." Noah slid to the edge of his seat. "I assisted Nicky in solving those murders." Patting Noah's knee, I offered my best Sherlock Holmes pose. "Yes, Noah played Watson to my Holmes, as a sounding board to my investigation." Noah added, "My father helped us on the last case."
"Is Noah's father a detective?"
John asked me. Noah stared at his loafers. "He's a dairy farmer."
"We helped on the last one, too."
Martin offered John his hand, which John shook.
"Martin Anderson, Nicky's department head, best friend, and co-sleuth."
Reuben did the same.
"Reuben Markinson, Martin Poirot's spouse."
John said,
"It's Cacao's and my good fortune to have you with us this evening, Nicky."
I replied, "Given my sixth sense for murder, I can tell you exactly what happened, John." John winked at me.
"I'd like that, Nicky."
I filled my diaphragm with air and projected to the non-existent balcony. As director of the Luau show, I worked closely with the dancers to bring the show to life. "Until Kimu Kapule was killed," Noah added quickly. As if I was the only person at the table, John asked,
"Please, tell me what you saw, Nicky."
I looked toward the stage, offering my most dramatic profile. "The dancers were doing their final number, which involved waving flaming clubs." Cacao checked her notes. "The others we interviewed stated that Kimu Kapule waved his club too energetically, knocking over a tiki lamp which landed on him." "That's what a novice observer would report," I replied. "But like you and John, as someone in the murder-solving businesses, I used the little gray cells and have a different version of what occurred on the crime scene." "What happened was—" John waved Noah to silence.
"I'd like to hear it from Nicky, please."
Noah slouched back in his chair. Wishing I had a Holmes costume and pipe, I rose and demonstrated. "During the last dance, Kimu wavered a bit."
"Why is that?"
John asked.
"Because he was a drunk,"
Martin offered, followed by a move things along hand gesture to me. I explained, "Kimu drank, but he was also a bit of an outsider." "How so?" Cacao asked. "He was the only heterosexual dancer in the troupe," I explained. Martin offered,
"And like so many straight men, he let himself go a bit physically."
Reuben smiled.
"Martin wouldn't know anything about that."
John's dimples nearly exploded off his cheeks.
"Kimu was the only straight dancer? Refreshing to see the percentages in reverse."
Cacao stifled a smile. "Yes, it is. So the detectives are family." I gestured grandly toward the stage. "Neither Kimu nor any of the dancers knocked into the tiki lamp while dancing."
"Then how did it fall over?"
John asked, with his dark eyes piercing into mine. "It didn't." After a calculated dramatic pause, I spun around in a circle and again faced my audience. "I believe someone rigged the tiki lamp to fall at the precise moment, knowing Kimu would be dancing in front of it." Cacao jotted down notes. "We spoke with the cast, crew, waitstaff, hotel owner, and hotel manager. None of them noticed anything suspicious." I arched an eyebrow. "That's because none of them are Nicky Abondanza." Gesturing toward the stage, I added, "May I, John?" After John nodded, I stepped over the yellow tape onto the stage and headed upstage center. Kneeling down, I examined the tiki lamp pole and lantern lying on the stage floor, careful not to touch it. Aha! Just as I assumed. The bottom of the base has tiny saw marks on it, and it is a tad thinner than the higher portion of the base, meaning someone sawed the base. John rose and faced me.
"But how could someone be sure the tiki lamp would fall at exactly the moment when Kimu was positioned in front of it?"
I took center stage. "The tiki lamp was rigged to come down at the slightest pressure against it." "But you said nobody touched it," Cacao added. "Elementary, my dear Cacao," I answered in full Holmes mode. Toward the end of the finale, the large stage fan was turned on to highlight the flame effects. The wind must have provided enough pressure for the lamp to topple over. Cacao readied her pad. "Who do you think did it?" I raised my index finger to the Hawaiian heavens. "That is the question." Kimu argued with the other dancers, Noah said.
Not looking at him, John asked, "What did they fight about, Nicky?"
Tearing myself away from the stage, I rejoined them at the table. Kimu made a homophobic remark against lead dancer Cal, who in turn socked Kimu in his Neanderthal jaw. And Kimu told little Ahe that Ahe's lover Keanu had cheated on him with Cal, Noah added. And Kimu mentioned something about having been with Ock's sister.
"You didn't tell me that!" Martin glared at me.
"We didn't have time," I replied.
"There's always time,"
Martin said to Reuben's quieting pat on his shoulder. Again, John focused only on me.
"Do you think Cal, Keanu, Ock, or Ahe could have tampered with the tiki light?"
"Possibly." I rubbed my chin. Mark, the waiter, appeared. "Nicky, I'm ready to take Kimu's spot in the show for tomorrow night." I slipped into director mode. I haven't spoken to Walter yet about a replacement for Kimu. Akela, the waitress, appeared. "Mark offered me his first child, so I talked to Walter for him. Walter said it's fine with him for Mark to replace Kimu, if it's all right with you, Nicky. Our manager has good taste, except in the cigars he chews." Mark was like a child in Santa Land. "Nicky, I know all the dances and where Kimu is positioned in each number. Since I can sew, I'll take in Kimu's costumes to fit me." I glanced over at Noah. He whispered, "I don't think we have much of a choice." "All right. Welcome to the show, Mark." I offered my hand. Mark leapt into the air, then shook my hand again and again. "Thank you, Nicky. I'll make you proud, I promise." "No thanks for me?" Akela asked. Mark kissed her cheek. "You're the best, Akela. You really came through with Wide Walter." I said, "Mark, Noah and I will meet you here tomorrow at 3 o'clock to put you into the show." "You've got a deal, and thank you," Mark said. John took his roving eyes off me and focused on Mark.
"I need to interview you before you leave."
Mark deflated like a balloon and replied into his chest, "I'll be here tomorrow night."
John called out, "Wait a minute!"
Mark was gone. Facing each other like gunfighters in the Old West, Kakeo and Akela stood in silence. "I need to interview you," Kakeo finally said. Akela replied, "I didn't see anything." "Please, have a seat," Kakeo said. The two women sat at the table. Kakeo asked, "Did you see or hear anything suspicious before, during, or after the Luau show?" "I told you I didn't," Akela replied. "You can drop the attitude," Kakeo said. Akela answered, "How about you show me how?" "Can you give me a break here, please?" Kakeo asked. Their dark eyes connected. Finally, Akela looked over at the empty table next to us. "Senator Capena nearly bit off my check pad." "Why is that?" Kakeo asked, readying her pad and pen. "The senator demanded a drink, which we don't serve at the luau's," Akela answered. Noah took over, and Mono Capena, the owner of the hotel, accused Nicky and me of flaunting our lifestyle. "Come again?" Kakeo asked. Martin explained, "We're against their religion." Kakeo shook her head from side to side as she wrote a note. "Sometimes I think we're going back in time rather than moving forward." She focused back on Akela. "What did you do after Kimu Kapule hit the stage floor?" "I went on stage to see if I could help." Kakeo cocked her head. "You seem like an intelligent young woman. Why would you do that?" "I thought we were 86ing the attitude," Akela said. "So, how about telling me what you thought you could accomplish by going on stage?" Akela sighed. "I took CPR training." "For your job here?" "No, in college." "Did you graduate?" "Yes." Kakeo put down her notepad. "What was your major?" "Criminal justice." "Why did you major in criminal justice?" "I hope to become a detective someday." "What's stopping you?" Akela replied, "I'm working to save money for the police academy." Coming to Akela's defense again, I asked, "What does this have to do with the case?" Cacao asked Akela, "Did you touch anything on stage?" Akela shook her head no. "Noah beat me to Kimu and pronounced Kimu dead."
"Is Noah a physician?"
John asked me. Noah bristled. "I can feel a pulse, detective." Cacao asked Akela, "Did you see anything out of place on stage, or notice anyone lurking about Kimu?" "There was mass confusion. People ran all over the stage," Akela replied. "Do you know how Kimu disappeared?" Cacao asked her. "I wish I did." Cacao closed her pad. "I'd like to speak with you more tomorrow, Akela." "I didn't do anything." "I didn't say you did." As the two women shot dagger eyes at each other, John smiled at me and his dimples grew dimples. "I'll be back tomorrow as well. Perhaps I can sit next to the director during the stage show tomorrow night to get your insights?" "That seat is taken," Noah replied, looking like a snake facing a mosquito. I replied to John, "There's room at our table for you and Cacao."
"Good, we'll be here."
John placed a hand on my knee and his eyes on my crotch.
"Your theory that someone tried to murder Kimu was quite interesting."
I smiled proudly. "As you can see, I have a bent for this sort of thing."
"You're bent, all right,"
Reuben shushed his husband.
"Kimu must have figured out that someone was trying to murder him,"
John said.
"and then he fled before the murderer could succeed."
"That's not what happened," Noah explained. "As Akela said, after Kimu fell, I ran up on stage and checked his pulse. Kimu was dead." John chuckled.
"But death doesn't walk off a stage."
"It did when Martin directed a show at the college." Mark glared at his husband. "I know what I saw." Noah folded his hands over his adorable chest. John asked me, "Then where's the body?" I explained, "The stage is surrounded on two sides by woods. Anyone on stage could have moved Kimu's body in the pandemonium."
"But why?"
Noah replied, "To cover up the murder he or she had just committed." Cacao placed her notepad inside her purse. "At this point, there's no body. Only one eyewitness account of Kimu being dead, and Walter Barrett's comment to me in his interview that hula dancers have run off suddenly in the past." John added,
"So we're listing this as a disappearance."
"You're barking up the wrong palm tree," Noah said, staring at John. John looked at me.
"I don't think so."
Reuben rose.
"It's past our bedtime. May we go back to our room?"
John stood.
"Of course."
He shook my hand again.
"Mahalo for your help, Nicky. I look forward to speaking with you more about this tomorrow evening."
"It will be a pleasure to once again guide yet another detective to the culprit." I bowed grandly. When we got back to our hotel suite, Noah threw his clothes into the hamper and crawled into bed in his skivvies. I did the same and spooned with a wooden spoon. "What's wrong?" Noah snored. "Even you aren't that good an actor. I know you're pretending." He turned to face me. "What was going on between you and Detective John Nohea?" I puffed out my pumped-up chest. "The detective clearly knows a good sleuth when he sees one." "He knows a good something when he sees one." "Excuse me?" "Nicky, John Nohea is about as excited about your sleuthing skills as a conservative politician is seeing a police officer in a public men's room stall." "Meaning?" Noah sighed like a teacher giving a remedial lesson to an 18-year-old eighth grader. "The detective is excited about the possibility of hooking up with you under the Hawaiian moon."
"That's ridiculous."
"Is it?" I played back in my head my meeting with John. "Uh-oh. And you did nothing to tame the pistol in his pocket." I sat up and rested my back against the headboard. "Why didn't you do anything?" Noah joined me. "I tried, but you cut me off, bowing and scraping as the master private dick. Pun intended." You know, you're the only man for me." Noah nodded. "But does John Nohea know that?" "He will, tomorrow night." "What are you going to do?" "Tell him I am madly in love with my husband, and no man, detective or otherwise, can ever come between us." Noah smiled. "I like that." "Good. You'll like this even more." After a long kiss, I buried my nose into the fold of Noah's neck, and my nostrils were filled with the scent of strawberries. Though we're in Hawaii, I'm home. "Me too, Nicky." Noah rested his head on my chest. "It's so sad about Kimu." I nodded. "Looks like we're back in the murder mystery business." "I'm happy to be wherever you are, Nicky." "You're the only man for me, Noah." "And I aim to keep it that way." We kissed while sliding down onto the bed, where we made love until falling asleep in each other's arms. I woke the next morning to a pair of large eyes, and they weren't Noah's. After making sure my quickly shrinking morning erection was safely hidden under the bedsheet, I said through a morning mouth, "Can I help you?" The small, thin boy sitting at the foot of my bed stifled a giggle.
"Your hair looks funny."
"It's called bedhead, which is appropriate since I'm in my bed." I sat up. "Since I gave you a laugh, how about you give me the reason why you were in my room on my bed? And while you're at it, tell me what happened to Noah."
"Is Noah the blonde guy?"
I nodded.
"He's in the bathroom. He has nice hair."
"Are you a wannabe hairstylist?"
"What's a hairstylist?"
Stop evading my question.
"What's evading mean?"
I sighed. "Look, kid, who are you and what are you doing in my room?"
"I'm Tavi. Who are you?"
"Nicky."
"Hi, Nicky."
"How old are you?"
7.
"How did you get in here?" He moved the end of his faded lime green polo shirt and reached into the pocket of his frayed gray shorts. Holding up a card key, he said,
"I took it from my gram."
"Why does your grandmother have a key to my room?"
"She's the maid."
I breathed a sigh of relief, realizing I wasn't at the hand of a young terrorist. "Why did you come into this room?"
"I saw you two guys at the current pool yesterday. You waved at me."
"So?"
"You seemed like fun."
"We are fun. But what does that have to do with you?"
"I wanted to visit."
Reaching for my robe, I said, "Then why not knock on the door like a normal person?"
"What's normal mean? Are you and Noah normal?"
"Hardly." Noah entered from the bathroom with a towel draped around his tiny waist. As he dried his gorgeous long locks with another towel, he said, "Who do we have here?" "This is Taavi," I explained. Noah smiled and sat next to our visitor on the bed. "And you came to visit us?"
"See, he understands,"
Taavi said to me with a satisfied grin. "Taavi's grandmother is our maid, Noah."
"She doesn't like me underfoot,"
Taavi explained. "Don't you go to school?" Noah asked. Taavi shook his head from side to side, and his thin black hair leapt in various directions.
"Not in the summer."
As usual, Noah was the epitome of caring and compassion. "What do you do during the day, Taavi?"
"I sit in the kitchen until Chef Keahilani throws me out."
Noah shot me a worried glance. "What else do you do?"
"Follow my gram until she yells at me to leave her alone."
I interceded. "Don't you play outside in the ocean or at the pool?" Taavi looked down at his scuffed sneakers.
"It's no fun playing alone."
Noah took Taavi's small hand. "Where are your parents?"
"My mother died when I was born. My gram said it's my dad's fault."
A tear stained Noah's eye. "It's never anyone's fault when somebody dies in childbirth." Anxious to get the kid out of our collective hair, I asked, "Where's your father, Taavi?"
"I don't have a father anymore."
Taavi swallowed hard and wiped his nose with the back of his hand. Noah held a tissue to Taavi's face. "Blow." Taavi followed Noah's orders. "Your father is deceased?" Noah asked while placing the used tissue inside the wastebasket. Ta'avi asked,
What's deceased mean?
Noah took a pad and pen from the night table. Ta'avi, any time you hear Nicky or me say a word you don't understand, write it on this pad and ask us at the end of the day.
How could I write down a word if I don't know how to spell it?
Ta'avi asked, taking the pad and pen. I replied, Improvise.
What does that mean?
Ta'avi said, Make it up.
Gran tells me not to make things up.
I turned to Noah. Look, Uncle Mame, we need to get this kid back to his grandmother.
My gran doesn't care how long I'm gone.
Of course she does, I replied, glancing at my watch on the night table. Ta'avi was adamant. Another word, no doubt, for his pad.
Gran told me with Dad gone, I'm a pain in her.
Noah put his arm around Ta'avi. Don't worry, Ta'avi. We'll find your grandmother and rectify the situation.
Rectify?
Right, Ta'avi, I said.
But
sound it out. I turned to Noah. We can't get involved in this, Noah. We're not involved. Noah rose and put on his robe. We're coming to the aid of a lost boy. I stood next to him. This isn't Peter Pan, Noah. Ta'avi joined us.
Are you a couple?
That caught our attention. Noah replied, Nicky and I are married. We're on our honeymoon.
That's what I thought.
Noah didn't let it rest. Is that strange for you, seeing two men who were married to each other? Ta'avi shrugged his tiny shoulders. Does it bother you? I hoped we weren't entertaining a homophobe in training.
No, you two guys seem like a good pair. Ta'avi, why are you in here? Get to the kitchen!
Ta'avi flew out of the room. We looked over at a woman who appeared to be in her 60s with dark hair pulled back in a tight bun. Her chartreuse and peach kimono highlighted rolls of fat. Does anybody knock in this hotel? I asked.
I'm Lani Palakiko, the housekeeper. I heard my grandson in here.
Noah said, It's not a problem.
Really?
Lani slanted her head.
He work for you? $5 an hour.
I picked up the card key from the rug, where Ta'avi had dropped it. It was Ta'avi's idea to visit us. Lani snatched the card key into her round palm like a Venus flytrap.
That boy no good.
Noah stood between us. Ta'avi seems like a fine boy.
He like his father.
The sleuth in me took over. Ta'avi told us his father is dead. Lani nodded and her bun bobbed up and down like a pogo stick.
Pele no like Ta'avi's father. She got us a fire. She bring bad things.
Why? Noah and I asked in unison. A cute couple thing we do. Lani's blackened front tooth appeared.
Ta'avi's father sway back and forth during hula fire number. An insult to Pele. She take his life.
Noah and I looked at each other. Was Ta'avi's father Kimu Kapule, the hula dancer in my show? Lani's dark eyes lit up like a conservative politician meeting an oil and tobacco super PAC representative.
Pele took her revenge.
I said, Lani, it's just a superstition that falling on stage during a hula dance insults the gods. It's like whistling, opening an umbrella, or saying the title of the Scottish play backstage. I know I didn't say the name of the play. I didn't want to challenge the theater gods, did I? The cascade of cellulite on Lani's back bristled.
Kimu killed my daughter Viola. He deserved to die too.
Noah explained, I'm sorry to hear about your daughter, but as we told Ta'avi, it isn't anyone's fault when a woman dies in childbirth. Lani's head spun from side to side like a priest searching for a new altar boy.
Kimu would not marry Viola, but he gave her baby. Haumea, birth goddess, and Hina, goddess of boon, death, and rebirth, not happy.
A silver ray of lightning pierced the azure sky. Lani held a chubby hand over her enormous bosom and hurried to the window.
Haikili, god of thunder, not happy either.
Noah tried to be diplomatic. Lani, with all due respect to your cultural beliefs, I don't think it's healthy for Ta'avi to hear these things about his father
No matter what you think.
Heading for the door, Lonnie added,
Kimu do many bad things.
That raised my sleuth meter. What else did Kimu do? Lonnie looked away.
Not my place to tell.
Please tell me, Lonnie. It could help the detective's investigation. Lonnie spit between her fingers. Isn't that a Jewish thing? Lonnie said,
You like detectives nosing around asking me questions. Only the gods and goddesses know what Kimu did.
And you know, Lonnie, Noah said.
I talk to the gods and goddesses every night in my altar in the woods.
She lifted an object from her large pocket.
This seahorse made of coral, algae, and jellyfish venom. You buy? Only $10.
Noah lifted his wallet from the top of the dresser and handed her a 10. Now will you tell us more about Kimu? Lonnie laughed.
Guess think money more powerful than the gods and goddesses. Money not buy everything.
Handing Noah the seahorse, she added,
I come back later to clean.
And she was gone. Leave your voodoo doll at home, did you? What a frightening woman! Noah looked at his purchase. And a hideous seahorse. He put it down on top of the dresser, then threw his arms around me. But, Nicky, what an adorable little boy! I knew my husband too well. No! Please, Nicky, can't we take him to the ocean or to the pool? Absolutely not. Noah placed his hands on his hips. Why? Because Ta'avi isn't a pet. He's a child. He needs someone to take care of him. Can't we be his big brothers for the week? I don't want you getting attached to him. And I don't want to tangle with the dragon lady. Besides, we have our put-in rehearsal with Mark this afternoon. Not to mention the rest of our honeymoon here at the lovely Maui Mist Resort. I lifted the brochure from the dresser top. And the day trips to the 7 sacred pools, the road to Hana, and sunrise at the Haleakala State Park. But what if Ta'avi seeks us out again? We say hello and tell him to report to his grandmother. Noah shuddered. She may be awful, but she's Ta'avi's family. Stay out of this, Noah. I brought him into me. You have a husband to take care of. Noah and I dressed, ate a 7 a.m. room service breakfast on our lanai, papaya pancakes with macadamia nuts and vitamins for me, and pineapple omelet for Noah, then met Martin and Reuben at the hotel entrance. After getting into our rented car, looking like tourists in our Hawaiian shirts and white slacks, I drove our group on the road to Hana. Noah kept telling me the view of the ocean and mountains was gorgeous, but all I could see were my white knuckles gripping the steering wheel as our car made hairpin turns over one steep cliff after the next. When we finally got to the 7 sacred pools, I parked and kissed the ground while Noah bought chicken, pineapple, mango sandwiches on honey oat sunflower bread from a stand. We enjoyed our lunches while gaping at the gorgeous 7 waterfalls falling into one another, with the last waterfall cascading into the ocean. Then, leading my group back to the car, we resumed our scenic drive in the reverse direction. I was happy to find the trip going back was less harrowing, or perhaps I was intoxicated by the beauty of Maui. I sighed as the golden sun danced on the turquoise water under the cerulean sky dotted with puffy white clouds that overlooked the chiseled amber and coral-colored mountains. When we finally arrived on level land, Martin said from the back seat, "Thank goodness I took my motion sickness pills." Reuben added, "Which I had to beg him to pack." Martin kissed Reuben's cheek, and the 2 elderly lovebirds snuggled in the back seat like teenagers. Breaking up their love fest, I said, "Speaking of begging, I tried, but I couldn't get our housekeeper to spill all she knows about Kimu." Martin lunged forward in his chair, nearly giving Reuben whiplash. "You mean Bloody Mary?" I nodded. "She's our maid, too. What does she know about Kimu?" Martin asked like a dog in heat. I answered like a gossip columnist. "As you know, Kimu seemed to be more interested in hops than hula. Martin said impatiently, "Tell me what I don't know, Nicky." According to Lonnie, Kimu got her daughter pregnant and she died in childbirth. Lonnie blames Kimu and believes the gods and goddesses paid Kimu back for his bad behavior with her daughter and in the Luau show. Noah continued, and Lonnie said she has more dirt on Kimu. Martin rubbed his bald pate. "We need to find out everything we can about the murder victim. Lonnie's selling trinkets to mortals, but only talking to the gods and goddesses," I explained. Reuben lit up like a tiki lamp. "Then let her talk to them!" The three of us looked at Reuben. I regained control of the wheel. "What do you mean?" Reuben slid to the edge of his seat. "You people are in the theater. Perhaps it's time to once again use the tools of your craft to gather the evidence." Noah and I shared an anticipatory glance. We are thespians after all, Noah. And we so love putting on a show, Nicky. As we drove the rest of the way back to the hotel, the four of us devised our script for that night. When we got back to our suite, Noah and I shared a kiss, changed our Hawaiian shirts for new Hawaiian shirts, and then hurried to the hotel lobby.
"Nicky and Noah!"
We stopped in our tracks like cartoon characters at the edge of a precipice. The hotel manager scratched under the side of his old suit jacket.
"Come over here."
"Hello, Walter," Noah and I said in unison. "How cute is that?" Walter pointed his unlit cigar at us.
"Are we ready for the Luau show tonight?"
Standing next to him, I replied, "We're heading over to put Mark into the show now." Noah added at my side, "If it's okay with you to lose a waiter." Walter chomped on his cigar.
Do whatever you need to. Just get the show ready. We have a packed house again tonight."
"Any word on Kimu?" I asked. Walter shook his head from side to side, and his chins flapped like wings. A young female reporter thrust a microphone into Walter's face as an even younger male leveled his lit news camera at him. "Is it true that one of your dancers, Kimu Kapule, disappeared after the Luau show last night?" the reporter asked. Clearly not the epitome of tact, Walter glared into the camera.
"Being a hula dancer is like being a gypsy. They come and go. It's no big deal."
The reporter clenched her teeth like a boxer. "But an eyewitness told us Kimu Kapule failed on stage at the end of the show last night." I graciously came to Walter's rescue. "I am Nicky Abundanza, director of the Maui Mist Resort's extravagant and artfully directed Hula Luau show." The camera and microphone swung to my direction, a most pleasant sensation. Noah's ham was ready for serving. "And I am Noah Oliver, the acting coach for the show." The reporter gazed at us like a junkie in an opium den. "What happened on stage last night at the fire finale?" I smiled into the camera. "A tiki light fell on one of my dancers, Kimu Kapule." Noah flicked his hair toward the camera. I immediately ran onto the stage and checked Kimu's pulse. I made sure my face registered the proper somber yet charismatic expression. Since neither Noah nor I are doctors, I called out. I demonstrated resting the back of my hand onto my forehead. "Please! Someone! A dancer is hurt! Is there a doctor in the house?" Noah aimed his crystal blue eyes at the camera. "But nobody came forward." Placing my arm around Noah's shoulder, I added, "And the next thing we knew, Kimu was gone." Noah turned toward me. "But I know." Squeezing Noah's shoulder, I said, "And that's all we know." The reporter motioned for the camera operator to shut off the camera. "Thank you, gentlemen." She handed me her card. "Please contact me if you have any further information." I smiled my most photogenic smile. Of course. As Noah and I walked on the outdoor path past multicolored tropical flowers, he said, "Why didn't you let me tell the reporter that Kimu is dead?" "Because the last thing we need is a nosy reporter hampering our investigation. Technically, it's John and Kakeo's investigation. I'm sure the detectives won't mind a bit of assistance." Noah frowned at me. "I'm sure John won't." The late afternoon sun shined like a heavenly spotlight on the mountains, ocean, palm trees, and Luau stage. As I expected, Mark Iona was anxiously waiting for us on stage. Out of his waiter clothes and wearing a tight t-shirt and shorts, it was clear that Mark had a lean, cut dancer's body. After the other 4 dancers arrived and joined Mark, Noah and I stood facing them at the front of the audience section below. As acting character coach and show director, Noah and I were incredibly pleased with the show last night. We were also obviously quite distressed when we lost Kimu. Did any of you see anyone go near the tiki light? Notice where Kimu's body was taken? Hear anyone say anything suspicious? Ak, the tallest and oldest member of the group, spoke first. Scratching at his receding hairline, the dance captain said, "Kimu was drunk as usual. I'm not surprised he knocked into that tiki lamp." "Kimu probably staggered off the stage and fell into the ocean," Keanu, the dancer helper, offered, followed by a nod of agreement from his slight young lover, Ahe. Noah replied, "But he didn't. I checked Kimu's pulse. He was dead. And Nicky and I think someone tampered with the lamp to fall on him." Handsome lead dancer Cal said, "Kimu hit the stage, people ran up here, and Kimu was gone. None of us saw where he went." Cal flicked back his velvet mane, puffed out his melon-like pectoral muscles, and checked the elaborate gold watch on his wrist. "Now, can we put in the new guy? I have an appointment." Mark wasn't exaggerating when he said he had learned all the dances. Far more focused and skilled than Kimu, Mark was so impressive in each number that Cal asked for a stronger spotlight on himself down center. When the rehearsal was over, I thanked the 4 regular dancers and told them I'd see them later that evening for the show. As Mark came off the stage, Noah and I threw our arms around him. "Great job! We did it again!" Mark blushed. "Thanks, Nicky and Noah. I'm honored to join the company." "We're honored to have you." I led the 3 of us up the lane back to the hotel. "I guess you won't miss waiting tables at the Luau tonight." Mark nodded. "I'm still scheduled to wait at a private function in the main ballroom after the Luau." I smiled. Baby steps to stardom. When we got back to the hotel lobby, Akela, Mark's waitstaff partner, approached us wearing jeans and a t-shirt. "How'd the dancing waiter do?" "Terrific," Noah patted Mark's back. "We have a winner, ladies and gentlemen." "Do you mind covering my table to the Luau so Wicked Walter doesn't bite off my head with his cigars?" Mark asked. "Sure. What's a few more tables?" Akela sighed. "Just think, I'll have the pleasure of waiting on our bosses, the Capenas. Again." She grimaced. "And no doubt being interrogated again by that rabid female detective. Always defending someone not there, except John Nohea, Noah said, "Kakeo was just doing her job." Akela laughed. "By prying into my personal life and treating me like a criminal?" Mark said, "A dancer has disappeared. The detectives have to cover all the bases." Akela winked at me. "John Nohea seemed to be covering all of your bases last night." "Which we will take care of tonight," Noah said. "Right, Nicky?" I saluted. "Come on," Mark put his arm around Akela. "Let's get into our wait clothes and head to the cocktail lounge before Walter sacks us both." He said over his shoulder, "See you 2 guys tonight." When we were alone, Noah pointed to the door of the manager's office. "Nicky, look!" I darted my head over like a woodpecker and noticed Lonnie, our housekeeper, and Walter, the hotel manager, coming out of Walter's office. They seemed to be in the midst of a private discussion. Walter said,
"This isn't the time."
Lonnie replied,
"Then when?"
"I took care of things on my end. Now it's time for you to do the same."
She nodded.
"I have plan."
"Good."
Walter handed Lonnie a stack of money, and she tucked it into her bosom. Moments later, riding up on the white marble elevator, I whispered to Noah, "I wonder what's going on between Lonnie and Walter." Noah replied, "She works here. Maybe that's her pay." The elevator door opened to the top floor, and I spotted Mano Capena, the hotel owner, stepping out of a hotel room and turning the corridor. I asked Noah, "Do you think Mano and his wife have a suite at the hotel?" I felt a tug at my trousers and said, "Noah, I know it's our honeymoon, but we'll be in our room in a minute." That wasn't me." Noah gestured to Ta'avi Kapule standing on the other side of me. "Ta'avi, what are you doing up here?" I asked.
"Chief Keahilani shooed me out of the kitchen."
"We saw your grandmother talking to Walter in front of his office," I said. Ta'avi nodded.
"Soon she'll go outside to pray."
Noah and I shared a look. Ta'avi smiled like a kid on a TV commercial.
"You two guys take me to the beach tomorrow?"
I sighed. "Ta'avi, Noah and I have other things to do." Noah said, "Actually, we were planning to go to the beach tomorrow, Nicky." I glared at Noah. "We aren't able to take you with us, Ta'avi."
"I can show you the private section with a waterfall,"
Ta'avi replied undaunted. Bending down, I looked into Ta'avi's sad eyes. "I know you miss your father, and your grandmother is busy, but Noah and I are here on our honeymoon, and we'll be going back to Vermont soon."
"What's Vermont?"
Ta'avi asked. "Write it on your pad," Noah instructed. We stopped at the door of our suite. I said, "We need to get some rest, then change for the show tonight. Do you understand, Ta'avi?" The boy nodded. I searched in my pocket, but our card key was nowhere to be found. Noah did the same. "I think we left our card keys in the room, Nicky."
"No problem."
Ta'avi held out a card key. "Where did you get this?" I asked.
"From my grand's bag,"
Ta'avi replied.
"She calls it a pass key."
I grinned like the Cheshire cat. Fear filled Noah's handsome face. "Don't do it, Nicky." I put my arm around Ta'avi's narrow shoulders. "Ta'avi, do you think you could loan me this card key for a little while?" He placed the card key behind his small back.
"Will you and Noah take me to the beach tomorrow?"
Noah stifled a giggle. I conceded. "Be here at 11 in the morning, and knock first."
"No problem, Nicky."
He handed me the pass key and disappeared. Staring at it like a winning lottery ticket, I said, "The chase is on." Noah pounced. "Nicky, you can't break into Capena's room. His wife could be in there. Mano could return at any moment and call hotel security." "Oh, ye of little faith, Noah." I walked down the hall to Mano Capena's room and knocked on the door. When no reply came, I knocked again. Then I used the pass key, opened the door, and peeked inside. With the room dark, I hurried inside with Noah at my heels. The room setup was similar to ours. I quickly glanced at their open closet full of expensive-looking clothing and shoes. Peering into its corner, I said, "What do you know? A black leather bodice, whip, handcuffs, and leather restraints. I wonder which Capena uses those." Noah stood near the front door. "Hurry, Nicky." I continued looking around the room until I came upon a badge sitting on the dresser. It read, "Member, Uncommon Eye." We heard the sound of a card key in the door and darted into the bathroom. Hiding in the large shower stall, Noah stood behind me with his shaking thighs rubbing against mine. Not altogether a bad experience. "I hope you didn't mind my comment at the gym that you are the most beautiful man I have ever seen." I mouthed, "Mano," to Noah, who nodded. "No, I appreciate the compliment." Noah whispered, "Cal," and I confirmed with a wink. Mano said, "I couldn't take my eyes off you during the Luau show." "I'm the lead dancer," Cal replied. "It was more than that. I was mesmerized by your velvet-like hair, soft eyes, and perfectly shaped nose and jaw." Hearing the sound of a kiss, Noah and I glanced at each other. Cal said, But you didn't ask me back here to talk about my face or to steal a kiss. No, I didn't. Slip out of those clothes so I can get a close-up look at that amazing body. Noah accidentally leaned against the hot water knob. Just as the water was about to fly out, I held the knob steady, causing Noah to wrap his arms around me for support. There, that's better, Mono said. Come closer, Cal. I won't bite. Good. Has anyone ever told you that you have the most amazing pecs and abs? Hearing Mono's come on to Cal and being in such close quarters with Noah caused my erection to practically burst through my pants. Realizing, Noah kissed my cheek, then slowly and carefully sat on the opposite side of the shower stall. Mono, I'm honored that a man of your caliber and standing is interested in me, but before anything further can happen here, as a poor dancer I need to think about certain practicalities. Practicalities? Yes, I don't want to be a hula dancer forever. What is it you want to be? Actually, I'd like to own a resort hotel like you. Let me know if I can give you any tips. Exactly. What are you saying? Cal sounded like a lawyer negotiating a deal. I'm saying our little love in the afternoon will cost you 10 grand. Maybe I should rethink being a college professor. Mono laughed. You expect me to pay you $10,000 to suck your dick? Oh, Mono, we'll be doing much more than that. Forget it. But that's the problem. I have a mind like an elephant. I never forget anything. And I have another flaw, Mono. I talk too much. And no matter how hard I try, I can't control it, especially when I get nervous. And being around high-profile people like your wife, the state senator, makes me extremely jittery. For example, I fear what I might say if I bump into her. Not a problem. Or if a reporter wanting a story about Kimu's disappearance should ask me about my relationship to the owner of the hotel. Mono stomped across the room. After scratching and ripping sounds, he stomped back. Here, you better be worth it. I've never had any complaints. Noah and I sat on the shower floor amidst hearing, That's what I'm talking about. Oh, baby, you're so hot. Oh, what an incredible body. That's the biggest I've ever seen. Oh, right there. All the way in. Harder, faster. Oh, Daddy's been bad. Spank bad Daddy, sonny. Show Daddy who's boss. Take that, bad Daddy. And finally, oh, here it comes. Noah followed me into the bathroom closet just in time, as Mono then Cal washed up in the bathroom. Once they finally left the room, Noah and I tiptoed out, used the pass key to open our door, snatched our card key from the dresser, hurried into the elevator, found Ta'avi outside the kitchen, and returned the pass key. Then we raced back to the elevator, ran down the hall, entered our room, and collapsed onto the bed. After sharing a long kiss with the man of my dreams, I gazed into Noah's pure white face. What's wrong? Nicky, I dropped my wallet in Mono's room. Chapter 3. I gazed into Noah's panicked baby blues. Let's hurry back to the kitchen. Maybe Ta'avi hasn't given the passkey back to his grandmother yet. We heard a card key bang against the door.
Housekeeping!
I leapt off the bed and swung open the door to find Lonnie holding the passkey. Lonnie, you are just the person we want to see. I wrapped my arm around her expansive back and led her into the room.
I here for turn down service.
And we very much appreciate that. I motioned for Noah to be my co-star. Noah smiled warmly. But first we have to ask you something important, Lonnie.
I have other beds to turn down, too.
Lonnie replied with a look of confusion on her round face. We understand, but we really need your advice on something. Lonnie wasn't buying Noah's coconuts. I saved Noah with, we don't want to do the wrong thing and anger the gods and goddesses. That caught her attention.
What you want?
I sat Lonnie on the chase next to the window overlooking the ocean. Make yourself comfortable. Slipping the card key out of her hand, I added, let me leave this on the dresser for you, as I secretly palmed it and dropped it into my pocket. Noah quickly picked up his cue, sat next to her, and took Lonnie's hand in his. May Nicky and I have permission to take Ta'avi to the beach tomorrow morning at 11?
Take boy for whole day if you like. $5 an hour. Pay before go.
Since Noah's wallet was gone, I handed Lonnie $20. She started to rise. Noah sat her back down. I really liked the miniature seahorse, Lonnie. Do you have any other island novelties for sale? Lonnie pulled a small mermaid out of her pocket.
Made from seashells, seaweed, volcano lava, and skeleton of shipwrecked seamen.
She yanked out a little merman from her other pocket.
I think you like him better. He made from shark's tooth, liver, and semen. Only $20 for both. Bargain since you cute.
While Noah charmed Lonnie, I handed him another $20 bill, excused myself for the bathroom, but instead took a quick detour out the door. When I got to the Capena's door, I heard Joanna Capena's voice coming from inside.
How careless can you be? If your hula stud goes to the press, my career is over.
Mono replied, He won't. I paid him handsomely.
Poor choice of words, Mono.
Just like you paid off Kimu for his services rendered, or should I say, your services rendered, Mistress Joanna.
There was a time when you loved Mistress Joanna.
That was a long time ago.
Not so long ago.
You're right. It was an eternity.
We were a good pair back then, Mono. Unstoppable because we were so much in love.
Don't go there again, Joanna.
I was your baby Joe. You were my Mono Bear.
Cut it out.
The Lord shined his heavenly light on us, and we prospered.
So much for the line in the Bible about a rich man having as much chance of getting into heaven as a camel passing through the eye of a needle. Joanna sighed.
I loved you more than life itself. And I wallowed and shined in your love. Together we found everything we wanted.
And we lost each other.
Can't we find each other again?
It's too late, Joanna.
But I'm right here. Your Joe is still here.
You haven't been my Joe in years.
But why?
Because we've been through too much. I've seen the real you, and you've discovered the true me. And in both cases, it's repulsive.
Then you give me no recourse but to seek attention elsewhere.
Please do, Joanna. Seek until your heart's content. Just leave me the hell alone. After the sound of movement, Joanna said,
Give me the spa desk.
Then,
I want to book a Lomi Lomi massage with Tua right now.
After a beat, she said,
Tell him Senator Joanna Capena will pay double the usual rate.
An elderly couple walked down the hallway. I waved my watch in the air and tapped at it.
Time for a new watch.
They nodded and walked past me. I pressed my ear to the door.
I'll be down in a minute, Joanna said, and tell Tua to use plenty of extract.
No doubt from his tropical nuts. Their door opened. I hurried down the hall with my back to Joanna and Mono. Once their elevator door closed, I raced back to their room, let myself in with the passkey, located Noah's wallet on the shower floor, scooped it up, and ran out of the room. By the time I got back into our room, Noah's cheeks were stained with tears as he held Lonnie's hand and played to the last row.
And because my parents never loved me, I always felt inferior, damaged, and unworthy of love.
From anyone. He wept on her vast bosom, and she patted his back. Before Noah could rise for his curtain call, Lonnie stood and met me in the hallway of our suite.
Noah need a shrink.
I sniffed back an invisible tear. And Noah needs lots of prayer, Lonnie. Are you going to visit the gods and goddesses? She nodded.
When the sun goes down.
Lonnie took a pouch from her pocket.
You buy island leaves? Noah smoke and feel happy.
No, thank you, Lonnie. Handing her the key, I said, Don't forget your pass key. Then, mimicking a flight attendant, I added, And thank you for visiting with us today. When she was gone, Noah rose and collapsed into my arms. What took you so long? I had to wait for the Capenas to leave their room. After I handed Noah his wallet, he kissed the cleft in my chin. You're my savior. Always. Kissing my sideburns, he added, Let's take a naughty nap before the Luau show. I squeezed Noah's bubble butt. I'll take a rain check. Then I picked up the phone and asked for spa services. A young woman answered who sounded so relaxed, I feared she was catatonic. Aloha. It's Molly. Aloha, Molly. This is Nicky Abundanza in the honeymoon suite. I'd like to schedule a couple's lomi-lomi massage with Tua. After a long pause and a longer exhale, Molly replied, Okay. Would you like to know when? A still longer pause was followed by, Okay. Now, a deep inhale and longer exhale led to, He's booked. I asked, Do you have another masseuse available? We could have gotten the massages during the time it took Molly to reply, Pika's free. Is Pika's massage room as relaxing as Tua's? Molly seemed to be gathering energy from the earth's core. Finally, she replied, He's in the next room. We'll be right down. After a long sigh, she asked, Your wife's name? Noah Oliver. I hung up the phone. Noah put his hand on his narrow hip. Why are we getting massages now? I'll explain in the elevator. By the time we got to Molly's desk, I had laid out my plan to Noah. Hello, Molly. We're Nicky and Noah, ready for our couple's massage with Pika. The tiny, thin girl with short black hair and huge eyes looked like a cartoon character. Oh. When she didn't move, I asked, Is there a problem? She put down her water bottle and straightened the collar of her white blouse. No. After an exhale that would have made a deep-sea diver jealous, Molly pressed a button on her phone console. A moment later, an eager-faced, muscular young man in white stretch clothes offered me the hang loose sign. I'm Pika. We're Nicky and Noah, ready for our couple's lomi-lomi massage. Cool. Follow me. Pika led us to lockers and white terry cloth robes and slippers. He asked us to change, then meet him in the hallway, where he then brought us to his massage room. Once inside, he directed us to disrobe, lie side by side on our stomachs on the heated cushioned tables, and cover ourselves with a white towel. He stepped out, and Noah and I followed his orders. Once we were settled, I took Noah's hand. Happy honeymoon, honey. He kissed my hand. Any time I'm with you is like a honeymoon. Even when we're chasing after murderers? I asked. Pika returned. You guys, allergic to stuff? I replied. Noah has a nut allergy. Cool. Pika pressed a button on the wall, and soft New Age music filled the small room. Then he rubbed what smelled like apricot oil on the palms of his large hands and got to work with one hand on each of us. As he used his thumb, base of his hand, elbow, and knee to press, roll, and knead the backs of our bodies, I felt as if my body had separated from my mind. You guys cool? Pika asked. Noah and I moaned in relaxed ecstasy. Cool. Roll over on your backs, dudes. In the dazed course of following Pika's orders, I experienced a towel malfunction, and my towel slid to the floor.
Cowabunga! I've never seen anything that big, dude!
Noah patted my shoulder.
He gets that a lot.
Pika replaced the towel and worked his magic on the fronts of our bodies. When it seemed like 5 minutes had gone by, Pika said,
"The hour's up, guys. Hang loose."
He giggled and added to me,
"Not a problem for you."
And then he said,
"Take your time getting, dressed, guys. I'll be back in a few."
Remembering my plan, I wobbled to my feet and somehow managed to put on my robe and slippers. Feeling like an intoxicated astronaut on Mars, I slowly made my way out of the room into the hallway and listened at the next door. A man's voice said, "Thank you, mistress." Joanna replied,
"You'd better thank me, or the next time I won't squeeze your melons and bite on your coconut so hard."
"What are you going to do to me next, mistress?"
"That depends."
"On what, mistress?"
"Have you been bad this week, Tua?"
"Yes, mistress. I've been very bad."
"That's a shame, Tua. You know mistress doesn't like it when you've behaved badly."
"What are you going to do to punish me, mistress?"
"First, I'm going to slap your papaya around, and if your coconut milk doesn't shoot out like a waterfall, I'll ram a pineapple up your ass and rotate it."
Hearing someone walking around the corridor, I hurried back into our massage room. Moments later, Pika brought us water to drink, led us back to the locker area, offered us the hang loose sign again, and disappeared. I filled Noah in on the antics of Senator Mistress as we got dressed. By the time we reached the hotel lobby, the sun had set, painting the sky a palette of violet, crimson, goldenrod, and vermilion. Noticing Lonnie heading toward the front door, I motioned for Noah to join me. Careful to keep a safe distance so Lonnie wouldn't see us, Noah and I followed her out of the hotel and deep into the woods, where she stood in front of a makeshift altar of large stones. According to plan, Noah rushed off while I hid behind a palm tree. Lonnie lit a candle, fell to her knees, closed her eyes, and started to moan. Remembering what Martin, Reuben, Noah, and I had devised, I tiptoed behind the tallest altar stone.
"Praise to Kane, Pele, Namakaukahai, Hina, and Haikili."
Lana waved her chubby arms.
"You create all things, spark the fire, push the ocean waves, paint the moon and send the lightning and thunder when you know happy. Lani want to make you happy. Lani here to serve you."
I said a quick prayer to the theater gods, and then said in a deep, denasal, eerie voice, "I am here, Lonnie." Through a hole in the stone, I saw Lonnie clutch her bosom.
"Is it Kane?"
"No."
"Pele?"
"No."
"Which god come to Lani?"
On cue, Noah, back at the stage area, set off one of our show effects. Lonnie flinched at the sound of thunder. After gazing up at the red cloud hovering in the sky, she pressed her face against the earth.
"It is Haikili."
"Yes, it is I, the god of thunder," I replied, feeling like the Wizard of Oz. Lonnie sat up on her knees.
"Why you come to Lani?"
"You asked the gods and goddesses to take revenge on Kimu for his evil deeds." She nodded like a rubber band on a trampoline.
"Kimu deserve to be punished."
"Haikili heard your prayer. I took Kimu." Noah let off another thunder sound effect from the luau stage. Lonnie rocked back and forth.
"Thank you, Haikili."
I sighed. "But now I feel guilty." Lonnie did a double take.
"Why Haikili feel guilty?"
"It's a god thing. Since we're all powerful, sometimes we have second thoughts about murder, mass destruction, and annihilation. Just last week I had terrible pangs of remorse over a village I covered with volcanic lava." I followed the sound of a snapping branch. Noah was back, hiding behind a banyan tree. He motioned for me to speed things up.
So for me to feel better, remind me of the terrible things Kimu did when he was among the living.
Lonnie scowled.
Kimu seduced my daughter, Waila, and no marry her. She died alone in childbirth.
Yes, but anyone's entitled to one mistake.
Kimu do more bad things.
Such as?
Kimu seduced Ox's sister, Makamae, and dump her. She kill herself.
Well, these things happen,
I said.
And Kimu push around other hula dancers.
You care a great deal about the hula dancers.
She nodded.
Lonnie find them.
That caught my attention.
Find them?
Lonnie search island for male hula dancers and bring them to Walter.
And Walter pays you for this?
Lonnie no work for free.
Noah again motioned for me to hurry up.
Lonnie, who killed Kimu?
You.
I mean on the earthly realm. Who did as I commanded?
Lonnie no.
She spit at the ground.
But Lonnie happy Kimu dead and gone.
Realizing I had gotten whatever I could out of Lonnie, I said,
I must go now. Someone else is praying to me, and I've decided to answer her.
Thank you, Kaikili.
Once Lonnie finished praying and chanting, she blew out her candle and headed back to the hotel. Noah and I followed far behind her. Upon reaching the hotel lobby, we took the elevator up to our suite, changed into our suits, rode back down on the elevator, and walked across the lit path to the luau stage. Entering the dressing room, we found the dancers in their opening procession costumes. Lead dancer Cal, now $10,000 richer thanks to Mano Capena, primped his hair at the mirror. Behind him, dance captain Ak applied black shoe polish to his receded hairline. In a corner of the room, dancer helper Keanu seemed to be consoling his little lover Ahe. Newbie Mark paced back and forth nervously. Ak said to Cal, "Can you move over so I can see myself in the mirror before showtime?" Cal snickered. "You're turning 35 soon, Ak. You sure you want a close-up view of the damage?" Ak seemed wounded. "You used to lie in bed and stare at me for hours." "That's ancient history." Cal rubbed rouge into his high cheekbones. "Everyone stares at me now." Ak looked over at Keanu. "Especially Keanu." Keanu's sweet lover Ahe looked away sadly. Cal handed Ak his lei headdress. "Here's a pity lei, Ak, like the old days." Not wanting to turn the luau stage into a boxing ring, I said, "Everyone, have a great show tonight in honor of Kimu." Ak and Cal grimaced. Noah added, "And to welcome our newest troop member, Mark." Only little Ahe applauded. Noah put his arm around Mark. "Are you ready for your opening night?" Mark replied through chattering teeth, I think so." Noah sat Mark on a bench, then joined him. With a hand on Mark's knocking knees, Noah gave a speech I've often heard him deliver to his acting students at Tree Meadow College. "Everyone gets opening night jitters, Mark. It's just your body's adrenaline creating the energy you need for a good performance. Take it in, embrace it. You wanted to be on stage, and the theater gods have granted your wish. Think about how exciting it is to be among the chosen few lucky enough to entertain and delight others. So take in a few deep breaths and—" Mark did as Noah asked, and then clutched at his stomach and ran into the bathroom. Noah followed him. Detective John Nohea entered the dressing room looking officious in his dark suit as he announced, "I apologize for barging in. I want to let you men know there's no need for concern. Detective Kama and I will be out there tonight, ready to take care of things in case of any complications." "Complications? Like another murder?" John spotted me and his dark eyes lit up like onyx. "And here's the director, Professor Nicky Abondanza." He rested a strong hand on my shoulder and asked hopefully, "Is your friend busy
Elsewhere tonight? My husband is in the restroom. John walked me over to a corner of the room. Nicky, can I ask you a personal question having nothing to do with Kimu's disappearance? You mean Kimu's murder? We haven't determined that yet. I have. John laughed. You certainly are sure of yourself. I admire that. As a matter of fact, I find it sexy. He patted the side of my cheek, thankfully on my face. What's your question, John? I asked. Is your marriage with Noah an open one? No. Then it's totally closed? As closed as a reporter's mouth when a conservative politician tells a lie. John's shoulders slumped. Can't blame a guy for trying. You tried. I'm flattered, but not interested. Can we move on? He nodded. Sure, Nicky. I looked over at Noah standing in front of us, beaming like a billboard facing an apartment building. Coming out from behind Noah, Mark took one look at John, then raced back into the bathroom. Noah took my hand. Mark has opening night butterflies. Then he turned to John. Any developments in the case, detective? John walked outside the dressing room and stood behind a palm tree. Noah and I followed and surrounded him. He flipped through his notepad. Cacao and I finished our interviews. And? Noah and I did it again. And everybody at the Luau show we spoke with thinks Kimu got drunk, knocked into the tiki lamppost, and stumbled off somewhere. I explained. Kimu has a young son who lives here at the hotel. The boy's mother is deceased. Why would Kimu run off and leave Ta'avi with his grandmother? John cocked his head. Unfortunately, deadbeat dads are becoming more and more prevalent. Thankfully, grandparents seem to be picking up the slack. But Lonnie doesn't seem to want to take care of Ta'avi by herself, Noah said. I added, like the leading character in a television crime show, Kimu Kapuli was murdered, John. The rigged tiki pole proves it. John rubbed his thick neck. Then where's the body? Who are the suspects? What are their motivations? My drama gene surfaced. How's this for motivations? Walter hired Lonnie to find all the dancers. One of them, Kimu, impregnated Lonnie's daughter. When Wyola died in childbirth and out of wedlock, Lonnie might have taken an eye for an eye. John shook his head from side to side. But Lonnie, like Walter, would want the Luau show to be a success. Why would either of them kill one of their own dancers? Noah softened. Lonnie did tell the Thunder God that she didn't kill Kimu. Et tu, Noah? The Thunder God? John asked. It's a long story, I continued. Joanna Capena was paying Kimu for sexual favors rendered. What if Kimu got too greedy? John whistled. I wouldn't go there, Nicky. The Capenas have more money and power than your God of Thunder. Besides, as public figures, they wouldn't want to get their hands dirty with murder. Taking on my Holmes persona, I paced a bit. Ock's sister, Makamae, committed suicide when Kimu broke her heart. What if Ock took revenge on Kimu? My Watson stood next to me. Not to mention, as the only straight troop member, Kimu baited the other dancers whenever he had too much to drink, which was pretty regularly. One of them could have taken the bait. John closed his pad. I appreciate the tips, guys, but without a corpse, there isn't anything I can do but continue to watch and wait. We all walked back into the dressing room as the dancers filed out. Inside, Mark came out of the bathroom looking more pale than Dracula's victim. Noah hurried behind him and rubbed his shoulders. You'll be swell, Mark. You'll be great, Mark. Before Noah broke out into song, John and I walked over. Mark looked at John and froze. John asked, Mark, did you see anything unusual last night before, during, or after the show? Mark shook his head like a war prisoner who had lost his tongue. John continued with, Were you acquainted with Kimu Kapule? Again, Mark shook his head no. After Noah set Mark on a stool, I asked, You mentioned having to work at a private function at the hotel after the show again tonight. Mark nodded. For the Uncommon Eye group. What do they do? I asked. Mark looked at Noah, who nodded his support. The young man answered through a hoarse throat, Sing hymns, read scripture, testify. By the time the pastor gets up to do the sermon, the waitstaff is released. I asked, What do you serve? Mark sweated profusely. Bread and wine? Are the Capenas part of the group? Mark nodded. I try to stay away from them. He looked at John, then at the floor. That's what I do when people make me feel uncomfortable. John asked, Why do the Capenas make you feel uncomfortable? Mark opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Probably because it's against the senator's religious beliefs for people like us to work or be served in the hotel, I explained. The horns exploded outside. Mark looked like a mass murderer headed for execution. I couldn't resist. You were going out there a waiter and coming back a star. Mark left the dressing room with John following after him. Noah and I headed for the walkway and proudly watched the procession and pig roast ceremony. After we filled our plates at the buffet table, vowing to go to the gym tomorrow, we bowed to the delighted Chef Keahilani, then headed to our front table. Dressed in magenta and tan, Martin in a shirt, bow tie, and sweater vest, and Reuben in a leisure suit, our friends sat across from us devouring the sumptuous buffet. Martin said between bites, We spent a relaxing day at the pool. You? Our day was anything but relaxing, Noah replied. Martin dropped his shoyu chicken and his jaw. Spill the bean noodles, Nicky. After I caught them up on our day's activities, Martin looked as satisfied as a dieter next to a stack of empty cake boxes. Do you think the Capenas killed Kimu? Try saying that 3 times fast. Don't answer that. John sat next to me. And please, Nicky and Noah, no more interviews with the press. I object, I said. John's partner, Cacao, sat across from John and said, This isn't a courtroom or a stage, Nicky. Is there a difference? John, Cacao, the press adores Noah and me, and we can certainly handle them. John waved his poi at me. It's our job to deal with the press, not yours. Do you understand? Noah and I shared a smile. Of course. What do you mean lobster isn't on the buffet? At the next table, Joanna Capena's pale face turned to the color of the food she craved. There's that messy shellfish line in the Bible again. Mark's friend Akela stood at Joanna's side. Would you like me to order you some lobster from the kitchen? No, I'd like you to continue to stand there like the statue of a moron rather than get me what I ordered. Joanna downed her vodka tonic. Akela appeared in shock. Mono glared at Akela. You heard my wife. Cacao rose from our table, stood next to Akela, and asked, Is there a problem here? Who are you? Mono asked. Showing her badge, she replied, Detective Cacao Kama. Mono got to his feet. There's no problem. This young woman works for me. I own the hotel. Then you should treat your employees better if you hope to retain them, Cacao replied. She turned to Akela. Come with me. As the Capenas looked after them in shock, Cacao led Akela to an empty spot behind our table. Akela glared at the beautiful detective. Are you going to arrest me for not bowing and scraping at the feet of the top 1%? I thought we were ditching the attitude, Cacao said with her hand on her hip. Besides, you should thank me for saving you from the vipers. Thank you. Now I have work to do. Cacao clasped her arm. I'd like to speak to you some more about what happened here last night. Akela pulled her arm away. I told you everything I know. I don't believe that. Akela's dark eyes exploded. Excuse me? You majored in criminal justice, and you want to be a detective. You were on stage last night before Kimu disappeared.
You must have some insight into what went down here." "I told you I don't." Cacao took in the younger woman. "How old are you?" 23. "Where do you live?" "In an apartment nearby." "Alone?" "Yes." "Any pets?" "No." "Not even a cat?" "Is that against the law?" "Any family?" Akela groaned. "Am I being charged with something, Detective?" "No." "I told you. I didn't have anything to do with Kimu's disappearance. Now, will there be anything else?" Cacao shook her head, and Akela went back to work. Finished with my dinner, I downed some vitamins for the strength to face the Christian martyrs, and then went over to say hello to the owners of the hotel. "Senator Capena!" Joanna flicked back her bleached blonde hair and pursed her thin, made-up lips. "Do I know you?" "Nicky Abundanza, director of the Luau show. I'm against your religion." Mano Capena rose. "Mr. Abundanza." I smiled. "Please, call me Nicky. Both of you." "Why would we do that?" Joanna asked. I replied, "Because the three of us have a lot in common. It seems we all enjoy hula dancers." I turned toward Joanna. "And you and I were at the hotel spa about the same time today. There's nothing like a deep, penetrating massage to get the motor running. Don't you agree?" She put down her drink. "How long will you be staying at my husband's hotel, Mr. Abundanza?" I waved to Noah, and he blew a kiss back. "My husband and I have the honeymoon suite until the end of the week." Joanna cringed and moaned. Mano walked me away from the table. "Must you wear your sexuality on your shirt sleeve and spit on our deeply held religious beliefs?" "But you and Joanna are married and sharing a hotel room on the same floor. Are you wearing your sexuality on your shirt sleeves? And since our Christian church back in Vermont is open and affirming, aren't you spitting on our deeply held religious belief?" I winked at him. "By the way, the rooms on our floor are terrific. They have such large closets that conceal so many things." Mano came toward me with his fist clenched. I noticed a tattoo reading "Uncommon Eye" on his wrist. "I guess you missed the part in the Bible forbidding tattoos, huh?" Walter appeared and came between us.
"The show is about to start. It's going to be wonderful, and we have a full house. Money for all of us."
I went back to my table as the lights came up for the opening number. Whatever nervousness Mark had experienced in the dressing room was like the early morning fog skimming off the ocean. Mark danced with abandon, executing clear hand signs, energetic knee sways, dramatic chants, captivating facial expressions, and riveting stomps to the gods. His cut little body looked terrific in the costumes. The head garland highlighted his handsome face, and the necklace, bracelets, and anklets accented his smooth, clear skin. During the numbers, I noticed Joanna was riveted to Mark. I was glad to see Detective John Nohea focused on Mark as well, rather than on me. John's partner, Detective Cacao Kama, never took her eyes off Akela Kiawe, as Mark's friend served another vodka tonic and a bowl of lobster to Joanna at the next table. As he did the evening prior, Cal danced center stage as if he owned it. I noticed Mano Capena never took his eyes off him. However, as the evening commenced, Cal seemed to get winded. I noticed him coughing in the grass skirt number. By the fire dance finale, he was wheezing and finally gasping for air. At the final pose, he fell to the floor. I leapt onto the stage and pushed my way past technicians, musicians, dancers, the Capenas, Walter, John Cacao, and even Noah to get to Cal. By the time I reached him, only his head garland and leg necklace rested on the stage floor. Bending down, I sniffed them, "Not like that," and took in the scent of rotten eggs. Examining them further, I noticed the slight trace of yellow. Sulfuric acid. Either Cal had a very bad case of acid reflux, or he was murdered and taken away. Chapter 4. At 5:30 in the morning, Noah, Martin, Reuben, and I were huddled in a lookout balcony at Haleakala State Park with tea steaming from thermoses under our noses. I rested my head on Noah's soft shoulder. Noah said in my ear, "Don't fall asleep. You'll miss it." "All I miss is my bed." I yawned and nuzzled my cheek into the nape of Noah's neck. Early-to-bed Reuben glared at his husband victoriously.
"When was the last time you were up to see the sunrise?"
Martin replied with a yawn.
The Battle of Cedar Creek, during the Civil War."
Noah passed out egg sandwiches.
"Does anyone actually eat at this hour of the morning?"
Martin asked. "Only the roosters." I tried to take a bite, but thought better of it and passed mine back to Noah. Noah raised his adorable eyes to the gray sky. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime experience, Nicky."
"I hope I live through it," I replied.
Handing me my morning vitamins, Noah asked, "Any word from John about Cal?" I shook my head, and the cool air helped focus my brain. "I know it was sulfuric acid that killed Cal." Noah asked, "Who would want Cal dead?" Like a woken coma victim, I answered, "Who wouldn't? The other dancers coveted Cal's spot as lead dancer, which Cal flaunted like a televangelist with a new wig. Not to mention you said Cal was blackmailing human closet Mano Capena." Always eager to wallow in gossip, Martin added, "And don't forget Cal had a roll in the lava with Ock, then dumped him when Cal took Ock's lead dancer spot." Martin sighed. Reuben put his arm around his husband.
"What's wrong? Besides the fact that you haven't seen a sunrise since Campo Bello?"
Martin replied, "Watching Keanu, the dancer helper in the show, and hearing Nicky's reports about the hula dancers, I think Keanu has bigger plans for himself than the Maui Mist Resort." I replied, "You mean besides breaking poor little Ahe's heart by laying Cal?" No pun intended. "Keanu was pretty tight-lipped, especially around his lover Ahe. I doubt Keanu would answer any of my questions about his secret relationship with Cal." Martin looked like a witch finding a new cauldron in the woods. "But Keanu may answer my questions."
"You don't even know Keanu," Reuben said. "Why would he confide in you?"
"Because, dear Reuben of little faith, Keanu won't be speaking to Martin Anderson, theater department head and professor of theater management at Tree Meadow College." Martin seemed to grow a foot in stature. "Thanks to my background in the business of show, Keanu will speak with Morton Megasuites, the owner of the finest luxury hotel chain in the world." As if an omen, we followed Martin's maniacal gaze as the sun appeared, turning the craters before us into heavenly pools of persimmon, sapphire, and scarlet. When we got back to the hotel, Martin and Reuben went up to their room to find the appropriate wardrobe for Martin's transformation into a hotel magnate. The desk clerk informed me that Walter wanted us in his office pronto. Noah and I entered the hotel manager's office and found Mono in a business suit, in the morning, sitting on the sofa, and Walter sitting behind his desk in his frayed suit. I felt out of place in our usual Hawaiian shirts and white slacks until I spotted Lonnie in her kimono at the window.
"Good! You're here!"
Walter motioned for Noah and me to sit in the two empty chairs. Always the gentleman, Noah offered Lonnie his chair. She shook her bun no. Walter chewed on his unlit cigar.
"The Luau show's a big hit. We're sold out again tonight. I don't know why Kimu and Cal ran away."
"They were murdered," I said. Mono slid forward on the sofa. "Whether they ran away, were murdered, or taken up in a twister to Oz," spoken like a fellow friend of Dorothy's, "as the owner of this hotel, I'm telling you we need to have a luau show tonight." Noah said, "Ock can revert back to lead dancer." Lonnie looked out the window at the ocean, tickling the rocks with white foam.
"I go into town and find new dancer."
"That won't be necessary,"
John Nohea entered in appropriate detective attire.
"I'm going to join the show."
I did a double take.
"We aren't doing Hawaii Five-0 or Magnum P.I." "As a dancer," John explained.
Noah asked, "Have you had any dance training?"
John replied, "I learned all the Hawaiian dances back in college."
It hit me like an infomercial after midnight. You want to be on stage in case the murderer tries again tonight? John nodded.
"The initial lab results came back. Though most of it had faded, it appears somebody put sulfuric acid on Cal's lei and head garland. It looks like you were right, Nicky."
I laughed grandly. You don't have to say that, John.
"We'll know more."
But since you brought it up, I was the one who smelled sulfuric acid.
"Right.
And I would like to remind everyone that I also discovered the tampered tiki light that fell on Kimu," I said.
"Yes,
and though I am not a professional detective, I have solved 3 other murder cases."
"Nicky,"
John said as if to a child with ADD.
"We'll know more after further testing. But my guess is Cal collapsed from inhaling the sulfuric acid. And in the commotion, somebody moved him off the stage, probably from the back, and carried him away into the woods."
Noah asked, "And you found no trace of Cal's body?" John rested his head in his hands.
"None."
He walked to the door.
"I've left messages for the dancers to meet us at the Luau stage in 10 minutes. Nicky, Noah, can you join us?"
I asked Walter and Mono, "Is it all right with you if John joins the show?"
"Just give us a show,"
Walter and Mono replied in unison. As John, Noah, and I left the hotel and walked down the lane toward the Luau stage, my Watson and I went over the suspects and clues with the detective. When we were through, John said,
"It seems that a lot of people didn't like Kimu and Cal."
"But why kill them and hide their bodies?" Noah asked.
"Perhaps to remove any clues,"
John answered. I asked, "As a detective, can't you send in the sniffing dogs, fingerprint dusting team, and fiber optic nerds?"
"The stage was examined and tested by the experts,"
John replied, looking up at it. "What did they find?" Noah asked.
"Kimu Kapule and Jakoa Kalani disappeared during foul play."
John smiled.
"But famous armchair detective Nicky Abundanza already told us that."
For once, a detective with a head on his shoulders. And boy, are they shoulders. When we went into the dressing room, John tried on Cal's costumes. Obviously with a replacement head, garland, and lei. Standing in the final G-string outfit, John looked like an advertisement for a supplement that can turn a couch potato into Atlas. His wide, V-shaped back rippled with muscles. Mountainous shoulders led to melon-like pecs above a 9-pack ready for glorious tic-tac-toe. John's butt looked like a firm, ripe cantaloupe. His shapely calves supported thunderous 3-peaked thighs like spaceships headed to heaven. I whispered to Noah, "Good thing I'm a happily married man." Noah whispered back, "Who will only stay happy if he puts his tongue back inside his mouth." I cleared my throat and spoke like a chairman addressing his board. "You look just fine in the costumes, John." The dancers filed in one by one, wearing jeans of various lengths and tight T-shirts. After I called their attention, I said, "I'm sure we all miss Cal very much." Ak asked, "Is it true I moved back to lead dancer?" Sweet Ahe raised his hand. "I think Keanu, as dancer helper, should become lead dancer." Noah tried to help. "Remember, there are no small roles, only small actors." Little Ahe nodded politely. The other dancers weren't buying Noah's limelight logic. I came to Noah's rescue with a strong dose of thespian thinking they were sure to embrace. Gesturing like a kabuki dancer, I said, "You're all show people now, and show people know that through broken hearts, shattered lives, and insurmountable trauma, the show must go on." Keanu asked his lover,
What's he talking about?
Ahe shrugged his narrow shoulders. I explained, "What I'm saying is I thank you all for coming today to help ensure we have a good show tonight." Keanu replied, "What choice did we have? Walter told us to come or we'd lose our jobs." "Which may be better than losing our lives." Ak rubbed his thick thumb over the crease in his large forehead. "How do we know it won't be one of us who disappears after the show tonight?" "I don't know what I'd do if I ever lost you, Keanu." Little Ahe rested his head on Keanu's large chest. Keanu put his arm around his lover's tiny shoulders. "You won't, baby." John moved to the front of the room. "I'm going to ask for your patience in putting me into the show for tonight. This is not only to keep the show running, it's also for your protection." "With me at the front table to identify the methods used by the murderer, as I did with Kimu and Cal." I offered my best Sherlock Holmes pose. "Detective Kama will also be in the audience." John spoke to each dancer directly. "Ak, since you've already been lead dancer, I'd like you to resume your past position." Ak nodded happily. "That's not fair!" John focused on Keanu. "Keanu will remain as dancer helper." He continued down the line, "with Ahe and me as dancers." Coming to the last in line, he said, "And Mark will take Ak's place as dance captain." "Why Mark? He's the newest dancer." With his wide nose clearly out of joint, Keanu glared at John. "Except for the hula dancing detective." Mark backed away sheepishly. "I don't need to be—" "Mark did an amazing job in the show last night." John smiled at him. "He clearly knows his stuff. For me to be believable as one of you, I need an expert like Mark to help me." "I'm no expert." Mark looked like a televangelist facing a tax-exempt challenge. "I think Keanu should be dance captain," Ahe said with his hand disappearing inside his lover's. I put my arm around Keanu and walked him to a corner of the room. "Please keep this under your head, Garland. But Morton Megasweets wants to interview you." "Who's Morton Megasweets?" Keanu asked, clearly intrigued. I laughed too grandly. Noah joined us and gave me a less is more glance. "Noah, have you ever heard of Morton Megasweets?" My husband picked up his cue. "Of course! Hasn't everyone? He owns most of the hotels in Hawaii, if not the world." Keanu was very interested. "Why does he want to speak to me?" "He didn't say, but he sat at my table for the Luau show." "What did he think?" I whispered. "All I can say is he never took his eyes off you." Keanu puffed up his bloated chest. "That's not surprising." "My guess is Megasweets wants to offer you the lead dancer spot in one of his hotel Luau shows." "You think so?" Keanu looked like a dentist meeting a movie star with chipped teeth. "Where does he want me to meet him?" I replied, "Megasweets wanted you to go all the way to one of his luxurious offices in one of his many resorts, but I convinced him to meet you right here for a drink in the hotel's Tiki Tiki lounge. Isn't that just too Tiki Tiki?" He nodded like a kid on a roller coaster. "What time?" 3 o'clock. "What should I wear?" "Your best manners." I patted his sagging stomach. "And a loose shirt." Keanu shook my hand. "Thanks, Nicky." He left the dressing room on Hawaiian Cloud 9 telling his lover the exciting news. Noah walked Ak out, convincing the eldest dancer he would be safe on stage tonight with John nearby. I headed to the bathroom, pausing at the darkened doorway with my interest piqued by Mark's John-induced panic attack. John stood in the center of the room looking like a Greek god, while Mark hovered in the corner. "I'm a bit rusty from college, but I think I remember a lot of the hand signs, knee sways, and stomps," John said. "I can just follow along with the chants. You'll need to tell me where to stand, when, and—" He folded his arms over his impressive chest. "I won't bite." "I can't teach you the dances," Mark said. "Sure you can. You were terrific up there last night." "That's for sure. The audience members couldn't keep their eyes off him."
Mark came toward John like a tightrope walker without a net.
"There's something you don't know about me."
"I'm sure there's a lot I don't know about you since we just met." He sat on a bench. "I bet there's a lot you don't know about me, too." Motioning for Mark to sit next to him, John said, "But I think we have something in common." Mark sat next to John like a lamb approaching a lion.
"I don't think we have anything in common."
"I disagree. Like you, I'm mixed race. My father is Hawaiian and my mother is English." After a pause, John asked, "And you?" Staring down at the floor, Mark replied softly,
"My mom's French."
"He must have amazing holiday feasts." "You must have amazing holiday feasts."
"Hey, I thought that first." "Not exactly,"
Mark replied with a sad look on his handsome young face. "How come?" Mark said into his chest,
"My family doesn't invite me."
"Why not?" Mark looked away.
"I got into some trouble."
"You mean the cocaine charge?"
Uh-oh.
Mark nearly suffered whiplash.
"You know about that?"
John smiled. "I'm leading an investigation of 2 missing persons. It's part of my job to do background checks on the suspects."
"And the druggy kid must be your prime suspect."
John used his thumb to raise Mark's chin. "As I told you, we're not so different. I experimented with drugs when I was younger, too."
"Did you inhale?"
Mark's eyes doubled in size.
"You did?"
John nodded. "The difference between us is the cop let me go with a warning, so it didn't go on my record, and I never tried it again."
"Me either. I was scared straight."
"In a matter of speaking. But you spent an overnight in jail, pled guilty, and since it was your first offense, you paid a fine." Mark explained.
"My parents paid the fine. After that, they and my sister haven't paid much of anything, including attention to me."
"That's too bad." John scooted closer to Mark, and Mark slid away. John asked, "Did I forget my deodorant?" Mark looked away.
"I told you I can't teach you the dances."
"Why? Because I'm a detective?" Mark nodded. "What's wrong with detectives?"
"A lot of things, as I recall."
"What? Did a police officer rough you up a bit in prison?" Mark nodded. "And ever since then you've been afraid of police officers?" Mark nodded again. "Mark, we're not all like that guy who pushed you around in jail."
"I know."
"I'm a good guy."
"I know that too."
"And my parents and brother don't always know what to make of me either."
"Join the club."
Mark said,
"They should be proud of you."
"Tell them that."
"I would, if—"
Mark slid to the far end of the bench. "Why are you afraid of me?"
"I'm not afraid of you."
Mark rose. "Then why do you keep moving away from me?" Mark shuffled from one foot to the other like a child in need of a potty.
"I can't do this."
He started to leave. John stood and held him back by the arm. "I'm not letting you go until you tell me why." Tears filled Mark's dark eyes. John blocked the door. "If you want to get out of here by showtime, you'll have to tell me."
"All right."
Mark looked away.
"I like you."
"You have an odd way of showing it." He looked at John for the first time.
"I mean, I'm attracted to you. I felt it from the first time I saw you."
John laughed.
"I know it's pathetically funny to someone good-looking, incredibly built, smart, and successful like you that a young hotel waiter and ex-druggie would think we're in the same league. Don't worry, I don't."
"Wait a minute."
"You don't have to give me a lecture about finding someone my own age and station in life one day. The truth is I meet a lot of people at the hotel, and I haven't found anyone. I doubt I ever will, but that's not your problem."
"Mark, hear me out."
"Don't worry. I won't embarrass you in front of the others by telling everyone about my feelings for you. But now you can see why one of the other guys should teach you the dances."
"Mark, will you listen to me?"
"I'll go find Ak and Keanu and get them to teach you the dances. Ahe was right. Keanu should be dance captain, not me."
Mark bolted from the room with John calling after him. When I got outside,
Noah was standing near the doorway looking after them. "Where's the fire?" I replied, "In Mark's heart." "Ah, young love. Remember those days, Nicky?" Noah kissed my cheek, and we walked arm in arm back to the hotel. When we got to our suite, I changed into a navy blue baggy bathing suit, and Noah put on a powder blue Speedo. Unable to restrain myself, I scooped his luscious buns, and we shared a long kiss. Noah pulled on the string of my suit and ran the tip of his finger from the top of my shaft down to the tip of my mushroom head. I nibbled on his soft neck as Noah said, "We have to pick up to Avi in 10 minutes. "Then we better get out of these suits fast." After a quick love-making session, Noah and I put our suits back on, grabbed beach towels and a tube of suntan lotion, and sped down to the kitchen where Ta'avi was waiting for us in the doorway holding a paper bag. Noticing the boy's frayed shorts and sweatshirt, Noah asked, "Is your bathing suit in the bag?" Ta'avi looked down at his scuffed sneakers.
"I don't have one."
"What do you wear for swimming?" Noah asked. Ta'avi replied,
"My underpants."
"Follow me." Noah led Ta'avi and me through the lobby and into one of the hotel clothing shops. Ta'avi picked the suit he liked, and we were off. As we headed out the hotel doors, Ta'avi said,
"My suit looks like Nicky's."
I replied, "But it's just a few sizes smaller."
"Like me,"
Ta'avi said with a wink. When we arrived at the beach, I looked out at the sea of bodies covering the sand. I turned to Noah. "The website said it's a white sandy beach. I didn't think they meant skin tone." Noah craned his neck from side to side. "I don't see an empty space to sit."
"Nicky and Noah!"
Ta'avi ran in the opposite direction of the beach. Noah and I took off after him as he led us through the woods, up a hill, then down a steeper hill. Suddenly Shangri-La magically stood before us. I gazed at the empty white sandy beach, stoic jagged rocks, soaring seagulls, and clear aqua water leading to an azure sky dotted with cottony white clouds. "What is this place?"
"It's a hidden beach,"
Ta'avi explained. "I'll say." Noah took my hand. "It's so beautiful." "What's that?" I pointed off into the distance at a tall white tower.
"The old Lahaina lighthouse,"
Ta'avi explained. "It's amazing," Noah said. Ta'avi led us closer to the foamy water climbing up the sand. We dropped our towels, then covered our bodies with suntan lotion that filled our nostrils with the scent of coconut and pineapple. Noah asked Ta'avi, "Would you like some lotion?" He shook his head no and sat down next to me on my towel. "You don't want to get a burn," Noah said. Ta'avi looked at me. "Humor him," I replied. Looking like a kid getting his ears cleaned, Ta'avi tried to sit still while Noah put on the lotion. When Noah was finished, Ta'avi said,
"The tide will be coming in soon. You ride the waves with me, Nicky?"
Noah laughed. "Nicky makes waves. He doesn't ride them."
"I'll teach you,"
Ta'avi said. "Did your dad ride the waves with you?" Noah asked, sitting on his towel next to us. Ta'avi ran some sand through his fingers.
"He was always too busy."
No doubt servicing Joanna Capena COD. Noah looked around the beach. "Do you and your grandmother make sandcastles?" Ta'avi shrugged.
"I don't know how."
"Then you're in luck. Sandcastles are my specialty." I led Noah and Ta'avi to a mound of sand and got to work on my creation. When it was clear that what I was building looked more like a ghetto hut after the aftermath of a hurricane than a sandcastle, Noah came to my rescue and took over as construction foreman. As Noah and I built our sandcastle, he noticed Ta'avi creating something nearby. "What are you making, Ta'avi?" The boy grinned like a demon.
"You'll see."
An hour later, we gazed at our work of art. Though it drooped to one side more than the Leaning Tower of Pisa, Noah's and my castle was quite impressive with the drawbridge, moat,
4 turrets, a watchtower, and 20 rooms. Standing ominously next to it was Ta'avi's ferocious dragon ready at any moment to demolish it.
I like it,
said Ta'avi, clearly proud of our collaboration. Me too. Ready to hit the waves? I asked Noah, like moondoggy baiting Gidget. The 3 of us looked at each other, then raced into the water as if our suits were on fire. I splashed Ta'avi, causing the boy to break out into fits of hysterics. When he splashed back, I ducked under the water, lifted Ta'avi onto my shoulders, and stood up with Ta'avi waving his arms like a champ. I released him into Noah's arms, and Ta'avi screamed in delight as Noah guided Ta'avi in circles over the water's surface. When a big wave came, Ta'avi motioned for us to follow him. He screamed as the wave covered us and transported us nearly to shore. I coughed up some seawater. "That's not riding a wave." Ta'avi wiped the water from his eyes.
What is it then?
I replied, "Letting the wave ride you."
What's the difference?
Sounding like a wise old sage, Noah said, "Ta'avi, in life you need to steer your own course, beat your individual drum, and tame the waves around you, one wave at a time." Ta'avi looked at me perplexed. I translated, "Didn't anybody ever teach you how to swim?" Ta'avi shook his head no. Noah and I shared a look. After the 3 of us headed back into the ocean, I put my face in the water and demonstrated breathing for swimmers, amidst some swallowed seawater. Then I lifted Ta'avi's belly over the water as Noah moved Ta'avi's feet like fins. When Ta'avi mastered the breathing and leg moves, Noah showed him how to cup his hands and glide in the water. Ta'avi picked it up in no time. After more swimming practice, the 3 of us swam low waves back to shore like champion surfers. We dried off and sat on our towels, digging our feet into the warm sand. Ta'avi opened his paper bag and handed each of us a sandwich of grilled zucchini, spinach, and mushrooms covered with an avocado yogurt dressing. Noah was clearly touched. "Thank you, Ta'avi." The boy shrugged.
We have to eat lunch.
"Did your grandmother give this to you?" I asked. Ta'avi handed us each a mango papaya juice.
I took it from the kitchen.
"You like the kitchen?" I asked. Ta'avi nodded.
But not Chef Keahilani. He smells as bad as his old pig sacks for the luau, and he yells and does things. I want to cook and have fun.
As we ate, Noah said, "I bet your grandmother is a good cook." Ta'avi replied,
She doesn't cook much.
"How about your father?" I asked.
He took me out to eat sometimes at a lunch stand.
"I'm sorry you lost your dad," Noah said, meaning it. "You must miss him a lot," I added. Ta'avi looked away. "Did you live with your dad?" Noah asked. Ta'avi replied,
I live at the hotel with my gram.
"Where did your dad live?" I asked.
Different places, with different people.
Until they threw him out. Ta'avi asked me,
Are you going to find out who killed him?
"I'm trying, Ta'avi." Always the optimist, Noah asked, "What's your favorite memory of your father?" Ta'avi smiled.
When he came to Gram's hotel room and played games with me before bed.
"That sounds like fun," I pitched him. Ta'avi's expression changed like the drama masks.
But sometimes I pretended I was asleep.
"Why is that?" Noah and I asked in unison. Ta'avi gazed out of the ocean.
When he drank.
Noah shot me a worried look. "What did your dad do when he was drinking?"
He got angry.
"At you?" I asked. Ta'avi nodded. Noah sat up on his knees. "Ta'avi, can you tell us what your dad did when he got angry?"
He yelled a lot, and he told me I'm not his son.
"Did he hit you?" Noah asked. Ta'avi nodded. "What did your grandmother do?" I asked.
Run out of the room.
Noah rested a hand on Ta'avi's little shoulder. "Did your father do anything else besides hit you?" Ta'avi shook his head no. Feeling like a child psychologist, I asked, "Are you sure?"
Ta'avi nodded. How about your grandmother? Noah asked.
She doesn't bother much with me. She says the gods will take care of me like they took care of my father.
That's unconscionable, Noah said. Ta'avi pulled the pad and pen out of his paper bag, wrote something, and then said to Noah,
Here's the words I don't know.
Noah sounded out the words, corrected Ta'avi's spelling, and defined each of the words. When Noah was at a loss, I filled in the gaps, sometimes improvising just a tad, or a lot. After lunch and learn, we went for another dip in the ocean. Once we were dried off, we held our towels and walked back on the hidden path with Ta'avi between us. Noah said, Thank you for sharing your private beach with us, Ta'avi.
No problem.
A parasailer flew overhead. Ta'avi's face lit up like a billboard on Times Square. Noah glanced over at me, and I said, Have you ever done that? Ta'avi shook his head no. Would you like to? Noah asked. Ta'avi nodded like a rubber chicken in a comedy act. Following a pleading look from Noah, I said, I'll work things out with your grandmother for tomorrow afternoon. Ta'avi cocked his head.
Don't let her charge you for it.
Noah and I shared a smile. Ta'avi took our hands in his, and we continued walking back to the hotel. When we got to the doorway of Lonnie's hotel room, Walter was coming out of it.
Everything ready for the Luau show tonight?
Absolutely. I hope somebody taught John the dances. Walter bit on his unlit cigar.
Good. See you then.
He walked down the hall. I peered into the room, which looked like a cyclone had hit it. Lonnie pushed Ta'avi inside, then stood in the doorway.
Ta'avi give you trouble?
Not at all, Noah said like a defense attorney. I couldn't resist. Does the hotel manager generally visit you in your room? She replied.
He makes sure I clean rooms right.
How about starting with your own? Is it typical for the cleaning staff to live at the hotel?
I do more than clean. I find hula dancers for a luau show.
Let's hope you won't need to find any more. Clearly concerned about Ta'avi, Noah asked, Lonnie, we'd like to take Ta'avi parasailing tomorrow at 3. Can we pick him up here? Lonnie stepped out into the hallway and closed the door behind her.
That cost you $30.
We're not paying you any more money to take Ta'avi off your hands. I stared her down. Should we pick him up in your messy hotel room, or in the kitchen where you leave him all day? Lonnie took an object out of her pocket.
This mongoose made from kidney of dolphin, spleen of mackerel, and scrotum of blue pit bull. I give to you for $30.
No sale, I said.
Then you no take Ta'avi parasailing tomorrow.
Noah relented and handed Lonnie the money, from my wallet.
Ta'avi be in kitchen. Keep him as long as you like.
And she shut the door. Noah and I went back to our suite and changed into sweat clothes. After taking the elevator down to the gym, Noah hit the cardio room and I headed for the weight room. I spotted our new lead dancer, Ak, with his muscles bulging out of a tank top and shorts. He stood between Mono and Joanna Capena in expensive-looking workout gear. Hiding inside a shoulder workout machine, I accidentally witnessed their conversation. It beats sweating. Mono unleashed an oily smile. So I asked the detective and Walter to give you back the leading dancer spot in the show, Ak. I'm sure you can handle it, Joanna said with a hand on Ak's sculpted shoulder. Ak looked like a wallflower being asked to dance by the prom king and queen. Thank you both. Walter was concerned since you were 35, but I told him you're still in great shape. Mono winked at him. And Mono and I feel a sense of devotion to our longtime employees, Joanna added, licking her porcelain veneers. And I'm sure you'll do a fine job, Mono said, running a hand through his own thick locks. Joanna took a step closer to Ak. You just need a bit of direction. Like all of us, Mono added. And I'd like to give you that direction, Joanna said. With me there to help you through it, Mono patted Ak on his wide back. Do you know what we mean, Ock?" A large crease appeared on Ock's wide forehead.
"I think so."
"Good." Mono came to the other side of Ock. "Cal told me you were like variety."
"And Kimu mentioned to me that, like him, you're a man who might appreciate a bit of discipline."
Joanna snapped her workout gloves into her palms. "So let's say you visit our room tonight after the show and we'll work everything out. See you then." Mono left the room.
Joanna slipped a $100 bill into Ock's jockstrap. "And don't tell anyone."
Once she was gone, I went over to Ock, who looked like someone with Meniere's disease caught in a wind tunnel. "Ock, you don't have to do what they said." He scratched his receded hairline. "But I want to keep the lead dancer spot." I put my arm around him. "I'll make sure of that, Ock. You just do a good show tonight, all right?" Ock nodded, though clearly not convinced. "Speaking of the show, have you heard if John knows the dances?" "Mark asked Keanu and me to help him. We showed John his placements on stage, too." I breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you. Is John still on the Luau stage?" Ock replied, "He was when I left." Noah appeared at my side. Not one to enjoy working out, he said, "I'm heading back to the room." I asked Noah, "Can you go to the Luau stage and do some character work with John?" "Sure." I kissed his cheek. "Great. I'll be back to the room before showtime, and we can compare notes." Turning to Ock, I said, "Remember what I said about the capenas?" When Noah and Ock were gone, I worked my biceps and triceps with free weights, then my thighs and glutes on the machine. Ready to fall over from exhaustion, I made my way to the locker room like a sleepwalker, stripped off my sweats, wrapped a towel around my waist, and headed into the steam room. Entering the haze of steam, I sat on a lower plank, unfastened my towel, and inhaled the eucalyptus as my muscles relaxed. "That's the most impressive dick I've ever seen." I looked over at Mono Capena with little Mono saluting me. "Thanks." He scooted over closer to me. "You're a very handsome man." "Not interested." Putting his hand on my thigh, he said, "And why is that?" I removed his hand. "For one thing, I'm happily married." "So am I, but I won't tell if you won't." He sank to his knees in front of me. "I'm the guy you told not to throw his sexuality in your face. Seems like you've reconsidered." "What happens in the steam room stays in the steam room." "What's wrong, Mono? Cal and now Ock aren't enough for you?" His spine stiffened as little Mono softened. He sat back down on the plank. "When you asked me before the Luau show to stop wearing my sexuality on my shirt sleeve, I didn't realize you wanted me to take off my clothes." He covered himself with his towel. "What the hell is wrong with you people?" I did a double take. "What's wrong with us?" "Yeah, with you." "Come again?" No pun intended. "Homosexuality has been around since the beginning of time. In the Bible, married David had Jonathan on the side. In ancient Greece, married men of means took in young male wards to show them the ropes, so to speak. Alexander the Great had his warriors, the Romans had their orgies, J. Edgar Hoover, Roy Cohn, and Dennis Hastert had their fun, but it was kept private. They didn't wave flags, march in parades, marry another guy, adopt children, demand the same rights as normal people." "Is that what you are, Mono? A normal person?" He slid to the edge of the plank. "Don't you get it, Nicky? Straight, masculine, white, conservative Christian men control the finances, politics, and media in this country. If people like you and me support the right people and the right businesses, nobody cares what we do in secret, as long as we don't throw it in other people's faces. It's like Hollywood back in the time of Rock Hudson, Montgomery Clift, and James Dean. It's all an illusion. But
It's an illusion of power. If that mask comes down, we lose the control. So your answer is to live in a closeted marriage and use your money and power to take away the rights of people like you through your wife's political party, your tax-exempt religion, and the conservative media? He rose slowly. I do whatever needs to be done to hold on to my family, hotel, deeply held religious beliefs, position in the community, and self-dignity. You don't seem very dignified to me, Mono. As a matter of fact, you seem pretty pathetic. You may have a big dick, Nicky, but you have a small brain. He walked to the door, stopped, and turned back to face me. Don't think about going to the press in Maui with what you think you know about me. Nobody will report it. After Mono left, I showered, dressed, and headed over to the Tiki Tiki Lounge. I bumped my head on the hanging paper umbrellas and lanterns as I made my way to a cherry-red plastic booth. After ordering a drink I couldn't pronounce, I hid behind a rubber plant and spied on the two men in the next booth. My department head, Martin Anderson, pushing 70, wore age makeup, which made him look about 150. He sported a three-piece suit, black beret, and enough gold jewelry to make Cleopatra jealous. Hula dancer helper Keanu Hale wore an eager expression on his handsome face, and a tight violet shirt that hung loose, no pun intended, over his stomach leading down to black slacks. "Thank you for asking to meet with me, Mr. Megasweets," Keanu said like a groupie meeting a rock star. Martin, as Morton Megasweets, sipped his ruby-red drink, then coughed into a handkerchief. "My pleasure, my boy," he continued his coughing fit. "Are you all right, sir?" Martin, rather Megasweets, spit into his handkerchief. "My doctor tells me I have only a few weeks to live, but since it will take me longer to pay his bills, he gave me a few months." Martin's laughter morphed into another coughing jag into his hanky. Then he looked Keanu up and down. "I saw your Luau show. You can dance, boy. You have all the right moves." Martin rose, swung his hips from side to side, and then collapsed into his seat amidst fits of gasping and wheezing. When he caught his breath, he asked, "I'll get right to the point. After all, I may not have much time. Would you like to be the lead dancer in my luau show at my biggest resort in Las Vegas?" Keanu looked like a homeless man finding a winning lottery ticket. "I most certainly would, sir." Martin stared at him with puppy-dog eyes. "Having no family or friends, I look at my hotel workers as my family." He rested a hand on Keanu's bulging shoulder. "Would you like to be part of my family, Keanu?" Keanu nodded like a buoy in the storm. "Yes, I would, sir." "I'm glad." Martin hacked up a lung. "Is there anything I can do, Mr. Megasweets?" Martin coughed into his hand. "Just hold my hand." Keanu cringed and held Martin's hand. "Get to it, Martin. The Tony Award voters aren't watching." When Martin finally stopped coughing, Keanu asked, "If you don't mind me asking, Mr. Megasweets, how many hotels do you own?" 500. "Really, Martin?" "All over the world, including my newest mega-sweet spa and resort in Iraq." "Iraq?" Martin wiped a tear from his eye. "And I have no heir to share it with." "You can share it with me, sir." "Thank you, son." Martin held Keanu's cheeks in his hands and coughed in his face. Sliding back in his seat, Keanu asked, "When do I fly to Las Vegas?" "Not so fast. Before I add a new branch to my family tree, I need to know everything about the leaves." Keanu took a sip of his drink. "What would you like to know about me, Mr. Megasweets?" "Where are you from?" "Right here on Maui, Happy Valley." "How old are you?" 30. "A mere child. Are your parents?" Martin retched like a TB victim with COPD recovering from pneumonia. "Alive?" "They died in a house fire." "Pity. Do you have any siblings?" "No." "Are you married?" "No." "Seeing anyone?" Martin lifted a pill case from his suit pocket. His coughing fit sent the pills flying all over the table. When Keanu tried to retrieve them, Martin shouted, "Leave them be! Those things are no doubt killing me faster than my condition. Now, where were we?" "You asked me if I'm seeing anyone, sir." "I did?" Keanu nodded. Martin sighed. "Oh, mind appears to be going too. Better tell me quickly while I can still understand your answer." Keanu squirmed in his seat. "Mr. Megasweet, with all due respect, I don't understand what me seeing someone has to do with—" Martin hacked into his drink. "A family member is like one of my sweets. I need to know everything about it, including what's going on in the bedroom." Keanu swallowed hard. "I have a boyfriend in the show." Martin nodded and coughed into Keanu's drink. "When I fought in World War II in the Air Force, I had a boyfriend too. He was dashing, a corporal." "In the Air Force?" "And he was quite a good dancer, like you. We made many a plane fly, if you know what I mean." "Ask the next question, Martin." When his coughing ended, Martin asked, "What's your young dancer's name?" "Ahe." "Does Ahe have a last name?" "Mahai. He's the smallest dancer in our show." "I remember him well. Reminded me of a young man I dated while working as a hotel desk clerk. That's how I got my start in the hotel business. Tiny and I worked together for months. He was so small the guests couldn't see him behind the front desk. He'd call in sick and the manager never noticed." "Martin?" "Keanu, when you and Ahe are intimate, who assumes the dominant position?" "You didn't." "Is this really important?" Martin coughed up both lungs. "My time is running out." "I do." "I see. Do you think Ahe would like to join you in my Vegas show?" "I'm sure he would, sir. I'd like that too." "But I must tell you one thing. I will not tolerate arguing or friction between my staff. Do you and Ahe have fights?" "No, sir, we don't." "How about any dramas over your past love affairs?" Martin added in a weak voice, "Hurry up and tell me. The room is fading. It may be my time sooner than I thought." The host dimmed the lights, Martin. "My past lover is deceased," Keanu said. "And who was that?" "Cal. He was the lead dancer in our show." "And were you in the dominant position with Cal as well?" He did it again. Keanu gritted his teeth. "Nobody is in the dominant position but Cal." "And how did Cal die?" "He disappeared after a show." "Just like that?" Martin tried, but was unable to snap his arthritic fingers. Keanu nodded. "Kimu, another dancer in the show, did the same the evening before." "My word! You're lucky to be sitting here, boy." "I know. So I'm happy to leave and go to Las Vegas with you." "I can certainly see why." After another sip of his drink and coughing jag, Martin asked, "Do you have any idea how or why these two dancers are gone?" "None." "You must miss them both very much." Keanu grimaced. "Yeah." "Now that didn't sound very convincing, boy. If you want to live sweet in a suite in my mega suites," try saying that 3 times fast, "you'll need to fess up and be honest with me." Keanu sighed. "Cal threw our relationship in my face. He thought he was hot stuff for being lead dancer, and Kimu charged me money to keep his mouth shut about Cal and me." "Ah, the plot thickens, like the phlegm in my throat."
Martin hacked and spit into the edge of the tablecloth.
"Surely Mono Capena does not tolerate blackmail in his hotel?"
"Mr. and Mrs. Capena don't supervise the dancers."
"Then who does?"
"Walter, the hotel manager, and our visiting directors."
"Yes, that talented Nicky Abundanza from Vermont directed this current show."
"Thanks, Martin."
"His department head at Tree Meadow College is quite impressive as well."
Ay.
Martin asked, "How were you and the other men hired as hula dancers?"
"A woman named Lani Palikiko found us."
"How?"
"She put an audition notice on the hotel website and in the local newspaper."
"Is she a casting director?"
Keanu smiled. "She works as a maid at the hotel." Martin snickered.
"How unusual for a maid to audition hula dancers."
"Lonnie's more than just a maid at the hotel."
"What else is she?"
"The manager's lover." Chapter 5. I snuck out of the Tiki Lounge, hurried back to our suite, picked up Noah, and rode with him on the elevator, where I filled him in on my day's investigation so far. We got off on Lonnie's floor, walked down the hallway, and knocked on her door. Ta'avi answered with the television drowning out his small voice.
"Hi, Nicky and Noah."
With concern overflowing from his handsome face, Noah asked, "Where's your grandmother?" Ta'avi shrugged. "Have you eaten dinner?" Noah asked. Ta'avi shook his head.
"I can go to the kitchen now. You want to come? My treat."
I asked, "Can we talk to you?" Ta'avi opened the door wider, and the stench of the messy room filled my nostrils. "Come on, we'll take you to dinner," I said.
"Okay."
"Leave a note for your grandmother," Noah instructed. Ta'avi waved him away.
"She won't be back for hours."
Once the three of us were comfortably seated at a private wooden table on an outdoor balcony of the Sea and Sirloin Grill, a young male waiter appeared.
"Hello, gentlemen. Ta'avi."
Ta'avi smiled.
"Hi, honey. This is Nicky and Noah."
Honey replied, "Welcome, Nicky and Noah." The boy pushed away the menus.
3 teriyaki chicken and shrimp dinners."
"Make that 1 teriyaki chicken and shrimp dinner and 2 iced teas," I explained to Ta'avi. "Noah and I are eating dinner at the Luau buffet later tonight." When Honey left, I asked Ta'avi, "Is your grandmother with Walter Barrett?" Ta'avi looked out at the ocean below us.
"Yeah, they're together a lot."
"How long have they been friendly?" I asked. Ta'avi shrugged.
"A few years."
Noah took over. "Are your grandmother and Walter married?" Ta'avi smiled.
"Graham would like that."
"But Walter wouldn't?" I asked.
"They argue about it a lot,"
Ta'avi said. "Would you like to live with Walter and your grandmother?" Noah asked. Ta'avi shook his head back and forth like a windshield wiper in a rainstorm. "Why not?" I asked.
"Walter doesn't like me."
Noah shot me a concerned look. "Why doesn't Walter like you?"
"He says I'm as annoying as a hotel worker on payday and always underfoot like a cockroach in the kitchen."
After Honey served our iced teas and Ta'avi's usual papaya mango juice then disappeared, Ta'avi said,
"Graham says if it wasn't for me, she could live in peace with Walter."
As Noah swallowed hard and blinked back tears, I asked Ta'avi, "Does your grandmother like working for Walter?"
"She puts her money in a private bank account."
Ta'avi seemed old beyond his years.
"In case he dumps her for a cocktail waitress."
I asked, "Have you ever seen your grandmother audition the new hula dancers for the Luau show?" Ta'avi nodded. "What do the dancers do?" I asked.
"First they go to Walter's office. He asks them a lot of questions."
Noah asked, "What kind of questions?"
"If they're married, have a family."
"That's probably for the tax forms."
Then Graham takes them to the ballroom to see them dance.
I asked, "Does your grandmother ask them any questions?"
"No, but the owner does.
Noah and I said in unison, "The owner?"
Mono, the rich guy.
I said, "What does Mono ask them?"
Their religion.
Which is illegal.
And sometimes if they want to eat dinner.
No doubt in his hotel suite. After Ta'avi finished his dinner, we asked Tony to give our compliments to Chef Keahilani, then we brought Ta'avi back to Lonnie's hotel room. At the doorway, Ta'avi asked,
Are we on for tomorrow afternoon?
Noah nodded. It's all set.
Can I go back to your room with you now?
Ta'avi asked. Noah kneeled in front of Ta'avi. You'd better stay here. Your grandmother might come back and be lonely. Ta'avi looked at us with tears brimming in his dark eyes.
Yeah, it stinks being lonely.
Then he went inside and shut the door behind him. Noah rose and rested his head on my shoulder. I wish we could do more for him, Nicky. I know. When we got back to our room, Noah and I showered, together. After we dressed in our suits, we walked down the hall and knocked on Martin and Reuben's door. Two tiny hands reached for our lapels and yanked us into the room. Martin stood next to the dresser in a lemon satin floor-length robe. Wasn't I wonderful? How would you describe my performance, Nicky? Certainly not modest. Reuben entered from the lanai in a lemon smoking jacket and pajamas. He and Martin sat on the bed and gestured for Noah and me to take the two easy chairs opposite it. I said, Good job discovering Lonnie and Walter are an item. Martin posed on the bed like a movie star at a press conference. Yes, that was one of my fine moments of many. Reuben scratched his salt and pepper hair. Why is Lonnie's love life important? Because Ak blamed Kimu when Ak's sister, Maka May, committed suicide from a broken heart. I picked up where Noah left off. We're cute like that. And Lonnie never forgave Kimu for impregnating her daughter, Wilo, who died in childbirth. Martin completed the run on the grist mill. So Walter, being Wilo's father, gives him a prime motive to murder Kimu. My shoulders slumped. Except Ta'avi, Lonnie's grandson, told us Walter and Lonnie didn't get together romantically until years after Wilo had Ta'avi. Reuben patted his husband's back. It looks like your command performance was all for naught. Martin glared at his spouse. I also got Keanu to reveal that his parents died in a house fire and he has no siblings. Reuben put an arm around his husband. And why, my little spy, is that piece of news important? For those of us not in the thespian espionage enterprise? Try saying that 3 times fast. Noah explained, Perhaps Keanu set the fire. But why? Reuben asked. Martin answered, My riveting and captivating performance as Morton Megasweets effectively revealed Keanu's thirst for fame and fortune. You think Keanu might have killed his parents for their money to start his career? Reuben asked. I said, Keanu comes from a poor part of the island. And he managed to get to the Maui Mist Resort for the audition, Martin added. Reuben looked skeptical. If Keanu was going to climb his way to the top of the hula heap with murder on his mind, wouldn't he set his grass skirt a lot higher than his parents? You mean on Cal, the deceased lead dancer in the Luau show, whose position Keanu coveted? Or on the homophobic and coincidentally also deceased Kimu? Martin grinned like a Halloween pumpkin. Reuben sniffed. If you ask me, Ak, the eldest dancer, knows something about the murders. Noah nodded. After the Capenas came on to him in the gym, Ak was pretty tight-lipped about it. No pun intended. And Ak does seem to be hiding something. Reuben looked like a bit player serving spiked tea to a star. I have a plan to get Ak to yak. It will require a little acting on my part. Martin stared at him as if Reuben had said he was going to outer space in a washtub. You weren't an actor. I did pretty well on the cruise ship case, Reuben replied. With me coaching you, Martin answered. which you can do again." Reuben kissed Martin's cheek. Noah said to Reuben, "Ak is very quiet. What are you going to tell him about yourself so he'll talk?"
"The truth,"
Reuben replied. Martin asked his spouse, "Which is?" Reuben shrugged. "I haven't fabricated the specifics yet." "Then let's get to work," I said. The four of us brainstormed a plan and set the time, place, and other details. Then after checking my watch, I said, "You two should get dressed for the luau dinner and show. We're skipping it tonight." I asked Martin, "Why?" Martin raised his small eyes to the bamboo ceiling. "We stuff ourselves. We watch the hunky dancers grunt and sway. Somebody disappears. It's like watching a dance contest on television." "Nobody will disappear tonight," I explained. "Detective John Nohea is going on as a dancer." "You'll have to send me the detective's notices." Martin covered his eyes with his forearm. "My performance today drained my energy." He fell back onto the bed dramatically. "I need to rest." Reuben walked us to the door. Noah whispered, "Will Martin be all right?" "He'll miraculously revive the minute I start working on my character to interview Ak." Reuben winked, "And I don't ask him to help me." We wished Reuben a fun night and left the hotel. As Noah and I walked down the lane to the luau buffet, I looked up at the cobalt sky laden with stars. Noah took my hand. "What a beautiful night." I spotted the young reporter with her camera operator. "It just got even more beautiful." "Remember what John said about not talking to the press?" "You're right." Noah and I shared a knowing smile, then we raced to the reporter's side. She looked at us like a tarantula spotting a cricket. "And here are the directors of the Luau show, Nicky Abundanza and his friend, Noah Oliver." "We're married," I explained. The woman recoiled like a snake in a lion's den and said to the camera, "I apologize if any of my viewers are offended." "By our marriage?" Noah asked. "Our wedding was quite tasteful. Besides, I don't remember inviting any of them to our wedding." I ad-libbed, "Maybe we should ask the viewers to send us pictures of their wedding to see whether or not we're offended." "That won't be necessary." After regrouping, the reporter asked, "What is your response to the disappearance of two of your dancers?" Bathed by its light, I gazed into the camera. "We are incredibly saddened to lose Cal and now Kimu." Noah grasped the microphone from the reporter's hands. "While Cal was gay and Kimu was straight," the young woman looked as frightened as a conservative politician during high voter turnout. "No need to tell the viewers about the dancer's sexuality." "What is your reaction to the rumors that they were victims of foul play, perhaps perpetuated by another luau show cast or crew member?" I put my arm around Noah and raised his hand below my chin to speak into the microphone. "You may have heard about the mysteries we solved in Tree Meadow, Vermont, and on an Alaskan cruise ship. I am once again leading the investigation in this caper. And as always, I am at Nicky's side to help him," Noah added with a charismatic wink at the camera. I said, "If there has been any foul play, we will expose what we know faster than a well-endowed exhibitionist with a new raincoat." "I am Detective John Nohea." All eyes joined the camera and panning over to John. The reporter pried the microphone from Noah's hand and shoved it in John's face. He said, "Detective Kakeo Kama and I are working diligently to discover the location of Jacoa Kalani and Kimu Kapule." Try saying that 3 times fast. "I will notify the press the moment any tangible information comes to the surface." John put a hand on our shoulders and walked Noah and me away from the camera with the reporter shouting after us, "Are the rumors true that other dancers have vanished before Cal and Kimu? That Cal and Kimu are international terrorists?" Then she turned to the luau guest standing next to her. "What do you think about the disappearance of the 2 luau dancers?" When we arrived at the door to the dressing room, John pushed us inside.
"Didn't I ask you not to speak to the press?"
Noah used his improvisational skills. Since you were busy learning the dance routines, Nicky and I thought we'd help out with damage control. John's dark eyes exploded.
The only damage done was by the two of you.
I put my arm around Noah. We didn't give the reporter any information.
Except that you two are leading the investigation.
I explained. With you in the Luau show, somebody had to quench the press's craving for blood.
Next time, let it be my blood. Do you understand?
The detective clearly has a temper, and he sure jumped into the Luau show quickly. Could that have been his goal all along? Get rid of Cal and Kimu as competition for the Hula Hall of Fame? We understand, John. It won't happen again, Noah said, using his best method acting. Before John could respond, I said, Why aren't you in your costume?
I was walking to the dressing room when I overheard your private press conference, John replied with a sneer.
Well, enough about that. You have a show to do, I said, to Noah's agreement. I breathed a sigh of relief when the performer in John took over.
Ak and Keanu taught me all the dances and pointed out my spots on stage.
He added like an artiste.
Thanks again, Noah, for working with me on stage presence and emotional commitment.
Noah replied, Knock 'em dead, John. Hopefully not literally. John moved to a corner of the room to change into his opening costume. Keanu approached me wearing his loincloth outfit for the opening procession. Thank you for setting up that appointment for me with Mr. Megasweets.
How did it go?
I asked, biting my lip. Terrific. Morton said he'll call me by the end of the week with the specifics about me starring in his Las Vegas show. Also in costume, little Ahe nuzzled up to his lover with eyes of adoration. Keanu's boat has finally come in. Keanu kissed the top of Ahe's head. Morton told me he doesn't need another dancer right now for Vegas, but once I get there, I intend to befriend all the dancers under me, and if any of them mention leaving the show, I'll recommend Ahe as replacement. I'll be waiting right here. Ahe kissed Keanu's cheek. Noah continued talking to Keanu about Keanu's journey to fame, without mentioning it was full of smoke and mirrors. I headed over to Ak, who was putting on his head garland. Congratulations on being back as lead dancer.
Thanks, Nicky. I hope you've thought about my advice regarding the capenas.
Though his body remained strong, Ak's 35 years showed on his handsome face. I've also thought about the reality of my job here and my age. Speaking of reality, the stars must be lined up in your direction tonight, Ak. How so? He fastened his bracelets. A television producer would like to meet you.
He would? To interview you as a possible contestant on his reality television show, Hula Heartache.
Ak replied, I've never heard of it. It will be the pilot episode. Ak seemed skeptical. Why does he want to meet me? You're the lead dancer in the Luau show at the biggest resort on Maui. I looked at Ak like an agent meeting a nymphomaniac starlet. This TV show could bring you more exposure than a G-string with a hole in it. I finally seemed to be singing Ak's song. Where and when? In the hotel's Kahuna Lounge at noon tomorrow. I'll be there. Thanks, Nicky. I'd better go stretch out. I'd have thought the Capenas would have taken care of that. As I started to leave the dressing room, I noticed John, who had changed into his procession costume, walk over to Mark, sitting on a bench putting on his anklets.
Thanks for asking Keanu and Ak to work with me.
Mark stiffened like a librarian facing a rapper with a microphone.
I guess I'm as ready as I'll ever be for tonight, John said.
Mark nodded.
Look, I'm sorry I laughed earlier today.
I understand. Mark rose from the bench. John sat him back down.
I don't think you do.
What's not to understand? You're A-list and I'm Z-list. It was preposterous for me to mention my attraction to you. As he sat next to Mark, John said between giggles,
That's not why I'm laughing.
It can't be that Mark's fly is open. He's wearing a loincloth. John continued,
and it's not why I was laughing earlier today." Mark raised his hands in the air like a captured bank robber. "If you're thinking about arresting me, you should know I'm totally clean, Mark, and I'll never see my family's money from the banking industry since they want nothing to do with me, Mark, and I know I'm not in the same league as the other dancers who go home after the show while I revert back to being a servant for a private hotel function." "Will you listen to me? I noticed you right away during the Luau show. I told you I had nothing to do with Cal and Kimu disappearing." The horns blew for the start of the procession as the dancers raced out of the dressing room. John was last to leave. As he passed me in the doorway, he said, "I'll make sure nothing sinister happens on stage tonight." I replied, "I'll keep an eye on things at the tables." "Don't talk to the press," John said. I left the dressing room and caught up with Noah at the walking lane to watch the procession, which went off without a hitch. John exhibited fortitude, good looks, and presence as the understudy who could. As I filled my plate to overflowing at the buffet table and reached for my pocketed vitamins, I thanked the theater gods for this directing gig. Chef Keahilani looked at my plate and winked at me. I asked the chef, "Where do you store all this food?" He answered, "We have huge refrigerators and freezers back at the hotel." "Good thing for me." We shared a smile, and I went on my way. Back at our table with Noah by my side, I offered special thanks to the gods and goddesses everywhere for my perfect husband and the love of my life. Noticing the chair across from me was empty, I panned the area and found Kakeo Kama standing next to Akela Kiawe at the side of our table. The detective asked the waitress, "Any problems tonight from the Capenas?" Akela shook her head no. "I've been delivering vodka tonics and bowls of lobster every 15 minutes. Smart girl. It's like feeding the shark tank." They shared a smile. Before Akela could walk away, Kakeo asked, "How are things going with the police academy?" "Applications sent and received. If you need any help or advice, feel free to ask." "Why would you help me?" Akela asked. "Someone mentored me through the academy. I'd like to return the favor to the cosmos." "Thanks." Akela's shoulders relaxed. "I just need to work here a little longer and I'll be able to afford it." "Won't your father help?" "I want to make my own way." "Is that why you use your mother's maiden name as your last name?" Akela asked, "What are you getting at?" "Surely your father has enough money to help you." Akela did a double take. "What do you know about my father?" Kakea put a hand on her shoulder. "I know he manages this hotel." Akela shook off her hand. "That's right. I'm your prime suspect." "No, you're not. I just did a bit of research on you." "Why?" "For one thing, I wonder why the manager's daughter is working as a waitress and doesn't mention that her dad's her boss." "I told you I want to make it on my own without people treating me like some princess because I'm the boss's daughter." Mark appeared next to Akela with his jaw dangling over her. "Walter Barrett is your father?" Akela nodded. Mark looked flabbergasted. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I didn't want you to think I was spying for him." "Are you?" "Of course not." "All the times I made fun of him." "Have you been telling your father what I said?" "No." Mark said, "I'm your best friend. How could you keep this from me?" "I didn't want you to feel foolish." "Too late for that, Akela." I interceded. "Mark, why are you out of the dressing room?" Mark replied, "I was uncomfortable around Sean, so I came out for some fresh air." "Well, get back inside," I said. Mark looked at Akela. "With pleasure." Kakeo said, "Mark, this isn't about you." He glared at Akela. "Clearly." He hurried off to the dressing room. Akela glared at Kakeo. "Thanks for nothing." She disappeared. Kakeo joined our table inside. Youth. "Is there that much of an age difference between you and Akela?" Noah asked. Kakeo nodded. 4 years, but it seems like 40. "Noah's 7 years younger than me," I said. Noah smiled at Kakeo.
and the initial angst is worth the happily ever after. Cacao squeezed his hand. The show began, and I was happy to see Mark with the others. Noah and I couldn't keep our eyes off John Nohea. He was an amazing performer who looked completely at home on stage. Dancing with incredible grace, strength, and stamina, not to mention a body sculpted like Adonis, John stole each number. Noah poked my side and directed my gaze over to the capenas at the next table. Again, Joanna never took her eyes off Mark, but Mono was riveted to Ak. In the area behind the tables, Walter paced nervously and chomped on his unlit cigar. Lonnie moved from table to table trying to sell her overpriced trinkets. The dances all went well. Noah and I breathed a sigh of relief as the finale fire number ended with all 5 dancers on stage. They executed a final bow, threw flowers to the delighted audience members, and left the stage. As the satisfied spectators filed out of the Luau area, Noah and I burst into the dressing room. I couldn't contain my enthusiasm. "Great show, everyone!" Noah joined me. "What a performance!" Dripping with sweat, John replied, "I can't believe I got through the whole show. How'd I do?" I said, "You were terrific, John." "Amazing," Noah added. John was clearly the victim of actor bug bite with no antidote in sight. He glowed like a gold coin on a city street. "Thanks, guys. I really enjoyed myself out there, despite not taking my peripheral vision off the other dancers." "Who were all fine," Noah added with a hug to my neck. Just to make sure, I looked around the room and spotted Ak dressing in the corner. Then I checked the bathroom and found only Mark. Uh-oh. Ahe burst into the dressing room from outside with a look of horror on his delicate face. "Has anyone seen Keanu?" John switched into detective mode. "When was the last time you saw him?" Ahe replied. "After the show. He was right behind me coming off stage. Then he was gone." Still in his G-string, John hurried outside. A few moments later, he returned scratching his thick hair. "There's no sign of him." Ahe fell into John's strong chest and wept hysterically. "Keanu! My Keanu!" John motioned for Noah and me to go outside and look around. Then he wrapped his thick arms around Ahe to comfort him. Mark came out of the bathroom in his waiter clothes, spotted Ahe in John's arms, and stormed out of the dressing room, blinking back tears. As soon as we got outside, I leapt onto the stage with Noah at my heels. Dropping to my hands and knees, "It's not what you're thinking," I examined the area where Keanu danced for most of the show as dancer-helper. Not seeing anything suspicious, I sniffed the area. "That's it!" "What's wrong, Nicky?" "I smell nicotine." "Maybe someone threw away a lit cigarette before leaving and it landed on stage. Then where's the cigarette?" Noah searched around the stage. Coming up empty-handed, he asked, "What are you thinking?" I spotted Walter ordering the waitstaff to clean up the buffet area. "Walter!" I rose and flailed my arms like an airport flagger during a terrorist attack. When Walter met us at the lip of the stage, I asked, "Has this stage floor been repaired recently?"
"No. Why?"
"Was DMSO used when making the floor?" He replied mid-cigar chomp.
"What's DMSO?"
"A commercial solvent used on wood flooring," I explained.
"How the hell should I know?"
As usual, Noah was the epitome of tact. "Walter, the show was wonderful tonight, wasn't it?" Walter smiled.
"Sure was."
"If you want it to be just as terrific tomorrow night, we need to make sure there isn't a problem with the stage floor."
"What's the problem?"
Walter asked with the lines in his forehead deepening. Noah improvised. "A couple of the dancers felt the floor was too slippery. We certainly don't want any of them to fall during the show."
"Could that happen?"
Walter looked concerned. It might, unless we can take care of the problem. Is there somebody you can ask about the stage flooring? After making a call on his cell phone, Walter said,
Yeah, the manufacturers use DMSO on the wood flooring. What of it?
I asked, when was this floor installed?
About 2 years ago.
Walter wiped the beads of sweat from his large forehead.
Is there a problem with the show?
Noah replied, We'll take care of it, Walter. Waving a chubby index finger at us, Walter said,
I'm counting on you. We're full again for tomorrow night.
Then he went back to the tables. Bending over, not what you're thinking, I again examined Keanu's place on stage and noticed the wood in that section was a lighter color than on the rest of the stage. Is there a problem here? Cacao asked, staring up at us. Come with me. Noah and Cacao followed me back into the dressing room where we found John changed into his suit. I asked, Where's Ahe? John replied,
Ak took him home. Neither of them saw or heard anything suspicious during the day or this evening. I promised I'd call them if I'd find out anything. Did you find out anything?
Feeling like the star witness in a television crime drama, I announced, Someone replaced the section of the stage floor where Keanu danced with a new piece of wood flooring.
Who?
John asked. Noah replied, We don't know. I added, Neither does Walter. Cacao took out her notepad and pen. Was it foul play?
Elementary, my dear Cacao.
Pacing around the dressing room, I channeled Sherlock Holmes.
Like the old flooring, the new flooring piece would have included DMSO as a solvent, but unlike the original flooring, the replaced flooring also contained nicotine.
I built to my dramatic climax.
Which, when added to DMSO, creates a substance that, upon coming in contact with the skin, causes the victim to experience severe sweating, tremors, and nausea.
John gasped.
Keanu was sweating profusely. I assumed it was from the dancing.
Cacao added, Thanks to the hula choreography, nobody could tell if Keanu's limbs were tremoring.
And between the numbers, Keanu complained of being nauseous,
John added.
I assumed he was just dizzy from the wild dance moves.
I stood on a bench and offered my best sleuth pose.
Yes, detectives. Keanu Hale was indeed dizzy, nauseous, sweating profusely, and experiencing severe tremors from dancing. That is, dancing barefoot on a stage floor laced with nicotine, proving once again that nicotine kills.
Chapter 6. Detectives John Nohea and Cacao Kama left the dressing room to examine the stage and talk to Walter. Since John had already questioned new lead dancer Ak and the hysterical Ahe, Noah and I headed back to the hotel to find Mark. After passing through the lobby, we reached the stretch of ballroom entrances. Finding the door for the largest ballroom with a sign reading Uncommon Eye in front of it, we entered and looked around the vast ballroom laden with empty tables and chairs and a large stage up front sporting an altar. Spotting the waitstaff in a corner, we hurried over to that part of the room and found Mark and Akela in white shirts, black slacks, and black bow ties pouring wine into glasses. Akela said to Mark, After my mother died 3 years ago, it's like there's a wall between my father and me. Mark replied, Is the wall named Lani Palakiko? Akela nodded. She gives me the creeps. Join the You Buy Creeped Out Club, Mark said. Akela sighed. Yeah, I guess Dad and Lonnie aren't so different after all. Mark replied. But you work for him. So do you, Akela replied. I needed a job. So did I. Mark tilted his head. And you never told him the things I said about him? Of course not. Thanks. Akela offered Mark a smile. So, are we okay? He returned the smile. We're okay. Good. Mark noticed us standing nearby. Nicky, Noah, what are you doing here? I said, Can we talk to you? Mark looked around. The guest will be arriving soon. We just need a few minutes, I said. Akela took Mark's wine carafe. Go ahead, I'll cover for you. Not passing up the opportunity to get information, I asked, Akela, does your father ever mention the Uncommon Eye group? She nodded. He says they pay through the nose for the ballroom. Even though the owner of the hotel is part of the group? Noah asked. I guess so, Akela added. And Dad says they're tax-exempt. Figures. No pun intended. Have you ever stayed for their meetings? I asked. Akela laughed. No thanks. They're too praise the Lord and hallelujah for me. Thanks, Akela. Excuse us. I asked Mark to follow Noah and me to a private corner of the room. As we left, Noah whispered to Akela, Give Cacao a chance. Her bark is worse than her badge. When the three of us were positioned next to a rubber plant, Mark asked, What's wrong? Keanu has disappeared, Noah said gently. I added, I believe he was murdered like Kimu and Cal. How? Mark asked. I explained, Somebody put poison on the stage floor underneath him. Mark's young face contorted. Did Keanu lick the floor? Watson, rather Noah, took over. Nicky thinks the poison entered Keanu's bloodstream through his bare feet. Poor Ahe is distraught, as you can imagine, I said. Mark sat on the window seat looking as frightened as a top 1%er at a tax audit. That leaves only Ahe, and me. And now detective-turned-hula dancer John Nohea, I replied. Mark grimaced. Right. I sat next to him. John isn't interested in Ahe. Tears brimmed Mark's eyes. That makes two people that John isn't interested in. Noah sat on Mark's other side. Don't give up the ship. Weren't those James Lawrence's dying words? I think John likes you, Noah said. Mark laughed bitterly. As much as a baker likes a new fad diet. Getting back to the investigation, I asked, Mark, did you hear or see anything suspicious tonight? Mark shook his head no. I thought the show went well. It did, until Keanu was poisoned and no doubt dragged away in secret to who knows where. Mark asked, Why would someone want to kill Kimu, Cal, and Keanu? Try saying that 3 times fast. Do you think somebody has it out for hula dancers? He asked. Noah patted Mark's knee. I wish I knew. I said, Please call our suite if you remember anything out of the ordinary about tonight's show. I will. Mark rose. Will there be a show tomorrow night? Noah and I said in unison, I hope so. Mark went back to pouring wine and arranging slices of bread onto trays with Akela and the other waitstaff. The room filled up quickly with well-dressed men and women carrying Bibles and superior expressions. Mono Capena approached us. What are you two doing here? Don't you want to save our souls, Mono? I asked with a wicked grin. Attendance at this event is by invitation only, he replied. I couldn't resist. Not enough loaves and fish for 2 more? We don't serve homosexuals. It's our religious freedom. Mono gestured toward the door. Not budging, Noah said, As owner of the hotel, you may want to know that another hula dancer has disappeared. Mono groaned. Which one? Keanu Hale, I replied. I believe he's been murdered and taken away like Kimu and Cal. Why would somebody do that? Mono asked. I grinned. Let's see. Kimu was blackmailing your wife, and Cal was blackmailing you. So their murders and disappearances make sense. You know, hide the bodies from the detectives and all. But why Keanu? With his growing paunch, he doesn't seem like your wife's or your type. If anybody was going to be silenced tonight, my money would have been on Ak, your latest joint conquest. Mono clenched his fists and said through a tight jaw,
Get the hell out of here before I call hotel security. Joanna Capena greeted the pastor at the door. A dour-looking older woman sat behind an organ near the front of the room and played "O Living Bread," as the waitstaff brought the wine and bread up to the front of the room and placed the trays on the altar. Noah said, "I thought we could stay and hear your testimony, Mono." I added, "Perhaps you'd like to tell everyone the story about how you tried to save my soul in the steam room?" Try saying that 3 times fast. Like a bouncer at a disco, Mono pushed us to the doorway. "Peace be with you, Mono," I said. Mono shoved us out. "I'll pray for you both," I replied. "Don't you mean fantasize about us?" He closed the door in our faces. Not giving up that easily, Noah and I took a walk around the lobby and returned a few minutes later. The ballroom doors were still closed. All we could hear were the dissonant chords of the organ music and cacophonous singing. So Noah took my hand and led me to the elevator bank and up to our room, where we stripped off our suits, hopped into bed, and cuddled like teenagers. I love you more than life itself, Noah Oliver. You mean everything to me, Nicky Abundanza. Our hugs and kisses quickly transposed into a lovemaking session, ending in a warm and sweaty embrace, leading to sweet slumber. Early the next morning, I received a phone message from Walter asking Noah and me to come to his office at 9. We showered together and ate breakfast, Hawaiian granola, coconut milk, and vitamins for me, island eggs for Noah, on the lanai. 5 minutes to 9, dressed in our usual Hawaiian shirts and white slacks, I opened the door to our suite and glanced down the hallway at Ak coming out of the Capena's suite and heading for the elevator. I guess the Capenas enjoyed a late-night Hawaiian snack after their church service. Beating Ak to the elevator, Noah held the door as I said, "Room for one more?" After Ak entered, standing between us, I added, "Is that what Mono and Joanna said to you last night?" Ak looked at me with deep-set eyes. "Mono owns the hotel, Nicky, and Joanna controls everything on the island." "That doesn't mean you have to do whatever they say," Noah said. "Or maybe it does." Ak got out of the elevator, and the new lead dancer headed for the lobby doors. Noah and I arrived at Walter's office to find Walter again sitting at his desk and Lonnie standing at the window. Walter directed us to sit opposite his desk. Mono arrived in an expensive-looking European suit and sat on the sofa. "Sorry I'm late. I was tied up." "I'll bet." Walter chomped out,
"With Kimu, Cal, and Keanu gone, we need to put our heads together about the Luau show tonight."
"Just find more men and get the show up," Mono said. "So something else can stay up, Mono?"
"I find more hula dancers,"
Lonnie said as if she was catching flies. Last to arrive were Detectives John Nohea and Kakeo Kama, both in tasteful suits. John said,
"Thank you for gathering everyone this morning, Mr. Barrett."
"Did forensic testing prove me correct?" I asked, rising as if addressing the inspector at Scotland Yard. John nodded.
"The section of the floor where Keanu danced contained DMSO with nicotine."
I bowed grandly. "But where are the bodies of the 3 dancers?" Noah asked. "We've searched everywhere," Kakeo replied. "There isn't a sign of them."
"That's why I'm sorry to report that the Luau show can no longer continue," John said, clearly disappointed his career as a hula dancer closed on opening night. "Isn't there anything we can do?" Walter asked, dropping his unlit cigar onto his desk.
Mono jumped to his feet. "The Luau show is our biggest money-maker. You can't close it down."
John replied, "With 3 missing hula dancers, it's no longer safe to continue."
"My wife won't be happy about this," Mono said.
Kakeo replied, "Please have the senator call us if she'd like further information."
"I will most certainly do just that." Mono headed toward the door. "Are we through here?"
No, we are most certainly not through here. Ignoring the look of panic in Noah's eyes, I posed like a 1940s movie musical star. The show must go on! Cacao sighed. We already explained. I know what you said, Detective, but nobody can close a show but the director, I replied, formulating my script. And this director's show is playing one more performance. Absolutely not, Cacao said. What will one more performance accomplish? John asked, obviously stimulating by the prospect of returning to the stage. I replied, turning my face from side to side so the entire audience could see my dazzling expressions. The master sleuth will have the opportunity to spot foul play and seize the villain. Cacao said, but you had that opportunity for the last 3 evenings. I paced the room. Elementary, my dear Cacao! The front row offered me a bird's-eye view of the stage, but tonight I will inhabit an even better seat. Walter asked, Where are you going to sit? On the stage? Noah's face drained of color. Leaping onto Walter's desk, I said, Tonight's Luau show will feature someone with show in his blood who loves giving people the business. Yes, delighted audience, Nicky Abundanza, professor, director. I demonstrated a knee sway, and now Hula Dancer will make his debut on stage tonight. After more convincing, all right, I downright pleaded, John agreed to my plan. Noah and I left Walter's office and walked through the hotel lobby to the elevators. I don't think this is a good idea, Nicky. Oh, ye of little hula faith, Noah! Do you even know the choreography for the dances? Of course I do! I've seen the hula dances over and over again at rehearsals and performances. I know every step. When we got back to our room, Noah put on his bathing suit, phoned Lonnie in housekeeping, and arranged to take Ta'avi swimming in the outdoor swimming pool, in exchange for purchasing her miniature of a striped dolphin made from bat's wings, turtle gonads, and sheep's bladder, for only $20. I made plans to meet Noah later for lunch, and then raced down to the Wiki Lounge. Spotting Mark and Akela at the bar placing paper umbrellas into customers' drinks, I casually walked over to them. I think about him every minute, including lying awake in bed each night. I never thought I'd be a fool for love, Mark said with a forlorn sigh. Akela replied, Join the Fools Club. Maui misery loves company. Is it Cacao? Mark asked. Akela nodded. I'm totally captivated. Who wouldn't be? Cacao is smart, successful, strong, and absolutely gorgeous. Mark dropped a cherry into a glass. How ironic that we're both stuck on detectives who don't know we're alive. They know we're alive, Akela said. Mark looked hopeful. They do? Sure, we're their top murder suspects. Plopping an olive into a glass, she added, which makes you and me prisoners of love, with John and Cacao as our wardens. Mark looked up at me, standing next to him. Nicky, what can I get for you? Arms and legs that can make hand signs, sway, and stomp like a pro, I replied. Come again? Mark asked. I clutched his arm like an overly made-up little girl reaching for a pageant trophy. I need you to teach me the hula dances. Why? So I can take Keanu's place in the show tonight and catch the hula henchperson. Mark looked at Akela, who nodded and said, I'll cover for you. Thanks, Akela. Mark and I ran out of the hotel and through the lane to the luau stage, where he put me through the paces like a drill sergeant on speed. When I was so tired that my arm waves looked like arm wimps and my stomps seemed like stoops, I begged for mercy, and Mark agreed. Once inside the dressing room, I tried on Keanu's costumes. To my surprise, they fit pretty well, until I put on the G-string and called in the reinforcements. Literally. Again, Mark came to the rescue by taking some leftover material and creating a G-plus G-string for me. Looking at my watch, I saw it was noon. Like Cinderella in reverse,
I quickly changed back into my Hawaiian shirt and slacks, thanked Mark, and hurried out of the luau area, along the lane, and back to the hotel. Upon reaching the Kahuna Lounge, I took a seat in a booth behind a statue and peered around Kanaloa's, a creation god, belly at Reuben wearing a curly black wig, pink shirt open to the navel, huge gold necklace, and tight black pants. No doubt courtesy of Martin, Reuben's face was pulled back by a kerchief under the wig, an old theater trick to appear younger, which made him look like an alien with large eyes and a flat face. Sitting across from Reuben was Ock in a sky blue shirt, highlighting his muscles and tan slacks. "Did you see the luau show at the hotel, Mr. Valentine?"
No.
"Then where did you see me?"
Reuben replied, I saw your picture on the hotel's web page and thought, now there's a photogenic man who should be on television. And as a reality TV show producer, I am just the man to make it happen. Staring down at his iPhone, Reuben, a.k.a. Fabian Valentine, said, Audience profiling has shown 86% of television viewers are interested in male hula dancers. So I've decided to feature one in my next reality television show, and I think you are the man for the job. He pressed a few buttons on his phone. Let's see. The latest studies show 71% of the public is hot on fusion cuisine. What do you think about starring in a reality TV show called Fusion Frenzy, where contestants walk on a swinging footbridge carrying the food of their heritage until a huge spoon knocks them into a giant spinning bowl? Ox scratched at his receded hairline. I don't know much about cooking. Reuben pressed buttons on his phone. Don't you cook, Mr. Maui? My last name is Kauai, like the Hawaiian island. But Maui is a Hawaiian island. It's a different island. Whatever, Mr. Oahu. Canned the island camp, Reuben. Reuben said, Now, you were talking about your penchant for cooking. Ock replied, I don't cook much, since I live alone in an apartment. Interesting how all the hula dancers live alone. After more button-pressing, Reuben said, No matter. New audience profiling shows the majority of people no longer care about fusion cooking. Crooked business people who file for bankruptcy again and again and run for president are in now. Have you ever filed for bankruptcy or run for president, Mr. Molokai? No. After more pushing of buttons, Reuben replied, Not a problem. The audience profiling shows they're no longer interested in that. Ah, we're in luck, Mr. Lanai. The public still seems fascinated with you. Me? Reuben replied. Let me put it to you simply, Mr. Nihao. The average couch potato, low IQ, fickle television-watching member of the public still wants to see a reality television show about a male hula dancer. Why? Ock wiped the perspiration off his large forehead and took a sip of his drink. Reuben punched more buttons and stared again at his small screen. 85% of the viewers want to see a male hula dancer wearing a grass skirt threatened by a blue-collar worker leading to a knockdown blowout brawl. He gazed at Ock and smiled. And that hula dancer will be you. Ock slumped back in his seat. Why would I want to argue with some redneck on television? To make Akamu Kahulawe a household name. Please, call me Ock. Fine, Ock. Call me Valentine. Okay, Valentine. Reuben replied, Though we've only just met, I feel an affinity with you, Ock. Call me Val. All right, Val. I like you, Ock. Call me V. Oh, for goodness sake. I don't mean to be rude, V, but why did you want to meet with me? The island has lots of male hula dancers. Not anymore. Reuben folded his bejeweled arms over his chest. Because the public wants to see a muscular, masculine guy on stage shaking his booty in a grass skirt. Reuben pressed more buttons and stared at his screen. We need to move fast before the fickle viewers decide they want a reality TV show about a ballet dancer who was a trucker. I'm confused. Reuben slid to the edge of his seat. Ock,
If you ask an average TV watcher the name of the Vice President of the United States, do you know what he or she will reply? Ock shrugged his broad shoulders. They won't know. But they will be able to name the cast of the most popular television reality show and expound upon the characters' job titles, homes, entertainment venues, latest tirades, and battles in sexual intercourse history. As long as the cast member has a low IQ, a big mouth, a chip on his or her shoulder, and is willing to battle with anyone who crosses his or her path, he or she can become a reality TV star. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Not really. Neither do I. Ock, I can make you the most recognizable, talked about, and famous hula dancer in the world. That caught Ock's attention. Does that come with money? Reuben unleashed fits of hysterics that knocked Ock's drink into his lap. As Ock wiped his slacks with his napkin, Reuben said, When my new reality show premieres, you'll be able to buy 1,000 more pair of pants just like that. Buy the whole store. Buy every clothing store in America. Would you like that, Ock? Ock nodded like an abstinence-only spokesperson propositioned in a pickup bar. I'd like that very much. Then we need to strike the iron while the hula dancer is still hot. What do I have to do? Ock asked on the edge of his seat. Reuben checked his iPhone. Audience polling is showing volcanoes are hot right now. No pun intended. So I'm thinking a reality TV show where the contestants live in an erupting volcano. Reuben placed his thumbs and forefingers into the shape of an invisible camera screen. Picture it. Eruption in the volcano, in the bedrooms, and in the brawls, with you playing the role of the male hula dancer. I am the male hula dancer. Perfect typecasting! I'll ask one of my associates to fly to a red state to find a closet gay man threatened by a man in a hula skirt. Reuben grinned. We'll give you a script to help you provoke, battle, and bombast as we watch the audience cheer. The ratings climb, the network get more powerful, and the sponsors get richer. Ock asked, And I'll get paid a lot of money? Reuben laughed even more loudly and knocked over his own drink. You'll make more money than a televangelist during Gay Pride Month. After mopping up his drink with his napkin, he went back to his screen. Now, let's see what else is in so we can build your television persona. He glared at Ock. But everything we tell the press about you must be absolutely true. While they don't fact-check candidates running for political office, reality TV stars go through the highest scrutiny by the press. Reuben, rather V, was back at the phone screen. 98% of the television-watching public wants scandal. So tell me about any scandals in your past. Ock looked down at the tabletop. I don't think I have any. Of course you do, Ock. Everyone has a few scandals lurking about in the dark recesses of the closet. He squirmed in his seat. But isn't that private? Not anymore, thanks to reality television. Ock pulled at his shirt collar. I don't feel comfortable talking about things like that. Pity. Reuben put his phone inside his pocket. I thought you would make the perfect reality TV sensation. I guess I'll have to try another hula dancer. Wait! Ock came out of his shell like a turtle chased by a shark. I'm interested in being on the show. Reuben took out his phone and pressed some buttons. Then let's see. Heartache from broken-off love affairs is polling well. Maybe we'll call the show Hula Heartache. Okay. Tell me about the ache you've experienced in the heart department. Ock swallowed hard. I fell for someone who I later found out used me. Reuben's molars came out. That should play well in Nashville. Tell me every detail. Ock cleared his throat. I was lead hula dancer, and a younger dancer wanted my spot. The younger dancer's name? Why do you need that? For the personal touch. Ock sighed. Cal seduced me, and talked me into recommending him to the hotel manager as lead dancer, moving me into the dance captain spot.
Wonderful! The Margot Channing Eve Harrington storyline always plays well.
I've never met them. Reuben stifled a giggle, then waved his phone.
Audiences are now demanding personal tragedy in the family. So unless you have a family tragedy to report, our deal is unfortunately off.
Ock raised his index finger. I do.
Tell me.
Another dancer, Reuben glared at him, Kimu, seduced my sister Makamea. When she wanted a relationship and Kimu didn't, he broke things off with her. My sister was so crushed, she committed suicide.
Wonderful! Our show will be in the top 10 after we air the pilot.
Reuben stared at his phone.
Interesting.
What is it?
69% of television viewers are now interested in three-way sexual encounters.
Ock looked from side to side, then replied softly, I've done that.
You have!
Reuben shouted. Ock whispered, to keep my job as lead dancer.
But you just said you were no longer the lead dancer.
I got my old spot back, now that Cal's gone.
And where did Cal go?
Nobody knows.
You mean he simply vanished into thin air?
Ock nodded. So did other dancers, Kimu and Keanu.
Do you have any idea what happened to them?
No. Reuben played with the gold chain around his neck.
Let's get back to your sordid threesome. Give me all the details. For the show.
Ock's thick forearm wiped the sweat off his thicker neck. The owner of the hotel,
name?
Mono Capena, and his wife, Senator Joanna Capena, invited me to their hotel suite. Reuben cheered.
Sex, politics, money, and Maui. All the ratings will climb through the roof. Tell me, what is it that you did in their hotel suite?
Ock mumbled something. Reuben shook a finger at him.
Speak up if you want the television viewers to be able to understand you.
I was intimate with Mono, and Joanna called us both bad boys.
And then?
Reuben is definitely Martin's husband. Ock looked as uncomfortable as a vegan at a weenie roast. Then Joanna punished me.
By
taking out her whip and making me service her. Reuben bobbed up and down in his seat.
I see a 2-season guarantee and Emmy Awards in our future.
He looked at his phone screen.
Oh dear.
What's wrong?
The latest audience research shows the largest and most important demographic, unemployed straight males 18 to 20 who flunked out of high school, will not watch a television reality show unless the cast includes a deadbeat dad like them. I'm awfully sorry, Ock.
Reuben rose.
I'm sure there's a hula-dancing deadbeat dad somewhere on the island. Wait!
Uh-oh. I have a son. Reuben did a double-take.
You do?
Ock nodded. But nobody knows he's my son. Reuben sat and stared at his phone.
Bastard sons are testing better than daughters. Do tell.
Ock rubbed his large forehead. I'm bisexual.
Polling well,
Reuben replied, looking at his phone. A housekeeper at the hotel.
Names, Ock?
Lonnie had a daughter, Wyola. We dated for a while, but Wyola couldn't accept my attraction to men. Soon afterward, Wyola started dating one of the other hula dancers, Kimu, who was straight. And Wyola became pregnant. 7 years ago she gave birth to a son, Ta'avi. I did the math and realized Ta'avi's mine.
Yikes. Did you claim this child as your own?
Ock shook his head. Kimu and Wyola were in love, and after Wyola died in childbirth, I didn't have the heart to tell Kimu. Plus, Lonnie was on the warpath against the father of the baby, blaming Kimu for her daughter's death. Reuben rubbed his chin.
So, you figured that since Kimu was the cause of your sister Makamea's suicide, it would only be fitting that he take the rap for Wyola's pregnancy and untimely death.
Ock looked away and nodded.
and nobody knows you are Ta'avi's true father?
Ak replied. Kimu suspected, and he made some snide remarks from time to time about not being Ta'avi's father.
Do Lonnie and Ta'avi know?
If they do, they've never let on to me.
Do you regret not telling Ta'avi of his true parentage?
Ak shook his head no. The last thing I need is a kid to take care of.
Perfect! Reuben pressed buttons on his phone. I'm pitching the show to the network right now. A reality TV show featuring a bisexual deadbeat dad who is involved with a sadistic senator and works as a hula dancer. Can't miss. He clapped his hands together. And I have the perfect show title. Beat Off in a Hula Skirt.
Chapter 7. After leaving Reuben and Ak, I went to the gym, hurried back to my room to change, and then met Noah, Martin, and a very proud Reuben for lunch in the Pineapple Peekaboo Lounge at the hotel's outdoor current pool. Noah and I, in our bathing suits, enjoyed the sensation of wading our feet to the moving water as we sat at our table. Across from us, sitting under an umbrella, Martin and Reuben wore beach hats, sunglasses, robes, and rubber sea slippers. Enjoying our delicious lobster and pineapple salads, each of us spoke at the same time with our mouths full. I took control. First things first. Noah, how was swimming with Ta'avi? Noah looked as proud as an Olympics coach. I taught him the backstroke and side stroke. Ta'avi was amazing.
Who's Ta'avi?
Martin asked with the glow of gossip in his eyes. Calm down, Martin. Ta'avi's 7 years old, said Noah. He's Lonnie's grandson and Kimu's son.
Not exactly, Reuben replied like a leprechaun with a pot of gold hidden under his bed.
Martin choked on his lunch.
You know something, and you didn't tell me?
I just found out. Reuben struck a pose with his iPhone.
Thanks to my earth-shattering performance as Fabian Valentine, reality television producer.
I forgot about that, Noah said.
The world of theater will never forget, Reuben said.
How did it go? Noah asked.
Like Showboat on opening night.
Martin pushed his husband's shoulder.
You've gone overboard, Showboat. Tell us what you learned.
Reuben filled in Martin and Noah on what Ak told him, rather Fabian Valentine, at the Kahuna Lounge. When Reuben was through, Noah looked like a victim of post-traumatic stress disorder.
Ak is Ta'avi's father?
Reuben and I nodded like sock puppets. Nicky, remember when Ta'avi told us that when Kimu got drunk, Kimu said he wasn't Ta'avi's father? A tear filled Noah's eye. Kimu must have suspected it was Ak all along. How could Ak not get to know his own son? Ta'avi is such a sweet, wonderful boy who Lonnie leaves alone most of the time, Noah added, clearly holding down his rage.
Martin intercepted. Enough about little orphan Ta'avi. Tell us more about Ak and the Capena suite. That was one of my proudest moments. Of many.
Reuben glowed like the reflection of the sun on our glasses of pineapple juice.
It seems Senator Capena has earned her title as Madam Senator, and our wealthy hotel owner, Mono Capena, has a penchant for diversifying.
My inner detective surfaced.
But we still aren't any farther along with solving the murders. Reuben said, You sure know how to close the curtain on my curtain call.
Sorry, Reuben, you were wonderful.
Thank you, Nicky.
Reuben grinned at Martin like the teacher's pet facing the class clown.
I taught you everything you know, Martin said to his husband. Ignoring them, I said, Ak and waiter-turned-hula dancer Mark both had motive and opportunity. So did the Capenas, Martin added.
Noah gritted his teeth.
As did Lonnie. I banged my fist on the table and sent my coleslaw flying into the pool. Watching the current take it away, I said, Right under our noses, 3 hula dancers were killed and their bodies removed before the detectives could seize them for autopsy. Somebody who was at the Luau shows is playing a sick joke, and I can't figure out who.
Noah put his arm around me. You'll figure it out, Nicky. You always do. From your mouth to the Hawaiian god's ears. After lunch, we all walked back to the hotel lobby and headed for Walter's office. As I started to knock on the door, I couldn't help overhearing the voices inside, especially since my ear was glued to the door.
My daughter is all grown up and on her own. I'm too old to live with a little kid, especially one as annoying as him.
You no want marry Lonnie because you take advantage of me like Kimu did to my Wilo.
Give it a rest, Lonnie. Kimu is gone.
Walter opened the door and looked happy to see me.
Nicky! Are you ready to go on tonight?
I did a knee sway, then rubbed my aching back. Ready as rain.
Don't say that word. Walter chewed his cigar. We're sold out again for tonight.
He looked at Martin and Reuben.
Who are they?
After I made the introductions, Ta'avi ran toward us from the hallway and grinned at Noah.
Hey, swimming coach.
He spun around in his bathing suit and winked at me.
And parasailing teacher.
Noah put his arm around Ta'avi. Martin and Reuben, this is Ta'avi Kapule. Or it should be Ta'avi Kauai. Ta'avi shook Martin's hand. Martin was clearly touched. Hello, Ta'avi. It's a pleasure to meet you. Reuben shook Ta'avi's hand next.
We heard a great deal about you.
Especially from Ak in your Fabian Valentine persona, Reuben. Ta'avi said to Martin and Reuben,
Nicky and Noah talk about you, too.
I changed the subject quickly. Ta'avi, are you ready for our excursion? Ta'avi nodded and wrote on his pad.
You'll behave on boat.
Lonnie took Ta'avi's pad and pencil.
I will, Graham.
She looked at us.
Keep Ta'avi as long as you like.
Since we already bought your trinket. Noah asked, Lonnie, may I speak with you a moment? Lonnie scratched under her bun.
Okay, we talk outside.
Excuse me. Noah followed Lonnie from the office doorway into an empty lounge area in the lobby, where they sat on easy chairs across from each other. When Walter's phone rang, he said he'd see us at the Luau, then slammed the door in our inquiring faces. Unable to hear his phone conversation through the door, we walked back to the lobby. Ta'avi excused himself to go to the bathroom, and Martin, Reuben, and I sat on a window seat waiting for Noah. Looking around the lobby at families enjoying their vacations, I asked Martin and Reuben, How are your daughters? They glowed like fireflies. Martin said, Wonderful! They love their jobs, and thankfully they love their husbands too.
And they each have an adorable child,
Reuben said proudly. I didn't realize you were grandparents, I said.
We don't like to go on and on about it like some people.
Reuben took his wallet out of his beach bag and flipped through a stack of pictures. Here are little Martin and little Reuben. Aren't they adorable? Martin asked, beaming at the photos of the little boys. We're planning for them to stay with us for a week next month. Is it hard taking care of them? Martin sighed. It's not easy raising children, Nicky, but the rewards make it all worth it. I rested back on the seat. I admire people who juggle career and family. Reuben said, It's not so difficult. Martin did a double take. Remember how exhausted we were when the girls were young? The scrapes and scratches on our bodies when they learned to creep and crawl? Not to mention the backaches when they started to walk and to ride a bicycle? He turned to me. I remember falling asleep from exhaustion playing dolls with them, Martin added.
You loved playing dolls, you liar, Reuben said.
I guess I did. They shared a laugh. Martin cringed. But I'll never forget the nerve-wracking days and nights we spent when the girls learned to drive, got mono, started dating,
applied to colleges and got married, Reuben added.
I asked, How did you know all the do's and don'ts about giving them the right food, teaching them how to do things, raising them to be good, kind people? You don't. Martin slid to the edge of his seat. Nicky, the truth is, we read all the books about parenting. But when our daughters came to us, we forgot everything we had read. Reuben put his arm around his husband.
The secret to raising children is simple. You love each other, and you love them,
and everything else falls into place. I looked up at Noah and Ta'avi, who were staring down at us.
Martin and Reuben, are you coming parasailing with us?
Ta'avi asked, clearly excited by the prospect of a group outing. Martin and Reuben laughed uproariously. "No, thank you, Ta'avi," Martin replied. "We'd be parasailing into an early grave," Reuben added. "We'll leave the fun to you young folks." Martin said, "Enjoy!" Martin and Reuben left for their room, and Ta'avi took the tube of suntan lotion peeking out of Noah's bathing suit pocket.
"Let's put some on so we don't burn."
Noah and I shared a smile. After we were covered in cream and smelled like coconuts, Ta'avi returned the tube and took our hands.
"Come on, guys, let's go parasailing."
We walked to the main beach and checked in at the parasailing booth. In minutes we were standing in the low water, strapped into 3 connected swing seats that were attached by a thick rope to the motor belt in front of us. I looked at the multicolored sail overhead and prayed there were no holes in it. I asked Ta'avi, sitting between us, "You excited?" His face was the same color as the ocean. Noah asked, "Are you scared, Ta'avi?"
"No,"
Ta'avi said, looking like a panic attack victim entering a haunted house. "Does this help?" Noah took his hand. Ta'avi looked over at me. I took his other hand. Ta'avi's shoulders dropped. "Ready for takeoff." When the boat moved forward, Ta'avi said,
"If you 2 guys get nervous, you can squeeze my hand."
Noah and I squeezed as the boat skimmed the water, and the 3 of us hit the sky amidst our screams of wonderment and delight. Looking at the crystal blue sky and marshmallow clouds around us, I said, "Now I know why birds sing all the time." Gazing down at the aqua ocean, Noah said, "This view is incredible." Ta'avi grinned from ear to ear and shouted,
"I can fly!"
Feeling like Peter, Michael, and John, the 3 of us hooted and hollered in delight as the sail flew us through the sky. When our time was up, the boat slowed down near our pickup spot, and Noah, Ta'avi, and I gently landed on our feet near the water's edge. Once we were unstrapped and out of the seats, we walked along the beach as the tiny waves caressed our feet. Ta'avi made his way between us and took our hands.
"Can we do it again?"
I laughed. "One flight is enough for today." As we enjoyed the sun's warm kiss on our bodies and the sound of the surf lapping against the rocks, I asked Noah, "What were you talking about with Lonnie back at the hotel?" Noah replied, "Ta'avi." Ta'avi nudged Noah.
"Graham trying to sell you something again?"
Noah nodded, then he asked me, "What were you talking about with Martin and Reuben?" I looked up at a seabird flying overhead. "Just some stuff about back home." Ta'avi asked,
"What's it like where you live?"
"We live in a place surrounded by lakes and mountains," I explained. Noah added, "And it snows in the wintertime." Ta'avi kicked some wet sand as we walked.
"Real snow?"
"Yep, just ask my shovel," I replied.
"Cool,"
Noah said. "We have a Victorian house." Ta'avi replied,
"Graham has my pad."
Noah laughed. "It's a big old house with fireplaces and window seats."
"How many rooms?"
Ta'avi asked. "Plenty for 2 people," I answered. "Our college provides us with housing."
"What do you do at your college?"
Ta'avi asked. He winked at me.
"Besides solving murder mysteries."
"You know about that, huh?" I asked. Ta'avi nodded.
"I heard the detective guy tell Walter and Graham."
Noah said, "Nicky teaches directing, and I teach acting."
"No pad."
Ta'avi cocked his head at Noah. Noah smiled. "We help younger people who want to be on the stage, like the hula dancers in the Luau show." "When the students come to class," I added.
"Why don't they come to class?"
Ta'avi asked. "For a million reasons, all of which we've heard," I answered.
"Do they have schools there for little kids?"
Ta'avi asked. "Sure, and restaurants, hotels, movie theaters, parks, just like everywhere," Noah said.
"How about a beach?"
Ta'avi asked.
Yes, but it's a bit of a drive, Noah said.
Do you know how to drive?
Ta'avi asked Noah. No, he doesn't, I replied. Noah giggled. I drive fine, Ta'avi. Like a race car driver, I explained to Ta'avi.
Cool,
Ta'avi asked.
If I come visit you, will you teach me how to drive?
Noah said, sure, when you're older. I'm staying off the road, I said. Ta'avi led us up a tall rock and sat between us. We looked out over the ocean waves dancing in the sun. Ta'avi asked,
Can I?
What? I asked.
Visit you guys. I showed you my home. You should show me yours.
I tweaked his nose. We live far away, Ta'avi.
Can we parasail to there?
Ta'avi asked. Noah explained. We go by plane.
I've never been in a plane,
Ta'avi said. Parasailing is a lot more fun, and the seats are wider, I said. Ta'avi looked at me with sad eyes.
When are you leaving?
In a couple of days, I replied.
I don't want you to go,
Ta'avi said. I mussed his hair. Maybe we'll come back to Maui someday.
Can you take me with you to Vermont?
That's not possible, Ta'avi, I said. He said,
I could cook for you and tell your students to come to their classes and help you solve mysteries.
Noah blinked back tears. I put my arm around Ta'avi. Noah and I have enjoyed your island, and you've been a terrific host and friend. But we have to get back to our lives in Vermont. Ta'avi pouted. We'll write to you, and you can write to us, I said. Ta'avi scooted away from me.
I don't like writing.
Neither do our students, I answered. Tears laced Ta'avi's eyes.
Please take me with you, Nicky and Noah.
Noah looked away. I took Ta'avi's little hand. Ta'avi, the adult world isn't that simple.
Then I don't like the adult world.
Ta'avi climbed down the rock with us following. He was thoughtful and quiet on the walk back to the hotel. Noah was equally silent, occasionally wiping his eyes. When we arrived back at Walter's office door, I asked Ta'avi, Did you have a good time? Ta'avi nodded solemnly. Noah forced a smile. Don't forget our swimming pool date tomorrow afternoon.
I won't.
Ta'avi walked toward the office door, stopped, turned around, ran back to us, and threw his arms around me.
Thank you for taking me, Nicky.
I returned the hug, as did Noah. Ta'avi disappeared into Walter's office and closed the door behind him. Noah's baby blues focused on me like headlights. I know you're attached to Ta'avi, Noah. I am too. But this is the real world, not a Charles Dickens novel. Noah walked ahead of me to the elevator banks. Ta'avi has a grandmother, who has very little time for him, Noah replied. And a father, I said, who has disowned him, Noah answered. We rode on the elevator in silence. When we got to her suite, Noah sat on the bed. Lonnie doesn't want him. I sat next to him. How do you know? It dawned on me. That's what Lonnie was trying to sell you earlier in the hotel lobby. Ta'avi. Noah nodded. She wants to marry Walter, and Walter doesn't want a package deal. How much is she asking for him? I said with my jaw dropping to the flower-patterned bed comforter. $10,000. I laughed. Noah, this is ridiculous. Tavi isn't a trinket made from whale sperm that we can buy from Lonnie. He's a little boy with needs and wants, and he wants to be with us, Noah said with a tear running down his cheek. Noah, we are busy college professors with no time or expertise to take care of a child. I put my arm around him. Besides, this is our honeymoon. Not to mention 3 hula dancers have been murdered, and I'm going on for one of them tonight. Can we forget about this? Noah stared at me. After a few moments he replied, For now. I kissed his cheek. Good. Glancing over at the clock on the night table, I said, I have an hour to rest, shave, shower, stretch out, and get to the dressing room before the show. My lips grazed his. But I'd rather spend the time doing something else. Wrapping his arms around my back, Noah said, Now, whatever could that be? Come here, and I'll explain it to you. I lowered Noah onto the bed, and we shared a deep, sensual kiss. After our love in the late afternoon, we showered, put on our suits, and then hurried out of the hotel, through the lane, and to the Luau area. Noah headed for Walter and Lonnie in the back as I perused the arriving guests at the buffet table. When my plate was filled to the brim, Chef Keahilani said, Good work, Nicky. I smiled at the chef, then sat at our table and enjoyed my private feast. A dancer has to build up his strength, especially on his honeymoon. In a corner near me stood Akela in her waitstaff outfit and Detective Kakeo Kama in a beige business suit. Your father looks nervous, Kakeo said. Akela replied, Wouldn't you be upset if 3 of your employees vanished? Depends on the employees. They shared a smile. Kakeo said, So you can smile. It's hard to smile when you're being interrogated by the police. Kakeo answered, I'm not interrogating you. If I were, you'd know it. How? Do you make your subjects sit under a light and deprive them of food and water until they talk? Yes, right after I slapped them around and threatened to rub out their families. What movies are you watching, girl? They laughed. Akela said, I know I've been on guard. It comes with being a private person. A private person who's gay? Akela nodded. Does your father know? Sure. I'm not ashamed of who I am. Good. How does he feel about it? I thought you weren't interrogating me. Kakeo sat at the other end of the table and motioned for Akela to sit next to her. I hope you don't take this as an insult, but you remind me of myself 4 long years ago when I was 23. How do you know my age? Akela sighed. I thought you weren't investigating me. I'm not. Then how come you know everything about me? I'd like to help mentor you. Why? Kakeo smiled. Because we can use more good women on the police force. Is that the only reason? Akela asked with a hopeful look on her young face. No. Kakeo looked down at the tabletop. What's the other reason? Akela held her breath. Kakeo gazed into her eyes. I think you're a beautiful, bright young woman, and I enjoy talking to you. Akela exhaled. I think you're beautiful too, and smart, and nice to talk to, when you aren't interrogating me. They smiled at each other until Kakeo said, I'm going to come right out and say this. I haven't been attracted to anyone in a while, but I'm attracted, very attracted, to you. I know we got off on the wrong foot, but let's start over. Can we get together after the Luau show for a drink? Akela cringed. I can't. I understand, Kakeo said dejectedly. Akela grabbed her arm. No, you don't. I'd like to very much, but after the Luau show I have to work at a private meeting in one of the hotel ballrooms. When do you get off? 10 o'clock? Okay, I'll meet you in the hotel's ballroom plaza at 10. Akela gazed at Kakeo. That sounds nice. That sounds very nice. Not seeing anything suspicious, I downed my vitamins with the help of some coconut milk, then entered the dressing room. I found little sweet Ahe in his opening costume, sitting on a bench wiping tears from his cheeks with a tissue. Sitting next to him, I said, I'm so sorry about Keanu. Ahe nodded. He was my first love, my only love. I'll never love anyone else ever again. I put my arm around him, and he sobbed into my chest. It's so unfair, Nicky. Keanu was such a wonderful person. Smart, handsome, strong, caring. He looked up at me with eyes brimming with tears.
Why didn't they take me instead? I'd have gladly given myself to them to spare Keanu's life. Because what's the good of life without my Keanu to hold me and take care of me? What am I going to do without him? I don't want to live without him.
I grasped Ahe by his small shoulders. Listen to me, Ahe. Losing Cal, Kimu, and now Keanu is a terrible tragedy. But I'm determined to find out who is behind this and why, and then bring the guilty party to justice. He wept bitterly.
All I care about is Keanu.
Then in his memory, let's try to figure this out together. Will you help me? Ahe blew his button nose, then nodded. Did you see anybody or anything suspicious anywhere near Keanu last night? Ahe shook his head no.
I already told the detectives I did it.
Can you think of any reason why anybody would want to kill Keanu?
No! Keanu was a wonderful person. He grew up poor, and he worked hard to make something of himself. He was so warm, kind, and affectionate. Everyone loved Keanu.
Not Kimu, who was blackmailing Keanu.
And Keanu loved everyone,
including Cal. Do you believe the rumor that Keanu had been intimate with Cal? Ahe laughed.
Of course not. Keanu would never have cheated on me. He loved me too much.
As they say, love is blind.
How did you feel about Keanu's plans to leave the Maui Mist Resort for greener palm trees in Las Vegas? I wanted whatever was best for Keanu.
Even if it meant losing him to another job?
I would have never lost Keanu. Our love was stronger than any distance.
He clutched at his heart.
But it's not stronger than death. No love can be that strong.
He wailed and whimpered. Thinking about how I'd feel if I'd lost my Noah, I shed a tear too.
Ahe, as hard as it may seem now, take one day, 1 minute at a time. Remember Keanu's love, and let it make you strong enough to go on. I'm here for you. Noah is too. Anything you need, just ask us.
Ahe wiped his eyes and blew his nose.
Thank you, Nicky. But the only thing I need is my Keanu.
He ran into the bathroom. Having obviously heard our conversation, Ak approached me wearing his costume for the procession. That's why I never want to fall in love. I rose and faced him.
You shouldn't hide from love for fear of loss. I'm not afraid, just not interested.
Ak checked himself out in the mirror. How are things going with the Capenas? He smirked. I'm still the lead dancer, aren't I?
Don't be surprised if the whole fiasco explodes in your face.
No pun intended. He rubbed shoe polish over his receding hairline.
I have bigger things on the horizon. I'm going to be a reality TV star.
On the fictitious beat-off in a hula skirt.
That's great, Ak, but before your reality star rises, please be careful out there tonight. Always. If you see anything out of the ordinary, let Detective Nohea or me know right away.
As if on cue, John appeared from a corner of the room with his muscles bulging out of his opening costume.
I told Ahe the same thing.
He looked over at me.
Why aren't you dressed yet, Nicky?
I'm a master of the quick change.
I hurried to a back bench and put on my first costume. Ak went outside as Mark came out of the bathroom. Mark froze in place at the sight of John.
You have to stop doing that,
John said.
I'm not doing anything,
Mark said, fidgeting with his necklace.
You don't have to be nervous around me.
I'm not nervous.
He twisted and turned his bracelets and anklets. John smiled.
You could have fooled me.
Mark took in a deep breath and came closer to John.
I know this is uncomfortable for you. I should have never told you about my feelings, but please understand, I will never embarrass you or come on to you.
John reached over and kissed Mark on the lips softly and tenderly. The kissing detective? When their lips parted, Mark said, "Are you playing a practical joke on me?" He looked around the dressing room. "Is there a hidden camera in here?" John laughed.
Sorry, it's just that you're so damned adorable.
I am? Me?
John nodded.
Not to mention amazingly hot.
Mark did a double take.
But you said you weren't interested in me.
No, you said I wasn't interested in you.
But I'm younger than you.
Only 5 years.
That's a lot.
Are you calling me an old man?
No, you're only 30. That's not old.
So the problem is?
My past.
Is your past. I told you I made mistakes too. And if you talk to my parents, they'll tell you all about them, including how I don't make as much money as my brother the lawyer, have too short a fuse, and often fall for the wrong guy and get my heart broken.
I guess we have that in common,
Mark said.
Maybe not anymore.
Mark's face lit up like a red state politician doing redistricting.
Are you saying you might be interested in dating me?
No.
Mark's face dropped like a boulder off a cliff.
I didn't think so.
I'm saying I would be honored to date you.
Are you serious?
Would a detective lie to you?
Mark threw his arms around John's wide back and kissed him hard on the mouth. The horns blew, announcing the start of the opening procession. I ran with the other dancers to the barge at the end of the stream. Taking my place in the back, I prayed to the theater gods for a good show and no more murders, including my own. Along with the other hula dancers, I grunted and swayed, sneaking in a quick wave to Noah until we reached the end of our journey. After getting off the barge, the pig in its sack carry went off without a hitch, until I dropped my end. I never did like pork. Luckily, John grabbed my pole, not what you're thinking, and we placed Mr. Pig at the buffet table. Then we ran back into the dressing room unscathed. With Mark consoling little Ah-Hey on a bench nearby, I stood behind the dressing room door, opened it slightly, and peered outside. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary on stage. The audience members seemed to be enjoying the Luau buffet. Noah continued speaking with Walter and Lonnie. Akela waited on her tables with one eye on Kakeo, who was seated at the front table. I noticed Akela bringing Senator Joanna Capena a vodka tonic and a lobster bowl. When Mono Capena walked toward the dressing room door, I closed it behind me. Following a quick knock, Mono opened the door and came inside. Undressing the already undressed detective with his eyes, Mono asked John, "Is everything under control?" John nodded.
Nicky and I won't take our eyes off the other dancers.
I smiled and waved at Mono. Mono said, "Nicky, please keep in mind this is a family-friendly audience. None of your homosexual agenda during the show." "I promise not to wave a rainbow flag during the opening number," I said. Mono noticed Ak come out of the bathroom. "Excuse me." He was at Ak's side like a suicidal fly on flypaper. "Hello, Ak."
"Mr. Capena?"
"Joanna and I enjoyed your visit last night."
"Thank you."
Ak headed for the door, but Mono stood in his way. "We hope to see you after the show tonight."
"I'm a bit tired."
"Then wake up. It's show time. And the performance, lead dancer, is a long one. See you after the show." Mono left the dressing room. It was time for the opening number. As we exited the dressing room, the fake volcano on stage erupted like a toxic waste dump protected by a conservative politician. Wearing our loincloths, Ak, Ah-Hey, Mark, John, and I hit the luau stage with grunts, groans, foot stomps, knee sways, and arm motions aplenty. I watched the other dancers like a hawk at a picnic, not only to sniff out any possible foul play, but also to copy the choreography. When I got behind and couldn't catch up, I improvised by doing something akin to breakdancing. After the opening number, we changed into our grass skirts, and the show continued to smoke. No pun intended. I became less stressful about the dancing and actually enjoyed myself as we performed each number to rousing applause. Having the courage to look out into the audience, I noticed Mono Capena gaping at Ock, Joanna Capena staring at Mark, and Noah blowing me a kiss. The G-string fire dance was a big hit, especially when I had an unanticipated costume malfunction. I pulled myself together, literally, and the big finale led to thunderous applause. When I came center for a deep solo bow, John yanked me off the stage with the other dancers. Entering the dressing room, John and I breathed a sigh of relief when Ock, Ahe, and Mark stood next to us unharmed. Noah burst into the dressing room and threw his arms around me. "You were wonderful, Nicky." "You're just saying that because we're married." "No, I really mean it." "Then say it again, and again, and again." I gave him a big kiss. The dressing room became flooded with fans raving about my performance. Okay, they congratulated the other dancers too. Due to modesty, the dancers exited to the bathroom to change into their street clothes, going in and out between accolades from visitors. After everyone had left and we were all out of our costumes, I said to John, "Good work, detective." He replied, "You too, Nicky." Ahe left the dressing room first, sniffling and choking back tears. John put an arm around Mark. "Care to join me for a nightcap at the hotel?" "I'd love to, but I have to work the Uncommon Eye." "The Uncommon Eye?" John asked. I explained. It's an evangelical group headed by Mono Capena. They meet at night in the largest hotel ballroom. "To do what?" John asked. Mark answered. "They have a service led by a pastor with singing, testifying, scripture readings, and communion. The waitstaff are needed for the setup only." "When will you be through?" "Around 10, Mark said. John's dimples appeared. "I'll see you then." "You bet." They left the dressing room making goo-goo eyes at each other. Noah kissed the cleft in my chin. "You really were a terrific hula dancer." "As good as Ahe, Mark, John, and Ock?" Noah and I looked at each other. "Ock!" I flew into the bathroom and found it empty. On the floor under the open window was Ock's G-string. I picked it up and noticed red drops that looked like blood. Ock dropped his G-string. Chapter 8. An hour later we were in Walter's office in our usual places. Mono slammed his fist against the arm of the sofa. "This can't get out to the public, or nobody will ever stay at the Maui Mist Resort again." John paced near the doorway. "I've been able to hold off the press, mentioning the transient nature of hula dancers." He pointed at Noah and me. "And don't get any ideas about speaking to a reporter again." Glaring at me, Mono said, "You do, and I'll sue you for the pittance you make as college professors." "You should be your union representative." "Did forensics give you an initial report on Ock's G-string? Was there blood on it?" Cacao paced in a figure 8 around John. "Yes." "The same type of blood they located on the grass outside the bathroom window," John added. "No blood was found anywhere else." I lifted my chin in Sherlock Holmes fashion. "I don't mean to say I told you so, but clearly my supposition that somebody is murdering hula dancers, then stealing them away in the night is correct." Walter rested his head in his hands. "But who? What? Where? When? Why?" "The first rule of reporting." John looked like a tiger with a nail caught in his paw. "Dancers, technicians, waitstaff, and customers were hovering in and around the dressing room. Anyone could have done it." Cacao said, "I've interviewed everyone in the vicinity, and nobody seems to know anything or have seen anything." Always thoughtful, Noah asked, "Have the dancers' family members been notified?" "What family members? Lonnie, is it a coincidence that all of the hula dancers either have no families or are estranged from them?" Lonnie replied at the window, "I no get involved in dancers' personal lives. I audition them and bring them to water." Always ready to make another buck, she added,
You want me get more hula dancers?
"No," John and Cacao said in unison. Hovering around Walter's desk, John said,
"The Luau show has been canceled until further notice."
Mono asked Walter, "How are the sales for tomorrow night?" Walter checked his computer.
"We're at 81% sold."
Mono came between the two detectives. "What's wrong with you people? Why can't you solve this thing? Why should I lose money because of your incompetency?" He headed to the window. "Lonnie, hold auditions tomorrow for replacement hula dancers."
"I said the Luau show is off,"
John replied, as if drawing a line in the sand. Mono clearly took the dare. "You don't know who you're dealing with, detective. I have many powerful friends on this island." Peacemaker Noah rose from his seat. "Fighting and threatening each other won't help solve this case, nor will it bring back Kimu, Cal, Keanu, and Ak. We need to put our heads together and try to figure this out." "I thought your boyfriend was a master sleuth," Mono replied. "My husband needs more time to investigate," Noah said. Mono laughed. "You actually have the nerve to equate your sinful relationship with the marriage between a husband and wife?" "Certainly not with your marriage," Noah replied. There was a knock at the door. Mono opened it to a frightened-looking porter.
"Excuse me, Mr. Capena. Mrs. Capena is waiting for you in the ballroom."
Mono looked at his expensive watch. "I have my meeting." John did a double-take.
"Won't you cancel, given the circumstances?"
"On the contrary, detective," Mono offered a superior snarl. "We'll pray for the soul of the victim of the latest debacle by Maui's police force." As our little group dispersed, I took Noah's arm and hurried him out of the office, into the elevator, and back to our suite, where I rummaged through the closet. "What are you doing?"
"Looking for costumes."
Noah sat on the bed. "You've never wanted to play dress-up before. Will you be the doctor or the Russian spy?"
"Neither."
I kept looking. "There's nothing in here that will work." I shut the closet door. "Nicky, we've only been married a short time, and you're already tired of me?"
"Let's go wake up Martin and Ruben."
"I don't want to open our marriage, even with our best friends." I grabbed him by the hand.
"Come on."
After laying out my plan to Noah as we hurried down the corridor, I knocked on Martin and Ruben's door. We entered their suite, ignoring Martin's cold cream, Ruben's hairnet, and their threats for having woken them. Having perused their closet, Noah and I changed into our newfound costumes, thanked our yawning friends, and we were out the door. Riding down in the elevator, I checked out our reflections in the mirror. I couldn't help laughing at Noah in Martin's sun hat, scarf, and raincoat. He returned the favor by giggling at me wearing Ruben's bowler hat, sunglasses, and trench coat. We arrived at the entrance to the large ballroom just as the ushers were closing the doors behind us. As we made our way inside, I said to them, "Praise the Lord!" "Hallelujah!" Noah added. "Praise God!" a tall male usher with a clipboard asked us. "Your names?" I replied, "We're Mono's guests." Since Mono was at the front of the room behind the microphone, the usher looked at his buddy, who shrugged. Before they could toss us out, Noah and I took 2 seats toward the rear of the room. The waitstaff finished delivering the bread and wine on trays to the altar and headed toward the back for cleanup. I looked around the ballroom and noticed Joanna Capena sitting up front next to the pastor. As during the Luau shows, Joanna never took her eyes off Mark. Mono made a speech to the well-dressed group of the importance of wealth and success in a Christian's life. There was no mention in Mono's welcoming talk of housing the homeless, healing the sick, and welcoming the downtrodden. I couldn't help wondering what the poor, radical rabbi and teacher who spoke against the wealthy and powerful religious and political leaders of his time would think of this message delivered in his name. When Mono was finished, the woman sitting behind the portable organ up front led the group in singing hymns. The people sitting next to us were nice enough to share their hymnals with us. The woman at my side said to me between verses, "Couldn't your wife come this evening?" I replied, "My spouse will be coming later." "Good," she said with a smile. The pastor took the spot up front behind the microphone. "My friends, do you want to go to heaven?" A few people shouted, "Yes!" "How about the rest of you?" he asked. "Amen!" they all shouted. "Then you must do as God asks. Do you want to do what God asks you to do?" "Yes!" they hollered. "Will you be his soldier?" "We will!" "Are you ready to fight against the anti-family, anti-American, and anti-God agenda determined to take away our homes, families, businesses, wealth, nation, and religious freedom?" "We are!" "Are you ready to stand with me in God's shadow against the feminists?" The crowd shouted, "Amen!" "The homosexuals!" They screamed, "Hallelujah!" "The non-Christians!" "Yes, Jesus!" they cried. "The sinners who believe in global warming!" "Yes, brother!" "The immigrants!" they hollered. "The armor of Christ!" "The lazy poor!" "Praise God!" "And the liberals!" The crowd stood and applauded. When they settled down, the pastor read various sections of the Bible supposedly backing up his anti-nearly everything philosophy. Then he pointed to the bread and wine on the altar with his left hand, leaving out the 25 mentions in the Bible of left-handedness being a sin. "My friends, the Word of God says, 'I am the living bread that comes down from heaven. If any man eats of this bread, he will live forever.'" Amidst amens and hallelujahs, the pastor directed the ushers to pass the basket through the audience for tax-exempt donations to God that the pastor guaranteed would increase the wealth of the donors tenfold. As the pastor called for personal testimonies from the congregants, the waitstaff was released. Somehow recognizing Noah and me in our get-ups, Mark stood near us. "Nicky? Noah?" Mono craned his neck toward us, then barreled down the ballroom like a senior citizen at an early bird buffet. Pulling us to our feet, he whisked us out the doors. Then standing opposite us in the hallway, Mono said, "I told you before, homosexuals are not welcome at these meetings." "Then what are you doing in there, Mono?" Before Mono could take a swing at me, Noah said, "In the Bible stories, written many years after his disciples' deaths, by the way, Jesus welcomed everyone." Mono's face was hot pepper red. "If you weren't checking out of this hotel in 2 days, I'd have you thrown out." He ordered the ushers to never let us in again, and slammed the ballroom doors closed behind him. A minute later, the waitstaff exited the ballroom. Mark and Akela came over to us. "I'm sorry, Nicky," Mark said. "I was so surprised to see you in there." "It's not your fault," Noah said. "What were you guys doing in there?" Akela asked. I explained, "I want to find out more about the Capenas and the Uncommon Eye." "Why?" Mark asked. "They seem pretty boring to me." "You don't seem boring to Joanna Capena," I said. "What do you mean?" Mark asked. I explained, "I noticed during the Luau shows and again in the ballroom tonight, Joanna never took her eyes off you. Do you know why?" John Nohea and Kakeo Kama appeared and joined our small circle. Looking handsome in a peach polo shirt and dark slacks, John said,
"The senator obviously has good taste."
Mark blushed. Then he asked me, "Is Joanna Capena a suspect?" Noah took over. 4 hula dancers are gone. Everyone at the hotel is a suspect.
"And we've talked to all of them,"
John said. "Except us," Akela said. "Is this when the detectives interrogate their top suspects?" Exuding radiance and sex appeal in her cranberry wraparound dress, Kakeo replied with amore in her eyes. "No, this is when the detectives take an hour off and have a drink with the person they'd like to get to know a whole lot better.
I'll drink to that.
John winked at Mark.
Cheers. 3 of them.
Mark put his arm through John's and they walked off. Cacao asked,
How about you, Akela? Would you like to become acquainted with the woman behind the badge?
Akela replied,
If you'd like to become acquainted with the woman behind the apron, very much.
Cacao put her arm around Akela, and they headed in the opposite direction. With our mission aborted, no pun intended, Noah and I went back to our suite, where we shared a sweet love-making session before slumber overtook us. The next morning, Martin and Reuben joined Noah and me for a room-service breakfast of yogurt, tropical fruit, and banana nut, except for Noah's, muffins on our lanai. Wearing our usual Hawaiian shirts and light slacks, we were as far away from Vermont as a conservative politician from the 99%. As I swallowed a stack of vitamins chased down by pineapple juice, the 4 of us bemoaned the fact that our Hawaiian vacation would soon be coming to an end. I looked down at the crystal waves against the jagged rocks, spreading like fingers over the white sand. They weren't kidding when they called Hawaii a tropical paradise. Noah squeezed my hand. Martin swallowed his strawberry, then ate a piece of mango from Reuben's plate. Any word from the dancing detective about the Luau show? I sighed. John closed us down. And he isn't even a critic. Noah patted my knee.
You had a good run.
And you swayed and grunted like a native with a coconut in his G-string, Martin added with a giggle, followed by a silencing glance from Reuben. Why haven't you solved the mystery yet, Nicky? Good question. The dancers were the most suspect, and they've been murdered. I still think Bloody Mary is hiding something, Martin said.
She's been pretty vocal about blaming the hula dancers, or at least one of them, for Wila's death in childbirth, Noah said. Martin popped a papaya into his mouth,
which produced that adorable ta'avi.
He cooed like a grandpa with a newborn.
Don't you just want to pick him up in your arms and take him back home with you?
I changed the subject fast.
There were only 2 surviving dancers. Besides you and the dapper detective, Martin said. Do you suspect Ahe and Mark? Reuben asked. I don't know who I suspect anymore, I replied, running my hand through my hair.
Mark is helping us, and sweet little Ahe wouldn't hurt a fly.
Noah's handsome face softened.
And Ahe was so in love with Keanu, he'd never killed his lover.
Reuben added, And I doubt Ahe would be strong enough to carry the bodies out of sight.
Noah slid to the edge of his seat. I'd like to know more about the Capenas.
Finding a whip, handcuffs, and leather restraints in their closet isn't enough for you? Martin asked. I said, We know Kimu was blackmailing Mistress Joanna, and Cal was doing the same to masochist Mono. Not to mention the Capena's 3-way with Ak, Martin added, spreading gossip like yogurt on his slice of pineapple.
Noah said, I mean, I'd like to find out more about the Capena's financial interests.
Mono threw us out of their Christian meeting last night. I squeezed Noah's shoulder. I doubt the Capenas would tell us anything about their business holdings.
True.
Noah's eyes lit up like a blue jay crashing into the sun.
But Senator Capena might talk to Rich Greenbacks.
Who's Rich Greenbacks? I asked with anticipation creeping up my spine and acid churning in my stomach.
A super PAC executive who can offer Joanna financial support for her re-election campaign,
he chortled, in exchange for some information.
Reuben said coyly, as if having just won an Oscar,
Thank you for your vote of confidence, Noah, but 1 investigative role-play per vacation is enough for me. I'm out too, Martin added. Joanna Capena saw both Reuben and me at the luau.
But she didn't see me, Noah replied. I stared at Noah. I introduced you to the Capenas as my husband.
That's right. It was just before the Capenas said you were against their religious beliefs. Reuben said as if he had just eaten sardines laced with glue. Noah rose slowly. The blue sky became his celestial robe, and the white fluffy clouds his crown. Joanna never glanced over at me during your entire exchange with them, Nicky. He looked as excited as a dehydrated camel at a watering hole. But just to make sure, I'll employ the tools of my trade. Martin's tiny jaw dropped to his third muffin. You brought your theatrical makeup case to Hawaii? I never travel without it. Noah posed against the railing. One never knows when the art of make-believe will help catch a killer who is dangerously real. Martin and Reuben went back to their suite. Noah raced into our sitting room and phoned the Capena's room. Then he disappeared into the bathroom and came out, no pun intended, an hour later with black, slicked-back hair, a thin black mustache, blinding white teeth, and mint-tinted skin lined with pockmarks. After changing into his dark suit, he led me downstairs to the E Como Mai lounge. I took a seat in a corner booth and hid behind pink, appropriate, hanging leis. Noah took a seat next to Joanna Capena in a center booth surrounded by miniature plastic palm trees. In her skin-tight plum dress and heavy makeup, Joanna looked like anything but a state senator. Kissing her hand, Noah said in a bouncing baritone, Senator Capena, what a pleasure! Joanna turned on the charm.
Rich greenbacks, the pleasure is surely mine.
After complimenting each other's outfits and ordering a drink, or, in Joanna's case, ordering her drinks, Joanna spit her chewing gum into the base of a rubber palm tree.
Rich, tell me why I haven't met with you before now.
Noah had that curtain-up gleam in his eye.
I'm new to the world of politics.
As am I. See, we already have something in common.
Joanna winked at him. I was a businessman, Noah said, adjusting his mustache.
In what line of business?
Joanna asked, fixing her fake eyelash.
Banking.
Joanna's jewelry rattled.
My father is a banker.
As I've always said, you can always trust a man in the financial industry.
Noah clinked his glass of seltzer against hers.
Daddy is in loans. He funded my last campaign,
she added with a wide scarlet smile.
But it wasn't a loan.
Noah let out a guttural heh that sounded like sandpaper rubbing against exploding dynamite. After recovering from Noah's laugh, Joanna asked,
What type of banking did you do, Rich?
Home foreclosures.
Sounds like fun.
It wasn't until Wall Street crashed, but thankfully the government bailed out my bank.
Noah displayed his pearly whites and twirled his fake mustache.
I walked away with a $2 million bonus.
He raised his drink.
Thanks, taxpayers.
She giggled.
You gotta love people who pay taxes.
So true.
Noah unleashed his grating laugh again. Get to the investigation, Noah. Noah picked at a pockmark on his nose, courtesy of his eyebrow pencil.
Faced with the reality of having to find a new job, I decided to start my own business.
Here's to the entrepreneurial spirit.
Joanna clinked her glass against Noah's.
That's the American way.
So I started a super PAC, which is a not-for-profit organization to assist family-friendly candidates such as yourself.
Joanna slid to the edge of her seat.
How much assistance are we talking about, Rich?
He whispered, $1 million for each member of the Holy Trinity. Joanna looked like a fat farm resident finding a chocolate bar hidden in a bowl of cottage cheese.
What criteria does your super PAC have for offering financial assistance to candidates like me?
The candidate must share our values.
His eyelashes fluttered before her like $1,000 bills. Joanna moved so close to Noah, or rather, Rich Greenback, she was practically sitting on his lap.
And what values are those, Rich?
The candidate needs to be anti-gay, anti-global warming, anti-gimme-gimme minorities, and also pro-gun, pro-oil gushers, pro-God, and pro-greed. Hence the name of our super PAC, the G-Spot.
He raised an enhanced eyebrow.
And the candidate must be crafty enough to win.
He let out another guffaw that caused the glasses to shake. "Kin the laugh, Noah, before you attract wolves." Joanna fluffed her bleached blonde hair.
"You've found your candidate, Rich."
Noah leaned back to take her in more fully. "May I lay my cards on the table, Senator?"
"Lay away, Rich."
Joanna pressed her shoulder against his. "I've watched your career thus far, and while I agree with a great many things you have done, I'm not completely sure you fit the prototype for a G-spot candidate."
"But I do. Your criteria fits inside mine."
She wrapped her hand around Noah's.
"In exactly the right spot."
Noah crossed his arms in front of his chest. "I'm afraid in order for you to receive funding, you'll need to prove that to me, Senator." She put her arm around his shoulders.
"Please, call me Joanna."
"Hey, that's my man, honey," Noah said as if a prosecuting attorney with his star witness. "All right, Joanna. In 15 minutes, I am meeting with the candidate who is running against you. Tell me why the G-Spot Super PAC should fund your re-election campaign." Joanna spoke quickly.
"I'm a Christian woman who has distanced herself from immigrants."
"Except, no doubt, the undocumented ones your husband hires to work in the hotel for a pittance." She continued proudly.
"I own a gun
and a whip.
We make it a policy not to hire avowed homosexuals in my husband's hotel, and I have introduced 13 anti-gay rights pieces of legislation in the state Senate."
"Have they passed?" Noah asked with a cocked, no pun intended, head. She growled.
"Most of them were voted down by the liberals, but 2 passed, requiring separate restaurants and health spas for gay people."
That would be some festive restaurant and health spa. "Are they still state law?" She scowled.
"No. The liberal judges deemed them unconstitutional. Can you imagine? As if the Constitution actually protects the rights of everyone."
He sighed like a soap opera heroine. "I'll be honest, Senator. While your heart seems to be in the right place, I'm not seeing the cunning and craftiness we look for in a G-Spot Super PAC candidate." Pulling up the satin sleeves of her dress, Joanna said,
"How's this for cunning and craftiness? When I ran for the state senate, I promised to lower the taxes of every resident. My first action as state senator was to lower the taxes on residents in the top 1% financial category in exchange for donations to my next political campaign." She smiled proudly. "Then I raised taxes on everyone else."
The ends of Noah's lips curled. "I'm liking what I'm hearing. Tell me more." Joanna was on a roll.
"When my husband bought this hotel, I lowered his tax rates and used state tax dollars to pay for the hotel renovations."
"Crafty!" Noah leaned in closer. "And?"
"I did some gerrymandering, so this voting district is now made up of mostly conservative constituents."
"Nice work, Senator. I'm nearly sold." He glared at her. "Nearly?"
"I used tax dollars to purchase electronic voting machines that are pre-programmed to register votes only for conservative candidates. I removed every voter from the voting rolls whose last name didn't sound American, and I sent a mailing to all registered Democrats giving them the incorrect address for voting."
Noah guffawed until his face turned from green to red. "I must say I am quite impressed." Joanna exhaled. "However, I have not heard as much as I'd like about your Christian values." Joanna rubbed her hands together like a scout on a camping trip.
"My husband and I started an evangelical group at our hotel. We meet nightly to praise and uplift the Lord."
"And yourselves. Tell me more about this group." Noah scratched his chin and a pockmark rubbed off.
"It's called The Uncommon Eye and is led by Pastor Christopher Catman. He has his own Christian television show, which raised $40 million last year in donations."
"Tax exempt?" She winked at him.
"Of course."
Noah purred like a kitten. "What exactly do you do at Uncommon Eye?" After ordering more martinis for herself, Joanna replied,
"Pastor Chris reads Bible verses and gives a sermon. We sing hymns, testify, and share communion."
Noah did a double take. "Testify?
What is it that you tell the flock about your past, Joanna?
Is this pertinent to deciding about my funding?
Totally. In order for you to be a G-spot candidate, I need to know that the Lord has changed your life in a dramatic way. She downed her drink.
This may shock you, but I was once a bit loose.
As loose as a light bulb after an earthquake. Tell me more.
There were a series of men before I met my husband.
And even more afterward.
Go on, Joanna. I need to know every detail about a G-spot recipient.
Joanna hung her head, displaying her black roots.
I charged for my services. But, like Mary Magdalene, that was all in my past. The Lord has forgiven me and set me free.
Sure, Mistress Joanna. Now that they know your secret,
might your congregants spill the beans about your past to the press? Noah asked.
They wouldn't do that. Besides, my husband and I own the local press.
How about your employees at the hotel? Have any of them found out about your sordid past? Might they tell the national media?
Joanna laughed.
Walter, the hotel manager, knows, but he'd never tell.
And why is that?
Noah licked his green-tinted lips.
Because I have something even bigger on him.
Which is?
Noah held his breath.
It doesn't have anything to do with my candidacy.
Think fast, Noah.
Noah rose. I'm sorry, Joanna. While your resume seems perfect to receive a G-spot wallop, I can't risk supporting a candidate who isn't 100% honest with me about every aspect of her life.
All right.
Joanna swallowed the last of her drink.
Walter Barrett was my pimp.
Noah fell back into his seat.
Do any of the hotel workers know about this?
Joanna nodded.
I let it slip out to Kimu Kapule.
No doubt, as Kimu slipped out of Joanna.
Kimu Kapule?
Noah asked.
He's one of the hula dancers in the Hotel Luau show.
Won't he tell the other hula dancers?
I bought his silence.
He could still talk.
Joanna sighed.
You sound like Walter.
Doesn't this concern you?
It certainly concerned Walter.
After Joanna ordered another drink, she said,
But Walter doesn't have to worry about it any longer.
Why is that?
Kimu and his friends are no longer with us.
Chapter 9. After promising to support Joanna's re-election campaign, Noah left the E Como Mai lounge with tongue firmly in cheek and wallet firmly in pocket. I followed him out, and we met back in our suite, where Noah bowed and blew kisses to my rapturous applause. Once he was out of makeup and back in his usual Hawaiian attire, he left for swimming and lunch with Ta'avi. I headed down on the elevator, walked through the lobby, and knocked on the hotel manager's office door. An unlit cigar peeked through the doorway.
Nicky, what are you doing here?
I'm wondering if there's any news about the Luau show. Walter opened the door.
No Luau show until the detectives say so.
I squeezed between Walter's stomach and the doorframe and took a seat opposite his desk. Are you still able to serve the Luau meal? Nodding, he took his wide seat on his wide chair behind his wide desk.
But without the hula show, we're selling at only 60%.
What's the point of dinner theater without theater? I replied. And while I'm never one to pat myself on the back, I put together an amazing hula show. He winced at me.
What do you want, Nicky?
I shifted into my 1940s private eye persona. The whereabouts of the 4 missing hula dancers.
And you think I know this because?
Because they knew something about your past. I stood and leaned over his desk. And now I know it too. And now you know that I know what they knew. Know what I mean? Walter scowled.
All I know is you're talking like a lunatic.
I walked around the office. Do you like being manager of this resort hotel, Walter?
It's a laugh riot. Why?
Because your laugh riot and your fat salary could be over if the more conservative patrons of this resort find out your past occupation. His gray face turned ashen. Well, you know what I mean. He leaned forward in his chair.
What are you insinuating, Nicky?
I'm insinuating that you were once Joanna Capena's pimp. His yellowy eyes darted over the white bags on which they rested like fried eggs.
Who told you that?
I heard it from the senator herself. Walter slammed his fist on the desktop.
Her mouth is as big as her
G-spot? He looked out the window at the palm trees swaying in the late morning breeze.
She's got friends in high places protecting her.
But you don't, do you, Walter? Except for the Capenas. He chortled.
They'd dump me if the weather changes.
Then why not blackmail your fair-weathered friends, Walter? Kimu and Cal did.
Kimu and Cal aren't here anymore.
Did you get rid of them?
No! Why would I do that?
I sat on his desk, wishing I had Reuben's bowler hat and trench coat. Because they knew about your illustrious past. Walter waddled around his desk and came hook to nose with me.
I'd never hurt any of my dancers.
Why? Because Lonnie picked them? He did a double take.
What does that have to do with anything?
I shrugged. I don't know. Maybe it has to do with you and Lonnie being clandestine lovers.
You know about that too, huh?
Yeah, Walter, I know about that too.
He looked both ways.
There's a resort policy that a manager can't be romantically involved with a subordinate.
Which you broke. Like you broke Lonnie's heart when you refused to marry her as long as she has to Avi.
I'm too old to take care of a kid.
Interesting, since you have a daughter who is your waitress.
Akela wants to work her way through school. I gave her a job.
Ah, nepotism in action at the Maui Mist Resort. I rose and gestured around the room grandly. What other secrets lie behind these hollowed walls?
What do you want from me?
I sat back in my chair as if addressing a mobster in a B-movie. Here's the plan. I keep your past and your present a secret.
If?
You tell me everything you know about the disappearance of Kimu, Cal, Keanu, and Ak. I glanced at my watch. You have 2 minutes and counting. Walter squirmed like a caterpillar on an amplifier.
Lonnie found them, I hired them, and I was happy they did a good show and brought in revenue.
Who killed them and hid their bodies?
I don't know.
I looked again at my watch. Better start talking, or take out your old white suit and gold necklace. Walter shouted like the star of a 1940s prison drama.
I don't know anything, I swear. You gotta believe me.
Spill it, Walter, or I go to the press. He sat behind his desk.
All I know is that if I was the detective, I'd ask why little Ahe is the only original hula dancer left.
What do you mean?
I mean, Ahe is a little guy with big plans.
Plans for what?
To one day become manager of this hotel.
How do you know that?
I overheard him telling Mato Capena that he'd like my job.
Put have a talk with Ahe on my to-do list. I pressured Walter into giving me Ahe's address, shot him a threatening look, walked to the door, and closed it behind me. After the elevator ride back to our suite, I stared out the sitting room window at the gorgeous Hawaiian clear blue sky, foamy turquoise water, and mosaic rocks. Then I looked down at the palm trees and huge multicolored tropical flowers. In my imagination, I saw Ta'avi's large dark eyes, sweet face, and arms reaching out to me. I paced the room. All right. So Noah and I have become attached to an orphaned 7-year-old with a caretaker who doesn't care to take care of him. We've enjoyed spending time with him during our honeymoon. We can write to him, phone him, even visit him. Sitting on the bed with my head in my hands, I finally listened to my heart. Is adoption an option? We have the money and space in our house. Of course other gay couples adopt kids, and Lonnie certainly seems open to the idea. Lying on my back, I stared up at the bamboo ceiling. But he will need nurturing, direction, and support. Noah and I can barely take care of each other. What do we know about raising a kid? We don't even have a pet. What if we screw it all up? What if Ta'avi doesn't like living in Vermont or like living with us? What if he doesn't fit into the school in Tree Meadow, or if the other kids mock him for having 2 dads? Hanging out together at a vacation resort is far different from everyday living. We need to keep him fed, clothed, help with his homework, drive him to activities, and who knows what else. More conflicted than a priest at boys' choir practice, I texted my brother, then sat at the desk and turned on my laptop. After punching in more keys than an engineer at Cape Canaveral, I looked at my own face on the computer screen. If I were younger and more handsome... "Hi, Tony. I'm glad I caught you at home. I just picked up the girls from day camp. In a few minutes I have to drive Annie to ballet and Mary to gymnastics. An hour later I pick them up and drive them to Girl Scouts. How's life in paradise, bro? More importantly, why didn't you guys take me with you?" I felt like a kid back in Kansas coming home from school to my younger brother asking me if we can play basketball before dinner. "How's Teresa? She wants to know when you and Noah are coming for a visit. Maui trumps Kansas at present. And my nieces?" Tony sighed. "Can't you hear them arguing? Like we used to argue. We never argued. You told me what to do when I did it. Now I'm turning the tables." I sat back in my chair. "What's up, Professor? You can't decide whether or not to give a student an A or a B? Wondering if you should order a Mai Tai or a lava pit on the beach? Are you still jealous of me?" "Why would I be jealous, Nicky? It's a great life for me working in Mom and Dad's bakery in Nowheresville, arguing with Teresa and chasing after my 2 kids. Tony screamed over his shoulder. "Will you 2 girls cut it out?" "We may soon have more in common than you think." "You and Noah going to artificially inseminate a surrogate?" I did a double take. "How do you know about things like that?" "It's the Midwest, not Iran," Tony shouted again at his daughters. "I mean it!" Then he returned to the screen. "They fight like cats and cats. It drives me nuts." "Where's Teresa?" "Working at the bakery with Mom and Dad. She's due back soon. Then the hollering will really start. What's going on?" I made small talk. "Noah and I are having a nice honeymoon. The Maui Mist Resort is quite a place." "I wouldn't know," Tony said, raising the chip on his shoulder toward the Skype camera. "The Luau show went well." "Until the murders closed it down." I did a triple take. "They reported about that in Kansas?" "No way." He rubbed his Roman nose. "I know you, Nicky. Anywhere you go, murder follows. Have you figured out who did it yet?" "I'm working on it." "That's my brother." Tony rested the cleft of his chin inside the palm of his hand. "Need some help?" "Not with that. Noah and I met this kid whose grandmother works at our hotel. His name is Ta'avi, and he's 7 years old." "I'm not into arranged marriages for my daughters, Nicky." "It's not about that. Ta'avi's parents are dead. His grandmother doesn't want him, and Ta'avi's really taken to Noah and me. And we've taken to him." Tony's dark eyes doubled in size. "Are you kidding me, bro? You want to adopt the Hawaiian kid?" "What do you have against Hawaiians?" "Nothing." Tony ran a thick hand through his thick dark hair. "But explain something to me. Isn't the whole point of being a college professor to have summers off and travel to fancy places like Alaska and Hawaii?" He screamed, "Keep it down in there, you two, or no ice cream tonight. I mean it!" Tony leaned his elbows on the kitchen table, and his pecs nearly shot through the computer. "Nicky, you have a cushy job. Teaching during the days, directing shows at night, and making less money than a plumber. A nice boyfriend, husband, a fancy house, that's falling apart. Tons of money, with unpaid student loans for my PhD. Why would you want to change that by saddling yourself with a kid? Somebody else's kid to boot." "Noah and I haven't decided anything yet." "Well, Noah has clearly decided, but I haven't. I'm weighing the possibility." "Take it off the scale, bro. You have a charmed life. Don't jinx it by joining the real world. Stay in your ivory tower and bask in the sunlight." He shouted away from the microphone. "If you girls don't stop screaming, I'm coming in there, and then you'll really have something to scream about." I cocked my head. "I'll take a wild guess and say you're recommending that Noah and I don't adopt Ta'avi." "Answer me this, Nicky. Why the hell did you get married?" "Because Noah and I are in love." "Fine. So bang Noah. Bang every hot gay guy in New England if you want." "My straight brother?"
I don't want every hot gay guy in New England. I want Noah. That didn't come out right. Don't gay people go to circus parties and dance all night with their shirts off on gay cruises? The other man's grass is always gayer. It's circuit parties, and Noah and I don't go dancing or clubbing. Though Noah looks terrific with his shirt off. Then go dance on stage in a G-string. Been there, done that. March in a parade dressed as a nun. What new shows are you watching? Tony looked at his watch. I have to break up the battle of the hour. For once, take the advice of your younger brother. Don't cramp your style with a kid, Nicky. Because cramps are painful, and they put you out of commission, and they last a very long time. Talk soon. I stared at the computer screen and looked at my own reflection. Approaching middle age, married, and wanting to share more of what I know and love with someone younger who isn't one of my students. Noticing I had a call, I clicked my acceptance. Like Aunt Em's reflection in the Wizard of Oz hourglass, my computer screen displayed the chubby, aging faces of my parents. Hi, Mama and Papa. The crater between Mama's dark, bushy eyebrows deepened. Tony texted us to call you. What's wrong? Papa asked. Need help solving the murders at the Maui Mystery Resort? How do you know about that, Papa? My father bit his fingers. Nicky, you're staying there. Of course there's murders. Have you figured out who did it yet? Mama asked, sipping her cappuccino. No, Mama, not yet. Mama leaned forward. So tell us what's wrong. We left Teresa alone out front taking care of the customers. Papa added, You know how Teresa is. A beautiful girl, yes, but with a foul mouth on her that would make a construction worker under a pigeon blush. At least she did her duty by giving us grandchildren. Mama wiped some powdered sugar from Papa's cheek. How is your honeymoon going, Nicky? We're sorry we weren't able to pay for it. Papa looked like a puppy who destroyed a sofa pillow. I replied, You two don't have to pay for anything. Noah and I are fine. Mama waved her arms like a hula dancer. How was the Luau show? The audiences loved it, I answered. Of course they loved it. Papa puffed out his chest. The show was directed by Nicky Abundanza, the best director anywhere. How come you didn't call us? Papa glared at Mama. Who calls their parents on their honeymoon? You did, Mama said. Only a couple of times, Papa explained. I was worn out and needed a break. Your mother wanted to go at it around the clock. Mama pushed his shoulder away. Don't listen to him, Nicky. My parents shared a knowing glance. Are you and Noah having a nice time? Mama asked. I replied, Yes, very nice. You take after your mother, Papa sighed. Poor Noah must be exhausted. Mama raised her eyes. All right, let's get to it. She rubbed her small hands together. Tony said you need help. Thanks for spreading the news, little brother. Well, I guess 4 heads are better than 2. Noah and I befriended a little boy who lives in the hotel. As if on cue, the door to our suite opened and Noah entered, followed by Ta'avi. Still in their bathing suits, they each carried a paper bag emitting heavenly scents. Noah announced, We brought lunch. Ta'avi added, My favorite, teriyaki chicken and shrimp. Papa and Mama shouted, Hello, Noah. Noah stood to my right, and Ta'avi moved to my left. Hello, Mama and Papa, Noah said. I'm glad you can still walk, Noah, Papa said. Noah offered me a quizzical look. I'll explain later, I said. Mama gasped. And who is this adorable little boy? Ta'avi smiled. I'm Ta'avi. Are you Nicky's mom and dad? Papa glowed like a lighthouse. That's us. How did you know? Ta'avi replied. You're funny, like Nicky. Putting an arm around Ta'avi, I said, This is Ta'avi Kapule. How did you meet these two guys, Ta'avi? Papa asked. I snuck into Nicky and Noah's room, Ta'avi explained. And I brought them to my private beach. Nicky and Noah taught me how to swim, and they took me flying from a kite attached to a boat. Mama was clearly entranced. Were you afraid? Ta'avi shook his head back and forth.
but I had to hold Nicky and Noah's hand so they wouldn't be scared.
Noah and I shared a smile. Are you a champion swimmer now? Papa asked. Ta'avi nodded.
Noah and I were at the pool. Noah taught me the best stroke.
Breaststroke, Noah said. Mama asked, do your parents work at the hotel, Ta'avi? Ta'avi answered,
I don't have any parents.
After swallowing hard, Noah said, Ta'avi's grandmother works in housekeeping and lives at the resort with Ta'avi.
That must be fun,
Papa said. Ta'avi answered,
She spends most of her time with Walter.
The hotel manager, I explained. Who takes care of you? Mama asked.
Nicky and Noah,
Ta'avi replied. I explained, We've been enjoying our visit with Ta'avi, Mama. Looking at him, I added, But we have to go back to Vermont the day after tomorrow.
Do you live in Vermont too?
Ta'avi asked my parents. Papa answered,
We're in Kansas.
Ta'avi asked,
Are you a friend of Dorothy's?
Noah and I burst out laughing. You were absolutely adorable, Ta'avi, Mama said. Ta'avi looked over at Noah.
Is that good?
Noah said, That's very good. Ta'avi smiled.
I like you too, Nicky's mama.
As much as we hate to go, Ta'avi, we need to get back to the bakery,
Papa said. Ta'avi's eyes lit up like sparklers.
Bakery?
Ta'avi wants to be a chef, Papa, I said.
Really? We make all of our own cakes, pies, custards, cupcakes, and pastries,
Papa said, as if he'd discovered the art of cooking.
What's a pastry?
Ta'avi asked Noah. What's a pastry? The boy has been deprived, Mama said.
You need a week with us,
Papa said.
Nobody makes better cannoli, piselli, panettone, strufoli, tartufo, tiramisu, biscotti, zeppoli, crostata, and mustaccioli than I do.
Ta'avi replied,
I don't know what any of those things are, but I'd like to try them.
Mama said, We'd love to have you visit us sometime, Ta'avi.
I would love to visit you, Nicky's mama and papa,
Ta'avi said. Before Mama and Papa could book Ta'avi's flight, I said, We'll let you get back to the bakery. We're fine here. Except for the unsolved murders and the 7-year-old Noah wants to adopt. Don't worry about us.
I'll watch out for Nicky and Noah,
Ta'avi said. We hope to see you again, Ta'avi, Mama said. Ta'avi replied,
I hope to see you too.
Have a good rest of your honeymoon, Papa winked at me, and give Noah a rest.
Noah said, Goodbye, Mama and Papa. Love you, boys, Mama said.
Me too?
Ta'avi asked wide-eyed. Yes, we love you too, Ta'avi, Mama said, blowing a kiss. Ta'avi blew a kiss back.
Right back at you, Nicky's mama.
Papa waved, and the screen went blank. Ta'avi said,
I like your parents, Nicky.
They were sure taken with you, I replied.
Taken with me?
Ta'avi asked Noah. Noah handed Ta'avi his pad and pen. Ta'avi wrote for quite a while, asking Noah how to spell each of the Italian pastries Papa had mentioned. Then Ta'avi helped Noah set up our lunch on the lanai. As we ate, Ta'avi looked out at the waves covering the rocks with white foam.
Is Vermont far away from Kansas?
Ta'avi asked me. Very far, I replied, eating the delicious lunch, followed by my vitamins and some guava juice. Ta'avi turned to Noah.
Do you have a mom and dad, Noah?
Do I ever? Noah smiled.
Do they live in Kansas or Vermont?
Ta'avi asked. They live in Wisconsin. Noah handed Ta'avi a napkin. Ta'avi wiped his mouth.
What's Wisconsin?
Noah used his own napkin to wipe some teriyaki sauce off Ta'avi's cheek. A place where they make cheese from cow's milk.
Is that what your parents do?
Noah nodded.
Is Wisconsin far away from Maui?
Once we finished lunch, Noah took Ta'avi's hand and led him back inside to the desk. After sitting Ta'avi in the chair, Noah stood behind him, punched some keys, and brought up a map of the United States. As if looking at a set design, Noah reached past Ta'avi and pointed on the computer screen. There's Vermont, right? Wisconsin is up, Kansas is center, and Hawaii down left.
Kansas and Hawaii aren't that far apart,
Ta'avi said. You have no idea, Noah replied. Ta'avi looked up at Noah.
Can you make your mom and dad appear on this screen?
Sure, they'd love to hear from us. Noah switched places with Ta'avi and phoned his parents. When they appeared like magic, Noah said, "Hi, Mom and Dad." I stood at Noah's side. "Hello, Mom and Dad." Mom took a picture of the screen.
I can't wait to show our neighbor Judy this picture,
she typed on her computer. Tommy and Timmy looked tired after their honeymoon in Hawaii. You boys look so tan and rested. She checked her iPad. Judy agrees. Back at the computer, Mom said, and Tommy and Timmy didn't stay in such a nice place. Their rooms in the pictures looked like a prison cell. Your suite is gorgeous. Again, she glanced at her iPad. Judy said so too. Back at the computer, Mom added, I looked on the internet. Maui seems much nicer than Kauai, where Tommy and Timmy went. Isn't Kauai where they shot that television show, Fantasy Island? I never liked that show. All those people with problems. They were in Hawaii, for goodness sakes. Why didn't they just go to the beach and enjoy themselves? While Mom texted Judy for confirmation, Dad asked us, Do they have a big screen TV in your suite? Yes, I replied. Blue Hawaii is on tonight. Don't miss it. Mom sighed. Dad, they're in Hawaii. Why do they need to watch a movie about it? It's a good movie, Dad said. Ta'avi giggled. I like them, he said behind my shoulder. How were Tommy and Timmy? I asked Mom and Dad with my tongue firmly in my cheek. Dad answered, Their little Vietnamese baby cries all night. It drives Judy and Jack nuts, especially since Tommy and Timmy live over their garage. He laughed. Tommy and Timmy can't find jobs, Mom explained. They couldn't find a hooker in a cat house, Dad laughed hysterically. Mom said with a steel grin, I keep reminding Judy that you two boys have wonderful jobs as college professors. Ta'avi came out from behind me. Dad asked, Who's this little guy?
I'm Ta'avi,
I explained. Ta'avi's our new friend. His grandmother works at the resort. We've been enjoying our time with him this week. Isn't he adorable? Mom said. Ta'avi glanced at Noah.
There's that word again.
Mom said, Ta'avi, you are just the cutest little thing.
That word I know,
Ta'avi said.
You're cute too, know it, Mom.
Mom moved a hand through her dyed blonde hair. Thank you, Ta'avi. Dad chortled. That's what I told your mother on our honeymoon. Mom groaned. Can you believe it? He didn't say I was tantalizing, voluptuous, or feminine. Ta'avi looked over at Noah, and Noah handed him the pad. Mom continued. There we were in our honeymoon suite in the hotel next to the brewery, and your father tells me I'm cute. What's wrong with being cute? Dad asked. Mom replied, A kid is cute. A new blouse is cute. Your wife on your honeymoon is sensual. Ta'avi wrote. We're sorry we couldn't pay for your honeymoon, boys, Mom said. Noah replied, We're fine, Mom. Have you been getting a lot of action, Noah? Dad guffawed. Noah blushed, and Mom laughed hysterically. Did you solve the murder yet? Dad asked. I replied, Why does everybody think murder follows me like toilet paper in a shoe? Well? Mom and Dad asked in unison. They talk in unison, too. I haven't figured it out yet. I'll fly over to dance in a hula skirt and do another role play for you if you need me, Nicky. Dad rose and shook his expansive belly. And I can star in a show if you're missing an actress again, Mom said. Noah patted my shoulder. Nicky will find out who did it before we have to leave. Ta'avi turned to Noah. I like them. We like you too, Ta'avi. Mom took a picture. A few seconds later, she said, Judy says you are as sweet as sugar. Dad added, Yeah, you're much cuter than Tommy and Timmy's baby.
And I don't cry at night, Ta'avi said. Except for sometimes when I'm bad, and my gram says she hopes to get me out of her hair someday. Taking Ta'avi's hand and making eye contact, Noah said, You're not a bad boy. You're a good boy.
A very good boy. Do you understand that, Ta'avi? Ta'avi nodded. Tears filled Mom's eyes. "Oh, my!" "What is it, Mom?" I asked. She wiped her eyes with a tissue. "It's nothing, really." "Please tell us," Noah asked. Mom replied, "I hope I'm not talking out of turn, but seeing you three together reminds me of something." "What's that, Mom?" Noah asked. Mom replied, "As you know, your dad and I couldn't have a second child. What you don't know is that I wanted to adopt and Dad didn't." "Blood is blood," Dad said. "And love is love," Mom replied. "Nicky and Noah proved that." The tears streamed down her cheeks. "And I always wondered what we missed by not giving a second child a loving home." Dad put his arm around Mom's shoulder. "Are you two guys planning to adopt Ta'avi?" Dad asked. Ta'avi and Noah looked at me. I cleared my throat. "Noah and I have to talk things through." Ta'avi asked Mom and Dad,
"If Nicky and Noah adopt me, will you be my grandparents?"
"Yes, we will." Mom wiped her cheeks. "And I will be the proudest grandmother in Wisconsin." Dad asked, "You like watching movies, Ta'avi?"
"Sure,"
Ta'avi said. "We'll get along great," Dad replied with a wink. Mom took another picture. Ta'avi said,
"Tell Judy that I can cook and swim, too."
"I sure will." Mom glanced at her iPad. "Judy's all for the adoption." "We'll keep you posted," Noah said. Dad said, "We love you guys." Mom nodded. "Hugs and kisses." "We love you both, too," Noah said to his parents. "I second that," I added.
"Me too,"
Ta'avi said.
"And I love Judy."
Mom checked her iPad. "Judy loves you too." Dad said, "Have a safe trip back." "And call us the minute you get home," Mom said. I waved, then shut down the computer. "Ta'avi, let's get you back to your grandmother." He replied,
"She's with Walter."
Noah looked at me with tear-stained eyes. "I don't want to bring him back to that awful hotel room, the kitchen, or Walter's office." "What do you want to do, Noah?" I asked. Noah met my gaze. "You know what I want to do." I put my arm around Ta'avi. "Noah and I need to talk. How about I take you back to your room so you can get washed and dressed? We'll pick you up in an hour and we can all have dinner together, okay?"
"With Martin and Reuben, too?"
Ta'avi asked. "Sure. We don't want to keep you all to ourselves," I said. "Let's go." I brought Ta'avi back to his room. At the doorway he paused and turned to face me.
"I know you don't want to adopt me, Nicky, but listen to Noah. I'll make a good son for you, too. And I won't get in the way. I'll keep my room neat, make my own food, swim with you whenever you want, and hold your hand if you get scared."
I said, "Ta'avi, try to understand. There are a lot of things for us to consider. It's complicated."
"Not to me."
He closed the door behind him. When I got back to our room, I sat next to Noah on the bed. "Nicky, I know this is sudden and we hadn't planned on this happening, but sometimes life is like that. Everything isn't a mystery where you go through the clues, plan your strategy, and figure out the ending. Sometimes you don't have all the clues. You make up your strategy as you go along, and you don't know the ending until it happens." "I don't know if I can live that way, Noah." "Well, you have 2 days to decide." "What do you mean?" "I asked Walter to have the adoption papers drawn up, and Lonnie is willing to sign them." I did a double take. "You want to buy Ta'avi for $10,000? $5,000. Noah smiled. "I played a lawyer in our courtroom drama once." Taking his hand, I said, "Noah, your love for Ta'avi is warm and wonderful, just like you, and I'm feeling the same thing whenever I spend time with Ta'avi." "Then what's the problem?" Noah's eyes were full of moisture. "I don't know if this is what's best for you and me and for Ta'avi." Noah kissed my hand. "We can do this, Nicky. I know we can. We might make mistakes, but so do all parents. And Ta'avi will be far better off with us than here with Lonnie. You know that. Ta'avi knows it too.
I rose from the bed. Let me think about this, Noah, and consider all sides of the issue.
Ta'avi isn't an issue. He's a little boy who needs us.
But being fathers to a 7-year-old will be a huge change in our lives. He stood and wrapped his arms around my waist.
Dating was a huge change. So was living together. And getting married. This is something new, but I know it will be just as wonderful as our other firsts.
Gazing into his baby blues, I asked,
"How can you be sure?" "Because we'll be starting this new chapter of our lives together."
We shared a long kiss, which led to a love-making session, nap, shower, and getting into our Hawaiian shirts and white slacks for dinner. After I called Martin, Noah went to get Ta'avi, and I headed to the Mahi Mahi restaurant. As I waited at the welcoming station for Martin and Reuben, I noticed Detective Kakeo Kama in a tangerine form-fitting dress sitting opposite Akela Kiawe out of her waitstaff uniform and wearing a silver silk blouse and plum skirt. Nursing her drink, Akela said to Kakeo,
"It's interesting sitting at the table instead of standing next to it."
Kakeo smiled.
"This is nice."
Akela's dark eyes widened.
"I agree. When we first met at the hula show, I thought you were uptight and angry." "I was. Because I was obnoxious."
Kakeo flicked her long hair past her shoulders.
"It wasn't you." "Then what was it?" "The hula show." "Music too loud?"
"I think the show denigrates us."
"How so?"
Kakeo explained.
"Whether it's men or women on the stage, the message is the same." "And what's that?" "Hey, white rich tourist, look at the Hawaiians waving their arms and legs like freaks in the circus."
Akela did a double take.
"But hula dancing is part of our culture." "Which has been sexualized and commercialized into women or men flaunting their bodies in grass skirts, loincloths, and G-strings while dancing in front of a papier-mâché volcano."
I guess my costume malfunction didn't help. Kakeo slid to the edge of her seat.
"The entire spectacle is degrading to Hawaiians and the real cultures of the people on the islands. And the food they serve at the luau is about as authentic to native Hawaiian cuisine as hot dogs and hamburgers." "My father doesn't think of it that way."
Akela raised her eyes to the paper lanterns overhead.
"Which probably supports your case."
Kakeo took her hand.
"You and your dad aren't getting along?" "We're getting along fine, as long as Lonnie isn't around."
"Lonnie is something, isn't she?"
Akela nodded. "She's something all right. I can't imagine what my dad sees in her." "Love works in mysterious ways."
Akela blushed behind her menu.
"I'm beginning to figure that out."
Kakeo grinned from ear to ear.
"Good."
I looked around the large room and spotted Detective John Nohea in his suit having dinner with Mark Iona out of his waiter clothes and wearing a lime polo shirt and black dress slacks. As I headed over to the men's room, I couldn't help overhearing a bit of their conversation. Mark was saying, "I've been trying for so many months, and just when I finally become a hula dancer, Wacko Walter closes down the show." John replied, "Actually, it was Wacko me who closed it down, which was a difficult decision since I really enjoyed dancing at the show, too."
"And you looked incredibly hot."
John's dimples appeared. "It felt so good being up there."
"Then why stop the show?"
"Because we have a killer on the loose, and I don't want to lose any more dancers, especially one as cute as you." They shared a smile.
"Do you have any tips on who's doing this?"
Mark's handsome young face registered concern. John shook his head, and his hair gel held every follicle in place. "We're looking into a few leads, but nothing's panned out yet." Mark looked down at his uneaten salad.
"How could 4 guys just vanish, as if taken away by a UFO?"
"It's been a nightmare for us at the station." John pushed away his half-eaten salad. The press is hounding us like dogs at a fox hunt. Mark wringed his hands.
How about the family members of the victims? Have you heard from them?
Not a word.
Isn't that odd?
John shrugged his huge shoulders. The 4 victims don't have any close family members.
But isn't that a coincidence? 4 missing people and nobody is looking for them?
John replied. Except for me.
My hero.
Mark winked at him. I hope so.
What do you mean?
John answered, I want this to continue. Mark did a double take.
The murders?
John placed a hand on Mark's cheek. No. Us. Getting to know each other. And hopefully having a future together.
I'd like that.
Mark glowed like a firefly.
I'd like that very much.
Good. Noticing Martin and Reuben entering in their usual Hawaiian attire, I quickly used the men's room, then headed back to the welcome station. The hostess sat the 3 of us at a window table overlooking the waves wiggling around the rocks. Looking around the room, Reuben said, I hope you and Noah didn't get a divorce on your honeymoon. Noah's getting to Avi, I explained. Martin asked, Have you 2 adopted that boy from Bloody Mary in exchange for a lizard made out of ants' feces and dogs' toenails yet? My jaw dropped to my menu. How do you know about that? Ta'avi came to our room and asked us to plead his case to you, Reuben said. I couldn't help smiling. He's stubborn enough to fit into our household. Martin said, Ta'avi's a terrific kid. He's crazy about you and Noah, and you're wild about him. What's the problem? Reuben said, Maybe that's none of your business, Martin. Everything is my business, Martin said, shooing away his husband like a bee at a picnic. Ta'avi's great. I rested my head in my hands, but Noah and I are newlyweds. I'm not sure this is the right time for us to adopt a child. Martin sighed. There's never a right time for change, but it happens anyway, just like Reuben growing older. And like everything else, we do it together, Martin. Reuben buried his head in his menu. Craning his thin neck, Martin said, The lovebirds are out tonight. Honey walked toward us in his waiter attire. Good, we can order, Reuben said. Order? Martin asked, as if Reuben had suggested performing open-heart surgery on our table. This is a restaurant, Reuben said, and I'm hungry. Is your stomach all you can think about at a time like this? Martin asked in shock. Coming to Reuben's defense, I said, Though it was a tragedy losing 4 hula dancers, we still need to eat to keep up our strength. I'm not talking about that. Martin crossed his thin arms over his tiny chest. I want to hear about the budding romances between John and Mark and Akela and Kakeo. Mano Kapena shooed away Honey and stood over our table like a crossing guard meeting a motorcycle gang. I see you gentlemen are still here. We're your guests for 2 more nights, I replied. Thankfully, time moves swiftly, Mano said, brushing a piece of lint off his new suit. Do you have an uncommon eye meeting tonight? I asked. Of course, Mano smirked. And you aren't invited. He looked around the table. Where's your blonde friend? My husband is picking up Ta'avi Kapule, I replied. Mano scowled. Ah, the homosexual agenda. A rooster in the chicken coop. I replied, I'll leave that for you religious types. Mano glared at me. Enjoy the brief remainder of your stay, Nicky. And for your next vacation, pick a more appropriate island to visit, like Fire Island. No doubt a spot you've visited. After he was gone, Martin asked, I've heard the haters say over and over again that there is a homosexual agenda. What does that mean? I replied, that we want the same rights as straight people. Is that all? Martin's small shoulders dropped. What did you think it meant? Reuben asked. Martin replied, I heard one of those billionaire tax-exempt preachers on TV. You know, the one with all the jewelry and the roving eye for the camera, man? He said all the gays, or homosexuals as he called us, should be taken from our homes and put on an island. At first I was horrified, but then I started thinking it would be a very nice island. Good books, lots of art, theater, movies and concerts, strong police force and firefighters, amazing teachers and medical staff, grooming products for sale everywhere, celebrities in abundance. He asked Reuben, "What was my point?" Reuben replied, "I have no idea." "Yes!" Martin sucked in some air. "The hula dancer murders. Do you think this could be a gay bashing?" "Anything's possible, but Kimu was straight and Ak was bi," I replied. Reuben asked, "Any new developments on the case, Nicky?" I perused my menu. Walter Barrett, the hotel manager, and Bloody Mary's squeeze, Martin added, was once Mistress Joanna Capena's pimp. "How'd you find that out?" Martin asked, clearly impressed. I replied, Noah posed as a Super PAC owner, promising Joanna $3 million for her next political campaign. Oh, and Walter said little Ahe has aspirations to manage this hotel resort one day. Martin and Reuben looked at each other. Martin said, "Could sweet little Ahe be a suspect?" Reuben added, "He was up on the stage with the victims. Perhaps he hired someone to help him move the bodies?" The possible motives surrounding Ahe filled my brain like fireworks. Keanu cheated on Ahe with Cal, and Keanu was going to leave Ahe for another hotel job. Ahe was always overlooked as lead dancer, dance captain, and dancer helper. Kimu mocked all the gay dancers, including Ahe. Closing down the Luau show puts Walter in a bad light, and Ahe wants Walter's job. Noah and Ta'avi arrived. Clearly Noah had bought Ta'avi the stylish nude dress shirt and long pants. "What's wrong?" Noah asked. "The armchair detective has a new suspect," Reuben explained. "Who?" Noah asked as he and Ta'avi sat at the table. "Ahe," Martin answered faster than a tortured prisoner of war. "I have to talk to him," I said, rising from the table.
"Can I help Nicky?"
"No, Ta'avi." "Role-play time." Reuben lifted a black book from his lap. "I can use the Bible from our room to try to win Ahe over to the Lord." Martin said, "I can interrogate the hunky detective and his young squeeze over there about their thoughts on Ahe." I said, "Thank you all, but I need to go this one alone." "Are you sure?" Noah asked with concern filling his soft eyes. I nodded. "Enjoy your dinners. Give Chief Keahilani my praises. I'll be back by dessert." "What should we order for you?" Martin asked.
"Chicken and shrimp teriyaki,"
Ta'avi said. I messed Ta'avi's hair, kissed Noah's cheek, and patted Martin and Reuben's shoulders. "See you soon." Martin added, "With all the details." Remembering the address Walter had given me, I left the hotel and took a taxi to Ahe's garden apartment complex nearby. After paying the driver, I hurried to the door and rang the bell. Receiving no answer, I rang again. I walked around the side of the building and noticed a patio with sliding glass doors. So I stepped onto the patio and looked inside the apartment. The living room was modestly furnished and empty, as was the kitchenette. An open door inside led presumably to a bedroom. "Can I help you?" I turned to face a heavyset Hawaiian man in a white t-shirt and green shorts. "I'm Nicky Abundanza, Ahe Mahai's brother." "His brother?" I thought fast. "Our father was quite large, and our mom was very tiny." "You say your name is Abundanza?" "That's my stage name. It's quite popular in the Italian Alps." He scratched his bald pate. "Ahe never mentioned having a brother, or any living relatives for that matter." "How convenient for someone. I've been away for a few years, on business, as a loan shark." "A loan shark?" "Yes, a lot of people needed loans. Do you know where Ahe is?" "I was going to ask you the same thing." "What do you mean?" "I asked the neighbors. Nobody's seen him for a day or two." He scratched his protruding stomach. "And the rent's due today." "Can you let me into the apartment?" "Can you pay the rent?" I handed him a $20 bill. "Here's a down payment." He shrugged, took a key ring out of his shorts pocket, and unlocked the patio door. I walked into the apartment, glanced around the living room and kitchenette, and then headed for the bedroom. Upon entry, I found the pillow and comforter were on the floor. The night table was turned over on its side. Entering behind me, no pun intended, the man said, "Looks like little Ahe had some rough sex." I noticed what looked like fingernail scratch marks going up the entryway wall. Ahe clawed his way to the top. Then I tripped over one shoe on the carpet. He tried to get free, but somebody took little Ahe. Chapter 10. I taxied back to the hotel restaurant and gave John Nohea the news about Ahe. Then I went back to my table and ate dinner while filling in my group. Finally, I said goodnight to Martin and Reuben, and then headed back to my room with Noah and Ta'avi. As we opened the door to our suite and walked inside, I said, "It's late, Ta'avi. I'll take you back to your room." Ta'avi sat on our sofa.
"Can I sleep here tonight?"
Avoiding the tears brimming in Noah's eyes, I sat next to Ta'avi. "Don't you want to sleep in your own bed?"
"I sleep on the sofa," Ta'avi replied. "Graham sleeps on the bed."
Noah sat on Ta'avi's other side. "You don't have your own bed?" Ta'avi shook his head.
"If Graham doesn't come home at night, sometimes I sleep in her bed. When I hear her come back in the morning, I jump back on the sofa before she opens the door."
"Ta'avi, you can't sleep here," I said. "Why not?" Noah and Ta'avi asked in unison. "Because your grandmother will be worried about you," I said. Ta'avi rested his little hand on my knee.
"I can help you figure out who stole Ahe and the other hula dancers. Please, Nicky."
Noah and Ta'avi bore into me with beagle eyes. "All right," I rose. "We'll find your grandmother. If she says it's all right, you can stay here one night." Noah threw his arms around me. "Thank you, Nicky." I gave Noah a squeeze. Then I took Ta'avi's hand and we went via the elevator to his room. After I knocked on the door, Lonnie answered in her kimono.
"Ta'avi been bad? You sick of him?"
"No, Lonnie. Noah and I would like Ta'avi to spend the night in our suite," I said. Lonnie asked,
"You sign papers and pay fee?"
"It's just for one night," I explained. "We'll talk about all the rest tomorrow."
"Please, Graham,"
Ta'avi said like Oliver Twist at the gruel station. She looked at her watch.
"Walter, wait for me."
Lonnie stepped out of the room and closed the door behind her. Thankfully, the sour odor dissipated.
"Bring Ta'avi back in morning."
"I will," I said. Lonnie shouted at Ta'avi.
"You behave! Don't be bad boy!"
I'd had enough. "Lonnie, I don't understand why you keep calling Ta'avi a bad boy. I've been a boy. I've known lots of boys, and Ta'avi is the best-behaved boy I've ever seen." Lonnie replied with a sneer.
"Ta'avi like his father."
Kimu or Ak?
"Bad blood."
Lonnie walked down the hallway and was gone. I kneeled to face Ta'avi. "Noah and I think you're a very good boy. Do you know that, Ta'avi?" Ta'avi nodded.
"I think you and Noah are both very good boys, too."
He took my hand and led me back to our suite. When we arrived, Noah took the extra sheet, blanket, and pillow from the closet and made up the sofa. "What do you wear to bed at night?" Noah asked Ta'avi.
"What do you wear, Nicky?"
Ta'avi replied. "My undies," I said.
"That's what I'll wear, too,"
Ta'avi said. Noah opened a bureau drawer and gave Ta'avi one of my T-shirts. "You can put this on as a nightshirt. Then go into the bathroom, brush your teeth with the extra toothbrush from the hotel, and wash up."
"I have to do all that just to go to sleep?"
Ta'avi asked. "That's the plan," Noah said. When Ta'avi came out of the bathroom, he slipped under the covers and rested his head on the pillow. Since it was Noah's turn in the bathroom, I sat next to Ta'avi on the sofa. "Is it okay if I tuck you in?"
"Tuck me in? My pad is on the lanai,
Ta'avi said. I did a double take. Nobody's ever tucked you in before? Ta'avi shrugged. I rearranged the blanket around his tiny shoulders and kissed his forehead. Sleep well, Ta'avi.
Nicky?
Yeah?
Did you just tuck me in?
I nodded.
I liked it.
I liked it too. When Noah was through in the bathroom, it was my turn. After finishing my nightly routine, I came out, no pun intended, with my forehead in a knot. Lying in bed, Noah whispered, "What's wrong?" I whispered back, "Now there's 5 hula dancers gone, and I still haven't figured out who was doing this and why." Ta'avi said from the living room,
Do what I do. Write down the words you don't understand on a pad.
Coming to the doorway, I said, "Thanks, Ta'avi. Now go to sleep." I shut the bedroom door and climbed into the bed. Noah rested his head on my chest. "Ta'avi's right. Make a list of the suspects and clues. You'll figure it out. I'll help you." I got out of bed, opened the door, tiptoed into the living room, took my laptop, and brought it into bed with me. Sitting yoga style, I turned it on and rubbed my hands together. I titled the page, "Suspects and Motives." On the next line I wrote, Mono Capena was blackmailed by Cal. Joanna Capena was blackmailed by Kimu. I turned to Noah to ask how I was doing and heard light snoring from his pillow. I patted his gorgeous golden locks, kissed his peaches and creamy cheek, and went back to my list. Akela Kiawe may have wanted to sabotage her father for partnering with Lani. Lani Palikiko wanted revenge on Kimu and Ak for the death of her daughter Waila, and she made money for each dancer she brought in. Walter Barrett wanted to silence the dancers who knew he was Joanna Capena's pimp, and to remove Ahe, who wanted his job. Mark Iona and Detective John Nohea to become a hula dancer. Detective Kakeo Kama believes hula dancing is an insult to her people. I stared at my list. With my eyes heavier than bowling balls, I drifted off to sleep. The next morning I leapt out of bed ready to solve the murder mystery. Unfortunately, I felt as if leaping through a hoop placed in front of a brick wall. Sure, there were lots of suspects with many motives, but none of them rang true. There's something I'm missing. I looked around and there was no sign of Noah or Ta'avi. My heart raced until I heard their voices coming from the lanai. After showering and dressing in my usual Hawaiian attire, I joined them for room service, omelets and fruit and vitamins for me. Sitting between Noah and me, Ta'avi waved back to the palm trees and foamy waves spraying toward us from the rocks below.
If you take me back to Vermont, I'll make you and Noah omelets.
Noah mussed Ta'avi's hair. I said to Noah, "We're supposed to bring Ta'avi back to Lani this morning." He looked at me as if I had asked him to bring Ta'avi to a concentration camp. "I phoned Lani while you were sleeping. She said it's okay to keep Ta'avi with us for the rest of the day."
"Works for me,"
Ta'avi said. I stopped hiding from the fact that it worked for me, too. After changing into our bathing suits and applying suntan lotion, Noah, Ta'avi, and I headed to the outdoor pool. Ta'avi jumped from the diving board and proudly demonstrated the breaststroke, backstroke, crawl, side stroke, and doggy paddle that Noah had taught him. "You're ready for the Olympics, Ta'avi," I called out, standing at the side of the pool. "Noah can be your coach." Ta'avi treaded water at the edge of the pool.
"And I can help you figure out who is killing the other athletes."
Standing at my side, Noah said to me, "He sounds like our parents."
"Come on in, if you dare."
Noah and I dove into the water. Then the three of us splashed, raced, flipped, and cavorted until we were waterlogged. Once we dried off and claimed 3 lounge chairs, Noah brought us all overstuffed grilled veggie sandwiches from the lunch bar. After we ate, Ta'avi sat at the edge of the pool with his legs dangling over the side. Resting on his chase nearby, Noah read a mystery novel. As if living with me isn't enough,
Laying on the next chase, I stared at the suspect list on my laptop. An older woman with dyed carrot-red hair and jewelry hanging from her arms and neck like cowbells approached Ta'avi. Her black one-piece bathing suit sculpted the enormous ball of fat at her midsection.
"Are you lost, sonny?"
Ta'avi shook his head.
"Where's your mother and father?"
she asked.
"They're dead,"
Ta'avi replied. I approached the woman and was nearly knocked off my feet by the powerful scent of her overbearing perfume. "He's with me," she smiled.
"Did you adopt this adorable boy?"
Ta'avi replied.
"That's the plan."
"I see. I'm Matilda," she pointed. "The man helping himself to his third sandwich at the lunch bar is my husband, Henry."
"I'm Ta'avi,"
he offered her the hang-loose sign. "I'm Nicky," I said. Matilda replied with a lipstick-stained smile. "Hello, Nicky. How interesting that you and your wife are adopting a disadvantaged child. Where is your wife?" I pointed to Noah. "My husband, Noah." Noah waved. Matilda turned as red as her eyes. "Oh," and she was gone. Lying back down on my chase, I said to Noah, "She's probably a member of the Uncommon Eye." I typed the organization's name on my laptop. Noah called out for Ta'avi to join us. Sharing Noah's chase, Ta'avi asked,
"What's up?"
Noah cleared his throat. "Ta'avi, as you know, there are different types of families. Your grandmother, your father, and you made up a family. Reuben, Martin, and their 2 daughters, and now their daughters' children are a family. Mono and Joanna Capena are a family. A family from hell." Noah said, "Some people don't like it when other people create a family, especially if the family doesn't consist of a mother, father, and their biological children of the same race." Ta'avi reached inside the pool bag for his pad and pen. "Biological means their own children," I explained. Noah took in a deep breath. "So if you, Nicky, and I form a family, some people won't like that. And those people may say mean things to us, or even try to hurt us physically." He put his arm around the boy. "Do you understand what I'm saying, Ta'avi?" Ta'avi nodded.
"Don't worry, Nicky and Noah. If anybody does that, I'll protect you."
"We'll protect you too." Noah hugged Ta'avi to his chest. I couldn't resist making it a group hug. As Noah and Ta'avi played in the pool, I lay back on my chase and stared at the laptop screen. Uncommon Eye. What does it mean? I stared at the letters until they shifted places. Then I reread my list of suspects and their motives. The pieces of the puzzle started to come together. I ran to the side of the pool. "Noah, take care of Ta'avi. I'll see you both at dinner." "What's wrong?" they asked in unison. "I need some time to think." "Good luck," they said in unison, again. I left the hotel and walked along the wandering road to Ta'avi's private beach. As I stood on the white sand, the waves crashed and sputtered onto the rocks, causing the seagulls to cry out and fly away. With the cool water massaging my feet, I stared out toward the horizon, where the light blue met its darker half. Everything that occurred in Maui since our arrival played back in my mind like a movie on fast forward. After running into the water, I swam out through the waves, continuing to take in the omnipresent horizon. A strong wave hit me and carried me toward the shore. As it dissipated into white foamy spray, I rose to my feet in the shallow water. I know who killed the 5 hula dancers, and I know why. I ran back to the hotel. As I entered our suite, I found Noah and Ta'avi dressing for dinner. After I changed, the 3 of us met Martin and Reuben at the Mahi Mahi restaurant. Seated at our usual table, Martin said, "You look like the cat who ate the canary, Nicky. Care to share your catnip?" He adjusted the collar of his Hawaiian shirt. "Remember, we'll be away from this paradise soon. Back in the real world, I'm your department head."
I replied. I think I know the identity of the murderer. Who is it? Asked Martin, looking ready to burst a blood vessel. I can't say until I'm sure, I replied. Noah squeezed my hand. Like a genie coming out of a bottle, Akela appeared before us in her waitstaff attire. Hello, gentlemen. Martin slid to the edge of his seat like a snake exiting a basket. Akela, are things heating up between you and the female detective? Reuben shoved a piece of bread into Martin's mouth. Things are going fine, Akela replied with a grin. I looked both ways, then said, Akela, I have a huge favor to ask you. Ask away, she said. I think I know who is responsible for the disappearing hula dancers. A crease appeared on Akela's young forehead. Did you tell John and Cacao? I shook my head. I don't have any proof. That's where you come in. Me? What can I do? Are you working at the Uncommon Eye meeting tonight? She nodded. 3 more months to go before I have enough money to finish school. Thank goodness for high tuitions. Where do you pick up your cart with the bread and wine? In the kitchen, she replied. What time? 8:45? Can you meet me there and help me get into that meeting? Noah's handsome face darkened. I don't like this, Nicky. It's the only way, I replied. I'll come with you, Noah said. Taking his hand, I replied, I have to go this one alone. Then be careful, he said. Always. Martin looked like a balloon about to burst. Can somebody please tell me what's going on in Secret Agent Land? I smiled. I'll explain everything when I know more, after tonight. Shouldn't you tell John what you're doing? Noah asked. At this point, I don't know who I can trust, I said. You can trust me, Ta'avi said. I kissed the top of his head. Martin said, Can Reuben and I pose as Uncommon Eye members? Noah and I tried that, I answered, and we were thrown out on our uncommon backsides. I can play the minister, Martin offered. So can I, said Reuben. Thank you, both. They already have a minister. Let's all have dinner and I'll report back to everyone later this evening. Martin sighed. With all this cloak and dagger talk, I don't know if I can eat anything. Reuben handed him a menu. I'm sure you'll give it your best shot. After dinner, Noah reluctantly took Ta'avi back to Lonnie as promised. Reuben practically dragged Martin back to their room amidst my promises to tell Martin everything that I witnessed at the Uncommon Eye meeting. At 8:45 on the dot, I walked into the kitchen and came face to face with Chef Keahilani closing a huge refrigerator door and wiping his hands on a towel. What are you doing here, Nicky? Akela came to my rescue. He's my uncle. You couldn't have said cousin. I need to speak with Nicky about my sick aunt. You couldn't have said uncle? Akela added. He'll only be here a minute, Chef. All right, I'm taking a break, the chef said. No problem. Akela hurried me to an uninhabited section of the kitchen. She pointed to a waiter's cart laden with baskets of bread, bottles of wine, small cups, and a stack of small plates. The lower portion of the cart was covered with a white sheet. Parting the sheet, Akela asked, Need a lift? Bless you, my child. Somehow I crouched into the empty cart. Thank you, Noah, for asking me to try those new positions. Akela replaced the sheet. If anyone catches on, I've never heard of you. Feeling like a magician's assistant, I whispered from inside the cart, My lips are sealed, and my back is breaking. Akela wheeled me into the meeting room as if rehearsing for the Grand Prix. Then I didn't hear or feel anything, except for my sore knees, no pun intended. So I assumed Akela left the cart to fetch napkins or some other prop for the meeting. Noticing my shoe sticking outside of the cart after the bumpy ride, I quickly tucked it underneath me. Suddenly I felt the cart move, backwards. Did Akela have second thoughts about helping me? Did someone spot me under the sheet? Does he or she think I'm a bumper car? The cart came to a crashing halt. A familiar voice said,
Come out from behind the white sheet, Nicky. The KKK don't meet at this hotel.
I crawled out of the cart, realizing I was incredibly stiff. It's not what you're thinking. I noticed I was back in the empty kitchen nook, except it wasn't totally empty. Glaring at me was the angry face of Mark Iona.
You shouldn't be here, Nicky.
Stay calm. Use your acting skills.
Mark, are you working the meeting tonight?
Mark grimaced.
You knew I'd be here tonight. That's why you put Akela up to this charade.
Et tu, Akela? I looked around me and realized we were alone.
How did you figure it out, Nicky?
Mark picked up a huge knife from the cutting board. Honesty is always the best policy when you have no other options. I noticed how Joanna Capena never took her eyes off you during the hula shows. Like you, she said her parents are wealthy bankers. I remember overhearing you say to John Nohea that after your drug charge, your family disowned you. It came together for me like a family tree.
Lightning struck my family tree.
Mark held up the knife.
I want to make my own way in the world. I despise everything my sister stands for.
But you work for her husband at this hotel.
Only because I saw it as a way to fulfill my dream of becoming a hula dancer.
Which you did after a hula dancer was murdered. Mark's jaw dropped to his waiter apron.
Nicky, you don't think that I had anything to do with that?
I shook my head. But I think I know who did and why. Akela helped me get into the meeting to see if my suspicions are right.
I thought you came to ask me to talk to Joanna.
That's between you and Joanna.
Thanks, Nicky.
He looked at the knife.
I need this to cut the bread. Hop back in, and I'll wheel you inside. But watch your back. After the waitstaff is released, you'll be on your own.
Feeling like one of the Marx brothers, I squeezed back inside the cart. Mark, a la Chico, wheeled me into the meeting room. I heard what sounded like waitstaff preparing the bread and wine, and congregants entering the meeting room. Finally, the noise of the portable organ filled my head, leading to various hymns about being a soldier for Christ, living by God's word, and finding the way to heaven. Next, various Uncommon Eye members testified about how the power of God saved them from drugs, sex, alcohol, and other horrible things, like being a liberal. Then they thanked the Lord for their prosperity and good fortune, ignoring the Bible stories about Jesus taking care of the poor and destitute and coming down hard on the wealthy and powerful. Joanna Capena was last with her testimony, charting her rise from prostitution to state senator, stating that prayer can deliver us from sin. I noticed Mistress Joanna conveniently left out her affair with Kimu and threesome with Mono and Ak. Finally, Joanna introduced Pastor Christopher, and a bellowing voice nearly knocked me out of the cart. Brothers and sisters in the Lord, we are approaching the end days. They're pretty long days, since people have been saying that since biblical times. Pastor Christopher continued, The anti-family forces are upon us with greater force than ever before. The homosexuals are asking us to turn our backs on our deeply held religious beliefs by accepting their so-called marriages while they prey upon our children. The immigrants are trying to steal our jobs. The environmentalists want regulations that will take away the profits from our businesses. The liberals are vying to confiscate our assault weapons. And the atheists are discriminating against our religion by challenging our tax-exempt status and refusing to live wholesome Christian lives as God intended for us all. I heard paper shuffling. These voter guides inform you about the candidates running for office in November, including which candidates share our family-friendly values. Please use these guides when it comes time to vote. I am pleased to report that Senator Joanna Capena received a 100% rating in our family-friendly poll. Is there a question on the guide about which type of whip and handcuffs the candidate prefers to use in the bedroom? My fine friends, you can also support God by donating to the Uncommon Eye. Every penny you donate to the Lord is tax-exempt and will enable us to share the good word of God and expand our evangelism. And expand your pockets. I'd heard rustling and assumed the basket was being passed. Finally, brethren, to be lifted up to glory during the last days and to sit at the table with Jesus and his disciples in heaven, you must follow this scripture. Unless you eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, you will have no life. A loud crash caused me to bump my head on the cart. The pastor shouted, "That's what I think of the bread and wine we have served at all of our Uncommon I meetings. Tonight is the night, brothers and sisters, when we finally follow the Lord's command. To inherit the kingdom of heaven and to live with him for eternity, we must eat his flesh and drink his blood." I was right. Uh-oh. Who said that? Someone said. I felt the cloth rustle behind me. "I'll take care of it." Hearing loud footsteps, I held on for my life, literally, as the cart sped backwards. Then I peered out of the cart. Suddenly, darkness. My head is pounding, and my arms are sore. Why can't I move? I woke lying on a kitchen counter with my arms, legs, and torso tied to it with rope. Looking like a hibachi chef who just discovered his vegetables are soggy, Mono Capena stood over me wielding an enraged glare. I strained and struggled but couldn't budge. "Don't bother trying to get free, Nicky." Those ropes were securely fastened by Chef Keahilani. He's tied up many rib roasts. "Help! Somebody help!" And no point in shouting for help. Nobody can hear you in here. "You won't get away with this, Mono. One of your congregants will spill the beans along with the blood." He laughed. "Sheep, every one of them. They'll never tell." I need to kill, pardon the expression, some time so no one can find me. I wondered why your meetings were private and why even the waitstaff had to leave. Thinking about the Bible quote I overheard from Pastor Christopher at your last meeting, when you snuck in wearing that ridiculous disguise. I thought I looked pretty hot. I stared at the name of your group and realized Uncommon I is an anagram for communion. Remembering the 5 victims' gender, age range, marital status, and methods of disappearing, I realized, like your anti-gay rhetoric, you decided to take the communion passages of the Bible literally. You decided to start tonight, and you needed human sacrifices. Mono's dark eyes were wild and dangerous. "So as you guessed, I set the tiki light to fall on Kimu, placed the sulfuric acid on Kyle's head garland and lay, put down the nicotine DMSO stage floor piece to kill Keanu, and strangled Ock with his G-string. And nobody questioned the hotel owner doing last-minute checking of props and stage flooring prior to the start of each Luau show. How did you remove the body so quickly?" "In the hubbub, I put each body in a pig sack, and Chef Keahilani carried it back to the kitchen after the luau." "And you also went to Ahe's apartment, killed him, probably stuffed him in the trunk of your car, and brought him back here. Where is he?" Mono pointed to one of the industrial-sized refrigerators that Chef Keahilani had told me about at the luau buffet. "He's in the freezer with the other 4 bodies. We have a big crowd out there tonight for the first Rio communion. You'll do very nicely as the 6th savior. Chef Keahilani should be back shortly to carve the bodies. I'll ask him to start with yours." "He's clearly insane. I have to keep him talking while I figure out what to do next." "Did Walter and Lonnie know about your plans?" "No. They simply followed my orders to find hula dancers with no family ties." "I'm quite surprised you picked homosexuals as some of your deliverers." "You and the other dancers are serving as replicas of the Lord tonight. Your deviant lifestyle has no bearing. Tell me something, Mono. Do you really believe the act of communion, or rather cannibalism, tonight will bring you and your followers everlasting life? His eyes moved rapidly in deep thought. I told you in the steam room, Nicky, everything is about wealth and power. The CEOs who make hundreds of millions of dollars control our government, our economy, and our world by promising people good health, security, a life of leisure, or whatever else their companies are selling. With a maniacal gaze, he added, But I have something even better in the uncommon eye. If it works tonight, I can offer not only riches on earth, but also glory in heaven. Just imagine what people all over the country, all over the world, will pay for that. He shouted and flailed his arm. I can decide who goes to heaven and who doesn't, and all I need to do is find single young men for crucifixion and communion, leading people to resurrection. If your congregants buy your charade tonight, how are you going to expand your operation? Evangelicals are everywhere, Nicky. But they're not cannibals. Not yet, Mono smiled. I know you're trying to stall, Nicky. Just accept the inevitable. Take pride in knowing your body will be the bread of life, and your blood the blood of salvation. I told Noah all about you, Mono. He'll be here any moment with John Nohea and Kakeo Kama. Mono laughed wildly. During the service, Noah came to the ballroom door looking for you. Joanna told him you were in our suite. Then she invited Noah, or should I say, Rich Greenback, there for a little fun and games. Noah? What have you done with Noah? Let's just say Joanna cracked the whip. Improvise. But that can't be. Noah is with Ta'avi. Wrong again. Mono disappeared, then wheeled in a silver serving gurney with Ta'avi bound and gagged on top of it like a shish kebab. Your little friend snuck into the meeting. If all goes well tonight, he'll be a post-communion dessert. Ta'avi? He moaned and wiggled under the ropes and masking tape. Ta'avi said he came here to protect you, Nicky. Mono chortled madly. Now I wonder who will protect little Ta'avi. Certainly not you, tied up alongside him, or the 5 hula dancers in the freezer, and definitely not the Lord. He's on my side. He opened a drawer and took out a huge knife. Say goodbye to your young squeeze, Nicky. The time of redemption is at hand. That is redemption for my followers. Mono waved the knife and laughed ferociously. And wealth and fame beyond expectations for me. My communion will bring those who follow me everlasting life in heaven with me. This brings new meanings to feeding the multitudes. But unfortunately, life is hell for you, Nicky. He raised the knife over my heart with a demented gleam in his eye. Be prepared to meet your Maker. I hope for your sake the Lord has changed his mind about homosexuals. The knife lowered. Suddenly I heard the crack of a whip. Mono cried out and fell to his knees as the knife flew across the room. Another crack brought Mono flat onto his stomach. With a dazed look on his face, Mono rolled over onto his side. Joanna? Noah replied. She's all tied up right now. He placed Mono's hands behind his back and fastened them with Joanna's handcuffs. Nobody messes with my family, Mono. John and Kakeo stormed into the kitchen. Kakeo untied Ta'avi, and John brought Mono to his feet. Noah untied me. I was worried when you didn't come back to our suite, so I came to the ballroom. I didn't buy Joanna's friendly invitation to her suite for a second. When she came at me in her room, I turned the tables, or rather, the whip, on her. Then I tied her up with the leather restraints in her closet and called John. My hero! After sharing a kiss, Noah helped me get up and walk over to Ta'avi. Satisfied that Ta'avi was all right,
Kikeo joined John in pulling Mono out of the kitchen. I asked Ta'avi, "Why did you sneak into the meeting?" Standing next to the gurney, Ta'avi replied,
"At the restaurant, I heard your plan. I got worried. I didn't want to lose my new dad."
Smiling at Noah, he added,
"But it looks like my other new dad had things under control."
Ta'avi looked up at us.
"That is, if you want to be my new dads."
Noah focused on me. "Well, Nicky, we'd be honored," I said. Ta'avi looked at Noah.
"Honored?"
"It means yes." Tears filled Noah's eyes as he kissed Ta'avi's forehead. The three of us shared a long hug. Epilogue. The next morning, Noah and I stood in Walter Barrett's office with Ta'avi between us. Walter sat behind the desk opposite us, chomping on his unlit cigar. As usual, Lonnie was at the window. Detectives John Nohea and Kikeo Kama stood to our right, and Mark Iona and Akela Kiawe were at our left. Looking officious as usual in his dark suit, John said, "The Capenas and their chef are in jail, where they will hopefully remain for a very long time." "I hope they liked the food in prison," I said with a grin. Kikeo added, "We are interrogating the pastor and the other members of the Uncommon Eye to determine who to prosecute. The bodies of the 5 dancers will be buried on hotel property, and plainclothes members of the force will patrol the resort day and night to ensure nothing this insidious and despicable ever happens again at the Maui Mist Resort."
"It won't," Walter added. "I'm making Mono an offer to buy the hotel." "And I'm running for Joanna's state senate seat," John said. He came toward me and rested a hand on my shoulder. "Thank you for your help, Nicky. We couldn't have solved the case without you." I posed against the desk. "I just did what any other mastermind sleuth would have done." "With a little help from his family," Noah added. I kissed Noah's cheek. Kikeo smiled at John, Mark, and me. "I'll tell you one thing. Thinking about you 3 guys up there and talking to Akela changed my mind about hula dancing." John blushed. Mark looked ready to sign autographs. I swayed my knees, waved my arms, and grunted. "Maybe I'll headline your next Luau show, Walter." "Thanks, but Lonnie and I are casting all new hula dancers," Walter said. "This time the Capenas won't get near them." "Am I still in the show?" Mark asked, clearly wanting to dump his waitstaff clothing. Walter nodded. "You're going to be the lead dancer." John walked over to Mark. "And my leading man." Mark leapt in the air. "Maui really is a paradise where dreams come true." He and John shared a long kiss. "Speaking of that," looking svelte in her wraparound burgundy dress, Kikeo came toward Akela and took her hands. "Would you do me the honor of having a relationship with a detective who works crazy hours, complains about everything, and finds it difficult to share her thoughts and feelings?" Wearing her waitstaff outfit, Akela looked as if she had received $1 million tip. "Would I ever?" Walter said, "You have my blessing." "Thanks, Dad." Akela and Kikeo kissed. "Should I stomp on a glass and shout Mazel Tov?" Walter cleared his throat. "It's time to get to business at hand." He gazed down at the stack of papers in front of him. "My lawyer left these papers," he read, "for the adoption of Ta'ave Kapuli. Lonnie, you sign first." In her usual kimono, Lonnie stood behind the desk and signed her name. Walter looked up at Noah and me. "And now, the new parents." Noah and I shared an excited glance. Kneeling next to him, I asked, "Ta'avi, are you sure this is what you want?" Ta'avi nodded.
"After you sign, let's celebrate with some tiramisu, Papa."
He turned to Noah.
"See, I learned a new word, Dad."
Noah messed his hair. Then he took the pen with his hand shaking. Ta'avi said,
"If you guys get scared, hold on to my hand."
We signed the papers while holding Ta'avi's hand and gave Lottie the check. "Now the witnesses." I handed the pen to John and Kikeo, who signed. As everyone applauded, Noah, Ta'avi, and I shared a family hug. Lonnie came toward us and embraced Ta'avi.
I miss you.
I'll miss you too, Graham,
Ta'avi said.
You come visit,
she said. We will, Noah said.
I saw Vermont on the map,
Ta'avi said.
I know the way.
You'll be good,
Lonnie said.
I will, Graham.
She took a miniature dolphin out of her pocket.
Nicky and Noah?
Ta'avi placed the dolphin back inside her pocket.
You'll be good too, Graham.
John shook my hand.
I'll call you if we have another murder mystery in Maui.
Try saying that 3 times fast. It's a deal. Noah replied, Don't forget to invite us to the double wedding. John and Mark and Kakeo and Akela giggled and cooed. Lonnie said to the 2 couples,
I have good luck wedding, chum.
She dug into her pocket.
Only $50. A statue of the goddess Hina made from...
As Noah, Ta'avi, and I left Walter's office and met up with Martin and Reuben in the hallway, the 5 of us took a last look at our Hawaiian shirts and light slacks. Reuben said,
Our luggage is in the hotel shuttle to the airport.
Ta'avi took my hand as we walked.
Do you think we'll have a mystery to solve when we get to Tree Meadow?
Martin replied,
I think there's a very good chance, Ta'avi.
Let's go home, son. Noah took Ta'avi's other hand, and we were off. This has been Drama Luau, a Nicky and Noah mystery. Nicky and Noah Mysteries, book number 4. Written by Joe Cosentino. Narrated by Griswold Adams. Copyright 2017 by Joe Cosentino. Production copyright by Joe Cosentino. For information about the other Nicky and Noah mystery novels, as well as information about Joe Cosentino's other books, please go to www.joecosentino.weebly.com.